Sorry about that. Accidentally misclicked. Welcome back again, ladies and skeletons. That is... God damn it. I didn't know clicking would do that. That is Enyutka Accusation. It is on the Made Core Gym playlist. Let's just listen to the end of it. There we go. It's only a 2.5-minute song. It's a good one though, as all Madecore is. Sorry for cutting the stream early yesterday. There was nothing I could do. It is what it is and all that, but in actuality, not just saying it. There were a lot of channel point redeems that I couldn't get to, so let's just do that now. Let's just get to the channel point redeems I missed. This is Star Wars Outlaws gameplay. It looks like absolutely shit.
Getting jumpy.
All this for a tooth.
Great interstitial dialogue. We're just blind firing with total accuracy.
They're headed for us. Oh, got the tooth. I should get out of here.
You think you can take me? Come on.
Da-da-da.
Getting jumpy.
I don't know, looks like something Cat's really gonna enjoy. Cat's gonna put like 30 hours into it. Bad voice acting. Robot alchemic drive. Let's take a look at this.
Looking pale. You're looking pale. Is there something wrong?
Huh? Do you think so? I think I'm okay.
Are you eating properly?
Yep,
Honestly,
This looks like a
I
PS2
really
game.
am eating. This morning I had some soup.
what kind of soup? What's in it?
Bread?
Bread soup.
Bread? That's what's in the soup?
I dice bread, fry it in oil, then boil it in water. It's a proper meal. It's called bread and water soup.
So it is bread and water after all.
And I flavor it with salt. I'll treat you sometime.
Cool.
Oh? Urgh.
Brr.
Now, you are overdoing it. Just get some rest. I'll go buy something a bit more nutritious.
This looks like a banger. What the fuck? It seems more enjoyable than Star Wars Outlaws. I'll get something more nutritious, like a grenade. Kia! Okay, this is I cooked pizza in the Middle East. It was crazy with Jet Neptune. This is from a month ago.
the border of Israel and Palestine, bringing you a taste of the American
Palestine
Southwest.
is not a
That's
country.
right. It's my famous Sam Hyde sizzling hot, spicy jalapeno rattlesnake casserole.
Oh boy. This entire genre of comedy is just
Chopped
not
ham
my
is
thing.
off the menu for 2.8 billion people in the world. That's 2.8 billion suckers, in my opinion. That's 2.8 billion people who could go suck a dick for all I care. This is all natural ham, water, corn syrup, modified food starch, salt, ground mustard.
He said they
sodium
could suck a
phosphate, pork
dick.
stock, potassium chloride, sodium propionate. I don't even care.
He's reading the
You're
back
about
of
to die. You're about to have a bomb
package.
fall on your head. Eat the shit.
He's reading all the
just wanna
ingredients
plop
on the
that
back
ham
of the
right in there.
package.
Kind of go for an even spread.
You gotta get a load of this. Hey, what's up, dude? Fist bump. Check that out. Oh, that's gonna be sizzling hot. Perfect. That's gonna taste so good when that hits your lips. It's gonna feel even better when it hits your ass lips on the way out. Eat
Yeah,
it. Don't
shitting.
worry, this is blessed by
He
a
was talking
rabbi
about
and
pooping.
my personal imam. Oh, that looks good.
Now, guys, you can go for a more traditional ham that's all together, but you know,
Oh
we're
boy,
making
why'd you
a
make me
roast.
watch
It's not gonna
this?
have that spice.
It's torture.
It's not gonna spice. It's not gonna spice.
I'm gonna chop and dice it up and just kind of smear and smush it in
Yeah.
with my foot.
This is like 10 Star Wars Outlaws.
Sam, you ready to sear this ham?
Let's sear it up, Jet. Oh, good God.
That's badass, bruh.
It's got a light sizzle on it.
Ooh, you can hear that snap, crackle, and pop, and that's ham.
It actually looks good. Oh, shit. It actually looks good. Oh, shit. I got the perfect thing for you f***ing Jews.
Yikes.
Corn dogs. Every one of you damn Jews is gonna get a mouthful
Oh my
of these
God,
corn
dude.
dogs and you're gonna like it. Here you go, little Jew. And just to make sure that we
Yikes.
seal the flavor in, we're cooking this sous vide.
When you're making a Tex-Mex American wartime casserole, you're gonna wanna heat up every layer on it, give it a light sizzle, and then we're gonna give it a nice, good bake at the end.
That's how it congeals.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, dude.
why'd you make me watch this?
Gas it. Gas them. Oh, shit.
Whoa.
Drizzling. The sauce is drizzling out. That's gonna bake for at least a few hours. We'll come back after the break. Fist bump.
No.
Confession time. I love Jewish food. I love Jewish delis. I love schmatzi. I love gorbzgu. I love spitzel balls. And I love schnitzel.
Man,
But
it's
the
so
thing I love
funny.
the most that's absolutely Jewish is them crispy little corn dogs right down there. Now that's a Jewish treat. Chief's kiss.
Now, guys, what good is a casserole unless it's nutritious and delicious? That's why we went with Walmart beef liver. 4 little patties that are gonna go evenly on this casserole. Plop them on in.
Now, Jet, that flavor's so
Help.
good, but we need to let this marinate for a few hours at least. These little cakes are gonna taste delicious when they hit my lips.
Now, you can just rip it right off
Yeah.
and kind of just throw it in as you. It's fucking disgusting.
Just like the Germans did in the Holocaust.
My hands are pretty wet from this beef blood. I was gonna take the wrappers off these, but I figure we'll just burn the plastic right off.
Man, that's so funny. That's hilarious.
Good as new. Are you pouring milk in the gas?
That's peak comedy right here.
I know what it's like to be at war. I got lost in the woods once.
Ah, I'm bailing. I'm bailing. I'm bailing. I'm sorry. I'm out of here. Fuck. God damn it, dude. It's bottom tier content. Okay, Pippa videos. Help me, Pippa. Pippa loves speechless listening to her niece's business plan.
One of my nieces is like that too. She's older. One of my nieces is older. And I was like, what are you gonna do when you grow up? And she was like, I already got this all planned out. And I'm all excited, right? When I hear that, I'm like, oh, really? Really? You got this all planned out? You got everything thought out? And she's like, yep. I asked her, I was like, what are you gonna do then? And she was like, I'm gonna go to school for veterinary science so I can work with horses. And I'm like, really? That's cool. And she was like, Yep, I'm gonna move to Southern California because my friend has land there, and while I'm going to vet school, we're gonna open up a barn, a bar in a barn, and we're gonna call it the barn. And I was like, okay, okay, you live your you live your best life, kiddo. It's that simple. Yep, a man walks into a barn. That's kind of sweet. It's kind of sweet in how naive it is. Pizza man, thank you.
Mwah! Mwah! Okay, get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not going to work out, but at least you have something. At least it's a plan that is step one in a 40-step process where the end looks nothing like the beginning.
Okay.
Yes, Gundam is actually working on an hour-long Assassin's Creed Japan video. He showed me a clip of it. It's going to be very, very long. It's going to cover all the drama.
Let's watch Tenma eat a power cable.
I finished the TikTok brain rot video late last night, and I uploaded it. And if you're a member to Gundam's channel, you can watch it on his channel, but it's not published on his main channel yet.
Wow, ignoring
Probably will today.
the 10 gift subs, Fillion. Holy shit.
Yo!
That's so fun. Oh my god, another person did 5 subs and you're just ignoring them, Fillion. You're just fucking ignoring them. I bet if somebody donated 100 subs, you'd just be like, funny react content. Funny clip. I'm enjoying the funny clip.
You're painting in a negative light here right now. You
Somebody
understand?
donated 100 subs. Watch her ignore you.
First you make me look like an idiot, then you start trying to seduce my chatbot live on stream, and then you're like, Phil, you didn't read a sub the moment they effing came on, huh? You're trying to tear me down from the inside out. Send yourself the prime. Deli send with the 10. Thank you. Wait, there's too many subs. Pippa.
Oh, there's too many. She's not gonna read them.
No. I will. Bro, we're gonna be here for 8 hours. We're gonna be here all day.
Morning, Red Firearm.
Abystrus,
Every day, every day.
Thank you. Holy
So many reds.
twig. Okay, Pippa, if you're so good, how about you thank someone?
Hey Philly.
Holy shit, dude.
Okay,
What the fuck, Ubisoft? I ain't reading all this shit. You think I'm made of money? I ain't got time for this. I'm just not gonna play your dumb game. Jesus Christ. Calm down. Just be like, we fucked up. We wanted a black samurai because Sweet Baby said they were gonna yell at our PR manager if we didn't buy it. It's fucking Assassin's Creed Japan. It's what you've been asking for. Shut up.
Dream reality? What are you, a fucking cheap ass? You can only sub with Twitch Prime?
Stop.
You can only sub with Twitch Prime? You don't have $5? It's $5! You don't have $5?
I'm sorry, I muted her. That's not what I stand for. That's not what I stand for, okay? As I was saying, Dream Reality, thank you, Soldier, sub with the Prime. You just stole $2 from Corpa. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. Chad, if you guys sub with Prime, it literally gives money for me from Twitch, and they don't get any money in return. It's pretty based. Socket, thank you for reselling the Prime. Ken, thank you. Abyssal, seriously, thank you for the 20. Holy frick. Deli Singh, thank you for the 10. Ark, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you guys. Simple with the 3. Single identity with the Prime. Kevin's obviously on the Prime. Alright, let's go check on Pippa.
How long ago was this? 5 months ago? This is before Fillion was
What is
canceled
this? Donate 100 gift subs
for using an open source model.
You won't stand for it, but you will flip for it.
Why are you're farming my chat harder than I ever have in my life.
Wow, Ribbon only donated 5.
Bro!
Look at all those sub points.
Only 5 gift subs?
Calm down.
Bro?
Are you okay?
Only 5?
Your corporate capitalistic greed that you suppress in your stream, you are letting out in full force on mine. You're going
What do you mean
full
suppress?
force on me.
What do you mean suppress? My fan name is Capitalist.
I'll do it.
Oh wow, 1 gift sub. One gift sub from
Okay.
Jeff Oliver.
One
Continue.
gift
Top dog,
sub.
thank
One
you,
from
Jeff,
Top
thank
Doggo.
you.
They
Yo,
fucking
Rick
hate
with
you,
the
Philly.
five.
They fucking hate
I
you.
got it with 337. Jester, thank you. Did I
Fort
realize
Sound.
there's 100 subs? Does that happen? I'm an idiot.
Oh, wait.
What? I missed.
Oh, there we go. Anon did 100 gift subs. Hell yeah, Anon. Finally, somebody actually loves their fucking streamer. Holy shit.
Holy frick! That's so many.
Yeah, you're not even gonna thank them, are you? You're just gonna be like, whatever. I'm on a tangent about the made up viewers right now. I'm not even gonna say thank you. Hype Train's almost level 10. If somebody just does like 5 more gift subs.
Pippa, my controllers are running out of battery.
Hell yeah.
We've done 1/5
There
of
we
the
go.
stream content.
Hell yeah. Hype
Hey,
Train
Lonely
level 10.
Sully.
5 seconds.
Sorry for ending the stream early the other day. It was a power issue, electricity issue. I had to turn off the power to rewire some shit, and it still didn't work. But we're back. And looking at all these channel point redeems. Because there were a lot of them.
Pippa comes in with the steel chair. Somebody.
Good job, Snackers!
What is going on? Yo, Alex.
Wow, look at all those gift subs.
What the frick, bro?
Oh yeah, she'll only say thank you after the Hype Train hits level 10. She has standards.
No! Yo, sober! What is that sober juggalo? Wait, I thought that illegal. Yo! They have 220 subs by role playing as a player. Instead of dogs with the 50, what is going on? Wait, so if you just call chat losers, they'll get subs.
Yeah.
That's how the Kino Casino does it.
My god! Chat, like, I'm just sitting here just thinking about how I'm $1,000 in debt to Pippa. And man, this, you know,
Now you
one
can pay me
sub's
back.
not gonna get me across the line. I'm being corrupted. It's not even funny anymore, bro.
Hey, Julian, I'm
At level 15 Hype Train, she'll ERP with herself. Come on.
What the frick?
I want to prove Pippa.
Chat, you guys want to see me ERP with myself? I'll do it at 50. Chat, level 15 Hype Train, I'll ERP with myself. I promise you. Alright, chat, level 15, I'll do whatever the frick I just said, which I'm probably shouldn't
Shouldn't
say
even
that.
remember.
Kenji and Laura, thank you for the 5. No! Okay, stop! Okay, no, it's not funny anymore. No, it's not funny.
This is the whole video.
20 subs after I said that.
Alright, let's get to the most replayed part.
Business. Sure. What am I doing here? Hey.
Whenever.
How do you ERP with yourself? Chat, I call this one the Autobot Fellatio.
You like that? Whenever. You like that?
Sorry. What do you think?
Are you okay? Are you
I can do it
okay?
the other way too.
What? No. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You don't have
What
to
do you
do that.
think? It's pretty good, huh?
Have you considered retirement?
Whenever.
Maybe that's in the cards for you. Yeah.
After
Maybe.
this stream, yeah, I probably should. What are you? You're ruining my effing. You're ruining everything.
Oh, everything's my fault.
It's all
Everything.
The pink one is Pippa, and the white one is Fillion. Fillion, a fairly big streamer. She was the host of the VTuber Awards. There's some funny ones. 14 minutes. Pippa's taste in husbandos is weird. We all know that. She wants to bang Colress from Pokemon. This guy. I think we've seen this one. Sorry, Nurgle. We watched most of them. What is Ubisoft spurging about now? For a steep Japanese community, we have a bunch of settings. We have effort. We tried. Then we did Japan. Despite trying and putting it in Japan, we're creative people. We tried and we failed. Forgive us. It's basically what it comes down to. Locale Live had a banger night, I guess. It sounded really dumb and boring and gay, and then Medicare jumped on and totally roasted Boogie And by the end of it, Boogie was screaming and threatening to KYS because he has the personality of a fat Tumblrite. But he was all like, "Oh, okay, you just assume I'm lying. That's fine. That's cool. I'd rather you guys assume I'm lying than assume I'm telling the truth." And then by the end of the stream, they make him donate like $3,000 to St. Jude's Hospital, and everyone just assumes he's gonna charge it back because he's like, "Oh, this is all the money I have," and it's like, well, maybe stop spending so much on DoorDash, you fat dumb fuck. And everyone in chat is like, "Oh, he's gonna charge it back," and then he's having like a panic attack, and he's like, "Oh, people in chat are saying I'm gonna charge it back." It's like, wait a second, didn't 10 minutes ago you're like, "Oh, I don't care if people think I'm lying. That's fine. I hope you think I'm lying." And then 10 minutes later, he's like, "Oh, they think I'm lying. I have a panic attack. And then he just screams. He screams like an idiot, flops around like a big fat dough ball, and so hard that like he breaks his computer or something. His roommates pull the plug. Like, what a fat dumb idiot. Like, he deserves so much worse. Just going full victim mode. It's like, bro, you deserve to get, like, literally the shit kicked out of you. Like, literally. Bruised. Fucking... not advocating violence on Twitch, of course. But when you lie about cancer for money, then pretty much all bets are off. I think some people had some highlight clips of it. They shared it on Discord. Wasn't it Breaking Banquet? They made a video on it. Let's check out Breaking Banquet. Breaking... There it is. Third result. Breakdown.
I hate this! I hate it! I hate this show! Don't have the
Let's go.
tip off!
The people that's in his fan base that might do things.
Man,
What's the point? If you're going to sit here and just be gloom, what's the point of picking the phone call up? Why'd you come?
I was told to, so I'm here. I don't know. What do you want me to do?
You do everything you're told to?
Cover myself in Nutella? Right now, yeah, pretty much.
No, this is what you should do. This is what you should do. This is the best advice I can give you. Please,
we have peanut butter. Would that be good enough?
please listen to me.
Not
Please,
peanut butter.
please
You're not
listen
funny.
to the words I'm about to say, Boogie. This is literally the best advice I can give you. From this moment on, it feels like rock bottom. So why don't you just empty out the closet, grab every skeleton in there and throw it out to the world? Just tell everyone the truth about everything. Come clean on anything that may be wrong or might be manipulation throughout your history. Like this whole thing where you don't want to talk about the conflicts of the statements of your abuse is so silly to me. This is a golden opportunity for you to set the record straight and have a fresh start. You're already...
I tried to explain to you that I mentally cannot handle that, and I don't know why you won't listen. I cannot do that. I mentally cannot do that. On a good day, I could not do that. I cannot have
That's
Destiny
bullshit.
and Charlie
That's
in
what they
here
tell you to do
telling
in
me that I'm
therapy.
lying about
That was
the
it.
abuse that I had when I was a child. I can't do it. I can't.
If you're not lying about it, then why does it matter?
Because I don't want to revisit it. It was tough enough the first time. It was tough enough.
You can't.
I don't want to lie about it and
You
just get away with
revisited
it.
Just like
I don't want to revisit it because
It's
it
a
might
little
show that I'm
different.
lying.
It's a little different when it's Destiny coming in saying, "You're a liar. Prove that your dad made you jump off. Prove it. Prove something that happened in 1983. Prove it. Prove it. If you don't prove it, it can't happen.
That's an
If you can't prove it,
exaggeration.
it didn't happen." I can't do that. I can't prove something that happened in 1983. I didn't have a cell phone in my pocket.
Okay, but you told me why some of the stories are inconsistent and they don't match up.
Yes.
Why don't you just tell the
I
audience?
don't want to destroy a human life.
What the fuck is he talking about? Dude, you held up your phone. You showed your little goblina girlfriend that you're... God, coughing. You showed your little goblina girlfriend your web portal on your phone that said you didn't have cancer. You told her to say that it did say that you had cancer. You made her lie right in front of everyone. Literally all they asked you to do was rotate your phone 60 degrees so the fucking webcam can see the phone. And you're like, no, I'm not going to do it. And of course that becomes exaggerated to prove something that happened in 1983. Like, dude, you're a twat. You're a cunt. You literally deserve to get bulldozed into a ditch and then have lighter fluid poured into the ditch, set on fire. In Minecraft, in a video game. This is a video game channel. We play video games here. Nothing is serious. Like a dumbass Assassin's Creed says, nothing is real, everything is permitted, or whatever it says. Though didn't they walk back on that? Isn't that like not even the slogan anymore? Remember when the slogan for Assassin's Creed was nothing is real, everything is permitted? Now it's like, what? Everything is relative, everything is subjective. Vote for Biden. I think Biden's dead. I don't know what's going on in the White House. Like, Biden's either dead or like he's stroked out. He's completely incapacitated. Like, I legitimately think there's just no one at the top right now. Which isn't much different from the past 4 years, but you know how it is. DSP had another banger stream. Banger as in, it was a bomb. It bombed. Of course, one person came in and saved the stream with like a massive $40 tip, and he was giddy as a pig afterwards. The pre-stream, he was shit-talking Jaha, saying that he's not respected by the FGC, when it's like, dude, he could pick up a phone and talk to any of the people that he talked to back then. You know who can't do that? You. You can't. But, like, he just keeps going over the June the King documentary, because he knows it's going to be really, really bad. I subbed to a new channel. This is called Zuriak. It mostly does Kershey. Another VTuber pal. This is a Tuesday. We can look at some VTuber stuff. This one was pretty funny.
All right, yeah, here we go. Thank you, KB. I'm not gonna show this on the screen, but this person decided that it was in their best interest to send me. Actually, I can probably show this on screen. I don't think there's anything crazy in here. This is probably just some fucking burner account, right? They sent me a whole bunch of videos of Russians getting blown up in the war, and I'm just like, why are you sending me Russian people dying? What? First of all, I'm not Russian. Second of all, that is an unhinged thing to do because I don't have the same political position as you. Why would you do that? What? I think people forgot you're a Russian man with a voice changer? Jesus Christ. So this person went on to say, conservatives like you are the worst types of human beings alive. You support an insurrectionist who tried to overthrow official election results with false electors, some of which were charged. I'm ashamed I have to share a country with people like you, who want to see its downfall.
You know who else was charged? They were charged with voter fraud. If voter fraud doesn't exist, then why are there people who are in jail right now for voter fraud? Was that a political prosecution? You're telling me the losers of the election threw the people innocent of voter fraud in jail? That doesn't make any sense.
You are un-American. You are not a patriot. Nothing you ever do while supporting a dictator will make you patriotic in the slightest. We should be able to deport people like you to Russia to experience what a second Trump term would be like. I also see you have no mention of Ukraine or any foreign policies on your account. Given that you are a slimy, disgusting, revolting conservative, I assume you also think Zelensky is a Nazi.
This guy sounds like a Destiny
Ukraine
fan.
is a Nazi state, and that Russia should be an ally of the U.S. You reposted videos of Tucker Carlson as well, so I assume this is true based on those facts. Thankfully, I used to be a Republican, so I know how exceptionally stupid you types of people are, and how infuriating it is to try and reason with freaks such as yourself. Knowing plenty of VTubers as well prepares me for the degeneracy I expect from you. Politics and VTubers don't match one bit, and you're a prime example of that being the case. Anyway, you're a slimy, traitorous fuckhead with no soul. And I pray that you never spread your genes and corrupt the future with all of the conspiracies and lies. I'm assuming he finished that with that you tell. And then it was just a spam of a whole bunch of videos of Russian people getting blown up by the Ukrainians. And it's just like, man, what the fuck? Man, what? Is this Raildex's alt account? What's happening?
Soy boy emote? I think there is.
Ukraine.
Check Better TV.
Oh god, Ukraine pushing Russia shit is based, but finally Europe decided to put in more support for their neighbor. My position the entire time has just been, I don't want my money as an American going to foreign wars. Not my war, not my clay, not my problem. Correct response to that is you intend.
I found it. Oh, I found it.
That's true. For every paragraph I'm sent by one of these people, another child I will birth. How does this person have time to write all this out? You have so many other things you could be doing with your time than writing that essay. I will give him the props that, like, at least it's more thought out than the people who were just like, "You fat and ugly, kill yourself!" It's like, okay, as if I haven't heard that 7,000 times already. Alright, okay. Flankers bought into the ideological propaganda so hard.
There's the DSP
it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. Oh man, how dare you say that it's bad that someone wanted a firefighter father dead? I'm saying that he deserved it. What a terrible person. Have some Russian gore. I use ChatGPT for my hate messages to Kirsha. Is that also what you use for begging for Findom in DMs, Skewky? Almighty Lolly, thank you for the 5. Just reply with, how's Back and Joe working out for you? Oh my god. Oh my god. Where even was I here? Monya. He's still more coherent than Destiny. True. True and real. They're just unhappy. Happy people don't act like that. They're just too busy being happy. True and real. True and real.
The crazy thing about this is that these are the same people who tell you, like, they want to take over your healthcare. Like, they want to socialize healthcare. They want all healthcare to be centralized in one location. They want you to die. It's like, dude, do you realize you can only you have to pick one, right? Either you want to go around telling people that the people who disagree with you politically, which is over 100 million people in the country, that you want them to die. You could either have that, or you can convince people that they should vote for you to take care of their health care. I think if you sat down your average, like, hateful, like, super hateful, bigoted liberal and told them, like, every time you tell someone who disagrees with you politically that you want them to die, you set back the cause of socialized healthcare like 100 years. Because nobody is going to trust you with their healthcare when you literally tell them you want them to die. I think if they realized that for a minute, they would actually start being a little bit more nice. That would be nice. It would be a little bit kinder to people, because, you know, this is like a political war you're trying to wage, and you can't really get people on your side when you go full scorched earth like that. Saturated Content put out a video on World of T-shirts. He's insane weekend bender. This is lolcow related. What is this?
Come watch me and Jason.
IRL streaming.
I think you ate the bones.
Josh is live streaming. So I've never talked about World of T-Shirts on the channel before, so I'll give a brief synopsis as to who this guy truly is. He's a TikTok star who is a habitual alcoholic and is encouraged by a variety of different people, including fans and managers, to continue the drink because it brings in revenue for himself and for others. He's tried other content. He initially started out doing reviews across the city, and he also started to do tours of New York City, and he still does tours, but the most profitable, the most attention he gets is when he's drinking. There's even been different accounts that have spawned out, including Drink Tracker, which physically tracks the drinks he has in a day and tells you what his alcohol percentage is and how close he is basically to death. Josh is a very interesting figure. He definitely has some sort of mental issues, and he's definitely being taken advantage of. And we are seeing him slowly decline into despair. And a lot of people over this weekend event have been talking about that this is probably the last season of the World of T-Shirts experience, because he is really bad. Really, really bad. And I wanted to include this introductory part with his TikToks and juxtapose it with the live stream that his new man.
Right now I'm doing the Russell Greer video because I want to get that out on the 27th, which is Saturday. So I got to make some progress here. You can see this is how far I am so far. Make this bigger. You can see here's my editing timeline. Right here is all the things that are finished, and right here is the part that needs to be finished. This whole part covers the current status of Greer versus Kiwi Farms. So I'm just making sure I have it all right. I think I'm on pace to have it finished by Saturday. I believe so. I probably won't stream tomorrow. Sorry, I got some stuff to do. But I'll be back on Thursday. Hopefully I can get this done today and tomorrow, so Thursday can be a little bit more gaming oriented. I don't have to worry about editing. And then once I'm done with this, then I'll make the Elden Ring DLC. This is how you don't play. Those are gonna be some long marathon streams, but it'll be fun.
Manager, Mr. Based, presents of Josh.
Mr. Based.
Because I think it sort of showcases the more manufactured, pretty, put up version of Josh and the actual lifestyle of Josh that we see here. So we're going to examine some things. We're going to talk about it. He is absolutely decaying before our eyes, and it's just crazy.
I like Chick-fil-A, right?
Oh, it's good.
You like Chick-fil-A?
I'm vegan now, but I used to like it.
What, you don't eat meat anymore?
For like 3-4 years I stopped.
Why would you do that? You're robbing yourself of protein.
No, it's so healthy. It's so healthy.
I make a barely livable salary. I can't just get off a TikTok. I don't have a college education.
Everything good, John?
They were being mean to me.
I'm sorry.
So basically, Mr. Based has a bunch of these live streams that he did on Saturday night with Josh, and Josh is drinking. Josh is inside of this weird museum apartment that Mr. Based lives in. And I think it's worthwhile to explain. In the past, Josh had a manager under the name of Michael Quinn. All of these people that orbit him are orbiting him to get views and money off of him. They're not actually there to take care of him. It's very similar to the people that sort of orbited Daniel Larson. They're taking advantage of a mentally ill person, and in turn, he is just further digging himself into his own grave. Now, it should be a red flag because Michael Quinn used to be a hot dog salesman. Mr. Based is some weird vegan who thinks that animal proteins are not good for the human body, even though there's scientific evidence proving that there are certain vitamins.
How did humans reach the level that we are now without
get elsewhere? It doesn't matter.
Animal proteins.
I don't trust vegans, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But basically, Josh is inside of Mr. Base's apartment. They're drinking. Josh, he kind of has gotten much more angry, I feel like, in the past year. He really hates the audience that he's cultivated. He is constantly threatening to game end them, to sue them. He hates them. He's yelling, he's shouting, and when he gets drunk, it just blows up. It just really balloons into this crazy monster that he can't control. And obviously, because drinking brings in the views, drinking brings in the money, these guys will masquerade saying, no, you can't drink anymore, man. You just can't. Meanwhile, they'll hand him another drink. And they also try and deflect. There's a whole thing with Mr. Based. I don't even really want to go into it too much, but there are accusations that an ex-girlfriend of his or something like that, ex-acquaintance, died, and he may or may not have had a hand in it, and he's threatened to sue people. But it's quite obvious that
it's going to be a couple marathon editing
is to try and get as many viewers that he possibly can. During
fun.
this live stream alone, I mean, he's getting $20 donations consistently over and over again. I'm sure during this 5-6 hour time span, he probably made several $1,000s just off of text-to-speech donations, music being played, the whole shebang. It's a really sick part of the internet, in my opinion. A lot of people want to look and point and laugh at people like Larson and World of T-Shirts. I understand it from one degree, but on the other side, it's like there's something really grotesque about taking advantage of people that are just mentally deficient. And I know it might be ironic coming from somebody like me who talks about a lot of these people, but I'm never seeking, like, I enjoy the funny aspects of these people, but I'm never seeking to just dig their grave for them. It's just a really morbid idea that I don't like.
Josh has only had one drink in my house, and I think no more for him, I think. You're gonna be fine, bro. You got your bucket? I'm sorry I'm laughing, but the bucket's funny, you know?
Okay, we could go get my hair done.
You want to bring the bucket, though? For the haircut, you want to bring the bucket, just in case? You're not coming, Frank. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh, shit.
Whoa!
So Josh is drinking out of the tap like a fucking dog. He has his own puke bucket that he carries around because all he does is drink all day and throws up. And the crazy part about Josh too is that if you watch him long enough, you sort of start to see he winces when he drinks. I don't even think he enjoys the process of drinking, but he's developed this dependence on it that he has to keep drinking. So it is just like, it's so sad. That's the easiest way to explain it. It's so sad watching him decay like this. And of course, people are gonna play along with him. They're gonna say, yeah, you know, let's go get your haircut. Let's go do these things. I'm your manager. I'll take care of you. I'm looking out for your best interest, Josh. Only one more drinky poo, all right? Only one more drinky poo. He's becoming the liquor, and that's the scary part. We can never allow people to become the liquor. That's too dangerous for society. That's too dangerous for Josh himself.
No, we're good. Lean on me. Hold on.
Oh, you're Mr. Bass?
Yes. Are you Josh?
Yeah.
Here, come with me, sir.
Let's go get a haircut, okay?
I think we better just go back to the house. Ah! Oh, no!
Ow!
Come here, let me
Ow!
Let me get you.
Help me!
Right, come here, hold me. Get up.
Let's go get a haircut.
Definitely not a haircut.
No, I'm fine.
I swear you're not. No, people will kill me if I don't take you home.
No, I'm fine.
We gotta protect you. You're a national treasure, and you're in rough shape right now. I had no idea.
No, I'm fine.
You only had one drink in my house. This is crazy.
So obviously Josh goes to explore the real world. He's stumbling around in the street. He's falling over. His head almost gets crushed by a pumpkin, by a minivan. That's very cool. This is the content that people are tuning in for. Josh stumbling and mumbling and grumbling down the street, falls into the gutter, and that's just what everybody's tuning in for. And it's hard for me to take Mr. Bass's, I don't know, parentship of Josh seriously when he's wearing the pyrocynical purple top hat. It makes it difficult for me to sit here and be like, yes, this man seems like a well-adjusted person who can definitely take care of Josh. I'm sure this is going to work out perfectly. And obviously we've reached the point now, and You know, maybe I believe Mr. Bass that he's only had one drink in his house. It's possible. I mean, the snapshot that I showed at the beginning was a 2-day span of him drinking and walking around and stuff, and some of this was before he showed up to his house. But it's I'm sure you're just sitting there thinking, well, surely he hasn't drank at all before he came to my place. He's a lightweight. He just had one twisted tea, and that was just too far gone. He just can't handle his liquor. And it's quite obvious because now we reached a point that he's stuck in the public eye, and people are gonna start coming, interacting with him, talking to him, and he's gonna flip his shit.
You alright?
He doesn't mean that. He means thank you for saying hello and seeing if he's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking care of him. I think he drank a little too much before he got to my house. Have a good day, guys. What's that?
No plans tonight?
I don't think so. Yeah, of course you guys can.
Hey, Josh. Hi, Josh. How are you? Good.
Can you guys help me figure out if my name's Mr. Bass on YouTube? How are you guys?
I'm good.
So, we're supposed to go get him a haircut, a fade, and get his beard done. That's awesome. But he might be too drunk. Can you guys? Can you test him and see if he's...
Let's go!
If he's straight enough to get a haircut? I want a picture with you.
This guy, he's a fucking creep. Yo, Mr. Bass, you know what you fucking did. You're a creep, bro. You're a fucking creep. You killed a woman. Yeah, straight up.
Let's go.
Hey, mods, can you send me messages what I'm supposed to do? I'm in uncharted territory. I don't want to take advantage of Josh, but it is...
Stop!
We're just trying to get
What is with this? Train wreck.
He's a TikTok person, so he's a little drunk, and he's gonna drink some more. I'm gonna take him inside.
So Josh basically views everybody as his enemy, and kind of understandably so. He's been fucking jerked around his entire TikTok career, essentially. So guys are coming over, and obviously Mr. Bass, he has to put out the flames. No, guys, he doesn't mean that he hates you or doesn't want you to hang around. He's just a little drunk, just a teensy bit. He's had a couple too many drinks, just a few. I mean, maybe 1, 2, 10. What's the difference? No big deal. It's don't worry about it. Also, make sure you keep watching. All right, that's basically the fire control he's trying to do. Also, I want to point out right now, because there's going to be another interaction with another young lady a little bit later. Mr. Bass is very creepy around women. He's very creepy. Oh, why don't you, Josh, these ladies they're gonna make sure that you're okay. They're gonna do some things and make sure you're fine. He gives off very unsettling vibes. I don't like it. I don't like looking at Mr. Bass. I don't like listening to Mr. Bass. And obviously, I don't like the actions that Mr. Bass does. Now, the police show up the first time, and they're gonna check him out. They're gonna help him bring him inside. It's gonna be a great thing. And then we'll go back live. Why stop there? The gravy train is still coming, baby. We can't stop now. We have to keep the fucking charades keep going on. The show doesn't end. Just because Josh may be on the verge of dying, no big deal. I have to make a paycheck, baby.
Yeah, is he passed out? What's going on? Yeah, he's in a chair, comfortable. I think he had a mix of prescription pills and alcohol before he got here, is my guess, but I don't know. But he's fine, you know. He just went through a weird episode where he freaked out from something. Here, you're looking at his face. Josh, here's my phone. Josh. Wait, Michael, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Well, hold on. Okay, there you are. Hold on. Josh. How do I wake a person? Josh. Josh, can you wake up? Josh, can you wake up? Michael wants to talk to you. Michael Quinn's on the phone. Should I throw water at him or leave him alone?
I want to see what did he take tonight?
I'm just guessing because he said he takes Seroquel sometimes.
Is breathing okay?
Yeah, look closely, look.
Josh's Funky Feet sent $20. Mr. Bass and Josh, do you think you could tackle crime in NYC similar to Batman and Robin? If so, could you take down the Joker with the power of twisted trees and fast lights?
Michael Quinn shows back up. There was a rough ending between Josh and Michael Quinn. I think it's odd to have the two managers collaborating together. It makes me think there might be a little bit something more nefarious going on behind the scenes. And I was unaware that Josh may or may not have been taking prescription drugs. Seroquel is like an antipsychotic medication, I'm pretty sure. So it would kind of make sense, or like a mental personality disorder type of thing. So it wouldn't surprise me if he was taking something. And like, throwing water on him, I understand it's kind of a cliche, but it also kind of makes sense to like jolt somebody's like neurons inside their brain to activate to wake himself up. But it just sounds like he's in like massive pain. He's having some sort of like alcohol induced night terrors or something. It's really just bad. Wow, great description, Saturate. But we're sitting here having these two guys trying, well, come on, we have to get the show back up and running. Come on, we have to figure this out. Let's do something about it. I don't know, should I just like hit him in the head with a hammer or something? I mean, what am I supposed to do? Money over, like, a good friend, I would hope to God I never get to the point where I'm sitting on a live stream drunk, passed out, and having my friends, air quote, filming me and then trying to figure out how to get the content back rolling. Like, just turn the fucking stream off, dude. And that's part of the problem with a lot of these TikTok people. There is like a zero separation of privacy in their personal life and in their career, account life. It just like it all blends together, so they can never get away from it. And because he's so popular nowadays, everybody recognizes him on the street, so he doesn't even get privacy there. It's a difficult life for Josh. At this point, he can't even escape his own demons, even if he wanted to.
Chip and remove it, you clone.
You're
Can't wait
not
to see the clips
doing
about you
shit.
tomorrow. Your mom must be so proud. Rip fish.
I'm gonna steal you. I'm gonna steal you. And I'm gonna sell you for $1 million.
Do you know where
Fuck you. I can sue anybody I want. I'll be my own lawyer if I can't afford a lawyer.
And who are you guys are for his tour tonight?
Yes.
So you had signed up and paid for his tour tonight? And you figured you'd come here because he's a little incapacitated?
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Thank you so much.
Show me your order confirmation.
Show him your order confirmation.
So I guess his tours just start at Michael's apartment, I guess, or Mr. Bass's apartment. Sorry, I'm mixing the two. I guess they just start there, and people are just walking in and out, showing up. No big deal. What's going on? Big Tits McGee shows up here. She's paid good money. And in case you don't understand what his tours are basically nothing. They basically are, give Josh money to go drink at a bar and you can come along too, and that's basically it. I mean, I guess people find that type of thing interesting, and he's a man of the hustle. He's a man of the grind. He hears that they're showing up for his business and he's like, all right, baby, well, you better show those dollar bills that you paid, or otherwise I ain't talking to you. I don't want to hear you at all. But luckily, she's going to take over the stream, and it's going to work itself out. It's going to be great. Mr. Bass is going to be completely normal and not creepy and not weird. It's going to be excellent.
The drinking doesn't work.
It's gonna be okay.
I'm gonna go through a week of withdrawals. He's gonna be a new man.
Do you do the tours with him? Do you go with him?
No.
He goes by himself?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
Try to keep on his face?
Oh, yeah, sure. Are you feeling okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what they like to see too? While you're talking to him, keep it on your face a little bit. But keep talking to him though.
Okay.
Let them see you from your belly button up, because, they like a good show. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yo, Mr. Bass here.
Okay. You are okay.
Can
we could bring him back here.
Oh, no. It's kind of... Oh, shit. You guys are going to take him?
Yeah, we're going to take him.
Okay.
What in the world does this?
All right. Oh, God, what an experience, I guess. God bless, man. Yeah! Ow! Ow, why'd you hit me? Oh, my God. Josh. No! Oh my God, what am I gonna do? I don't even have my...
I'm a grid on $5.
Josh, I found you. Are you all right?
Need muscle sometimes.
We got to get away from the cops. Can you walk back to my house?
Like Clint Eastwood.
No.
Can you walk back? Come on,
No, I'm waiting for my Uber.
Hey, baby, why don't you show your tits on cam? That's what the fans want. They want a show, baby. Come on, pull those things out. Do it for Mr. Based. Come on, hook Mr. Based up. He'd like to see those big jabongas going on. Come on, baby, do that. And then he just lets them basically abduct him. Obviously, and like, part of it too is like, if I would have gone there and I saw Josh in the state, I'd be like, yeah, I'm good. And they get to that conclusion eventually because they try and bring him outside. He basically falls down the stairs and they're like, yeah, we'll come back some other time. And Josh starts to get violent. He starts pulling out some kung fu moves. He's going to really lay down the law. And then, you know, Mr. Bass just lets him run away. Bye-bye. He just runs down the stairs, runs across the street, and he's like, guys, what do I do? What do I do, guys? He goes back inside and sits on his couch and he's like, guys, what am I supposed to do in this situation? I don't know. Go chase the mentally deficient drunk alcoholic that's running down the street? Maybe you should do that. Maybe you should look out for him, but don't worry. We're going to keep the live stream going, baby. And obviously, Josh does his classic. Runs away, sits down on the street, and says, I'm getting an Uber. I got to get out of here. I got to go. I can't do this anymore. And Mr. Bass is afraid that the cops might show back up, and that might be a nice little taste of foreshadowing.
Hey! Hello. Buddy. Hello.
What a shit show.
Josh, hey. Okay?
Yeah, pick up Buc-ee's. They're big here in Texas, I've learned.
Shit.
Man, don't take it to the hospital.
Why?
We're going to take it to the hospital.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, shit.
All consoles has $730. Captain, please wake up. There's no one steering the ship, and it's looking like robots.
What the fuck? What?
I know that there will be.
They wouldn't even let me in my own apartment. They just took them.
So somebody calls the cops on him. I don't know what the legal statute is for paramedics or whoever to show up and just forcefully remove somebody. I don't know. I don't know what the extent of it is. And Mr. Bass is confused by that as well. But Josh is removed. He's taken to the hospital. He's gotta, you know, just let the party die a little bit. Just let it go down. And I'm sure pretty soon again, we will see Josh back out there going absolutely crazy. I actually kind of hope that doesn't happen. I just kind of wish that Josh would disappear from the internet, and maybe that would help reform his alcoholism, but it's a sad state currently, so who knows. This is the first World of T-Shirts video I've done. Maybe I'll do some more down the road. He's been having a pretty crazy year so far, so I'm sure there's more events potentially that might be coming down the pipeline, but either way, I hope you guys enjoyed. Until next time, I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
Who to blame? Who to blame? I guess you can point the finger squarely at the people who donate power chats. Theo put out a long-form video. DSP rants about the FGC again. It's about 2.5 hours. That's a good one. I am making progress here in this Russell Greer video. Boogie gets his play button back and screaming super chats. Like he was... If you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, then... just wait for the highlights to come out, I guess. Boogie deserves every bad thing that's ever happened to him, basically. That's the long and short of it. Medicare is going to do a stream tomorrow, actually. I guess tomorrow is Boogie's birthday, and so Medicare is going to do a follow-up stream. Talking about all the happenings that happened. I watched this video, this Andy Ditch video from Styled Moth Wilkins. It's pretty gross. Like, this guy is legitimately evil, like the thumbnail suggests. apparently, like, there's this Chris Tyson happening. Definitely not beating the stereotypical allegations with that happening. I guess Theo is gonna cover all the FGC stuff. For Retro's sake, put out a video. I don't know what the deal is with For Retro's sake. Like, he was getting some shout outs from DSP, and so I'm kind of wondering, like, are you giving money to Phil? I kind of want to ask him. DSP pronounced his name For Retro Sake for some reason. Kind of bizarre. Gundam's gonna do a whole video about the dumb Assassin's Creed controversy. Got some. I'm sure Atlas the Bookkeeper has some shorter videos getting us all caught up. Dismantling the Fight Stick, Fashion Connoisseur. You can check this out.
There's going to be new street style wear that's going to be available for
This is some old
pre-order and
news.
sale. Like, there's definitely worse than that, right? You know me. I'm a normal dude. I wear t-shirts. I've been wearing button-down shirts now for a year. I really
So
like them.
you don't wear
They're comfortable
t-shirts?
and they look nice. Do I own any suits? Yes, I own. Well,
Yes. I mean, well, no. Does that all the time.
yesterday.
That's a cool mod. Pyra Tifa. Oh, oops, can't see that. I love mods. They're so creative.
It was announced, and by the way, to do this, I have to go back to my main screen. I can't have the
You got gifted a membership? Okay.
It was announced a new clothing line for Street Fighter 6 in conjunction with this Shibori Threads company. All right?
All right.
There's going to be new street style wear that's going to be available for pre-order and sale that's officially branded to Street Fighter 6.
And it really was at this moment that I knew that this segment about Street Fighter 6 clothing was going to be something good. Of course not for him, but for us. You can just tell by the way that he puts air quotes around the word street style wear that he's agitated and out of touch. I do have to appreciate the term street style wear as a descriptor though. And I know that I say this a lot, but as someone who is familiar with OBS and how it works, him having to change scenes just to add an image just proves how little he knows about OBS or cares about his stream. Of course, this is more than obvious by now, but I feel inclined to point it out because it really is just unacceptable. This was a planned segment, so much so that he hinted at it during the intro to the pre-stream, so how is he unable to pull up a picture in the DSPN layout? As silly as it is, this segment should absolutely be done with the DSPN banner over top of it, because it is news. Very
No,
big air
it'll be
quotes on that,
fine.
obviously.
He's gonna get
It
his
just
Stream
doesn't
Deck
make any
working.
sense.
He's gonna get that Stream Deck working. He'll be able to press a button and it'll do it all for him. Because that's how Stream Decks work. It's not literally just like a button macro assigned to things that you could just as easily assign to a keyboard key. There's going to be an option that says explain what I'm talking about, and you press the explain what I'm talking about button and it'll all do it magically for him. This is what DSP actually believes.
That he can pull up a picture on one layout but not another, because the process is exactly the same regardless of what layout you're in. Like I said, it might be a small nitpick that doesn't really matter, but it just adds to the total lack of care and attention that DSP shows his streams on a daily basis.
And it's going to feature characters Ryu, Chun-Li, Guile, Luke, Jamie, and apparently there's going to be more than that in the future. All right?
All right.
So, I'm just showing you what before I make a single comment, I'm just showing you what the wear looks like. Okay,
You've
so
made a
here it is now.
comment.
I'll actually do a close-up. So here's a Ryu. Okay.
Look. Man, that's some non-alcoholic water, man.
So this clothing
Delicious.
is described by this business as hand-dyed. Okay? Hand-dyed clothing.
Man, his audio
what it
settings are
says,
so
okay?
terrible.
Okay.
His noise gate
Is this a foreign
makes him sound
concept to
terrible.
you? Did you think that all dyed clothing was referred to as tie-dye? And now that we can actually see the clothing on screen, at least those of you who are visual style, it looks like pretty standard sweatsuit style garb with the Street Fighter characters on the front. It's really just so unremarkable that I'm confused why this is even a topic of discussion. Of course, the true reasoning will become more obvious later on, but it doesn't leave me any less confused right now at the beginning. And I really don't think that that was his intention. This segment was not meant to confuse anybody, I wouldn't imagine. But yet here I am, confused as to why this is a topic.
That's Ryu. Let me go ahead and show you Luke. Okay, so there's 2 examples of the clothing. All right? You might say, so what is this? Okay.
No, I'm not asking that at all. It's clearly a hoodie and some matching pants. I know that the guy doesn't have the skill set required to do the laundry, but I figured he knew enough to identify basic articles of clothing. In all seriousness, the way that he talks to his audience sometimes is insane. Does he really think so little of his audience that based on these 2 images that they would already be confused? Clearly he does, but that doesn't make it any better. And sure, maybe they are that dumb for continuing to be fans, at least those who are left, but both parties can be in the wrong, and they both are in this instance.
So it's a hoodie, and on the hoodie, it's the character art on the chest, and then there's sweatpants, and the sweatpants basically
Like the kind that you wear all day?
have like the words, like I guess the name of the character and stuff like that.
People were joking that after Super Blind Man died, DSP would stop with the observational commentary. But of course, that was never going to happen. At this point, it's pretty much a staple of the content. In fact, it's most of the content most of the time. Imagine if he really did give up the observational commentary, though. He would have even less to talk about, and about half of the time he's on stream already, it's dead air. His urge to constantly describe things that are already on screen for everybody does kind of breed gems, though. I mean, did you hear the way that he said hoodie?
It's a hoodie, and on the hoodie,
there's just something about the way that he says it that sounds
Hoodie?
so foreign, so alien, if you will. Like it was his first time actually saying the word instead of just reading it.
okay?
Okay.
Let's go back to the Ryu one. I think the Ryu one looks a little better because you can see the hood. See that? Now,
See
can I
that?
be honest with you? I
No,
actually
I don't think you can
it's,
be
like,
honest.
hideously ugly or anything like that at all. Like, there's definitely worse than that, right? There's definitely much, much worse than this. But it's when you think, oh, I want a really nice collectible. I want something that's like themed to Street Fighter 6. Is this
You get
the
a statue.
first thing that you would think of?
No, it's most definitely not. But if I were in the market for a collectible, I wouldn't be looking into getting an article of clothing. Those just aren't even in the same category to me. I am surprised to hear him say, however, that there are clothes worse than this. That is a particularly low bar to set, but I'm shocked nonetheless. From the 2 pictures we've already seen, though, you can just tell that DSP is not really the target demographic. I don't know how many 40-something-year-old men in the entire world would be going to buy this, but it doesn't matter because that's clearly not who they were trying to sell this to. Even the models that they're using in this post, they look younger, they look more trendy than the guy ever could. I do have to ask though, what sort of authority does DSP have when it comes to the realm of fashion anyway? Dude was literally wearing sweaty gaming tees up until this past year, where he quickly transitioned into alcoholic grandpa on the Margarita cruise. Pardon me and anyone else who has some reserve when it comes to taking fashion advice from this clown.
Because Bookworm said, I didn't want to say it yet, but Bookworm just said it in the chat. Okay, here's what Bookworm just said. He said, it's probably cool
tedious.
if you're like 12 or 13 years old. Do you know what this looks like? This is the kind of clothing that you would go to like Target or Walmart or one of those.
I thought you never went to
clothing
Walmart.
stores
How
in
would
the
you
mall.
know?
And this would be what they're selling for children. I'm not exaggerating. Like, this is the kind of clothes they sell in those stores. A hoodie that looks like there's color splashed all over it. Pants with like text and a logo and some color splashed all over it.
Why does he think that this would be for kids? I know that he hasn't announced the price yet, but I can tell you that I don't think that kids have any sort of business spending this amount of money on an article of clothing. Lord knows I didn't as a kid. Does he really think that because it's casual wear that it's for kids, as if adults don't ever dress casually? Does he think that adults dress professionally all the time, like everything is a constant suit and tie affair? And what is the difference between wearing something like this and wearing one of those gaming t-shirts he wore for over a decade, aside from the Italian-style grease that coated them. If anything, this looks higher quality and more legitimate than those wrinkly-ass tees that he got from Target back in the day.
And to be quite frank, what this looks like is like it's a higher quality, a higher idea.
Yeah, his voice is. You get tired of his voice eventually. You need a break.
All the rage in the 60s and 70s.
All right.
And this is just not that stuff, but it's the same concept.
Right.
Hand colored areas of the clothing. It's not uniform. Every piece might be a little unique because they're all done a little bit differently. Just like tie-dye, they're not all the same. They're all different, right?
Right.
I kind of get it. But at the same time, like Bookworm just said, so that's really cool for a 12 to 13-year-old.
Who, on this godforsaken planet, doesn't know what tie-dye is? Legitimately, someone who has been in a coma for 50 years, is that who we are pig-splaining this for? Even then, that doesn't make any sense because tie-dye has been around forever. According to Wikipedia, it was around all the way back in 500 to 800 AD. ALT
Wow.
was already a fully grown man by this point. And I get that it's
Learn
his
something
thing,
new
right?
every
He
day.
explains everything in excruciating detail, but come on, man. There can't be a single person left who has never seen tie-dye before. And
Who is-
again, I have
who is the
no
guy in
idea
500
why he's
AD
insisting
rocking
that this is
tie-dye?
for actual children and not just a wide
guy probably
range
felt
of
really,
younger
really
people.
cool.
You know, the people who tend to be the target demographic for the games industry.
So now it's time to actually tell you the prices. Are you ready for this?
No.
That hoodie, that Ryu hoodie that you're looking at right there, is $75 US. Hold on. I want to make sure that you understand what I just said. Are you ready?
I know what a number is.
Oops. $75 US.
What do people get when they give you $75? They get even less.
How you do 7?
Oh my god, he's ridiculous.
No. 7? I can't do it. 7.
7.
No, I did it backwards. 5. Forget it. I can't do it. I can't do numbers with my hands. I can't do it. Anyway.
What a retard.
$75 for that hoodie. Okay? Yeah, I'm not exaggerating. That's the price. Guess how much those sweatpants cost? The sweatpants basically are just those pants with the Street Fighter 6 logo on it. $65 for the sweatpants. So if you want that outfit right there, that is $140.
Wow, that's
plus
almost as
tax
much as you demand
for that
every single
Street Fighter 6
stream,
outfit.
and nobody gets
Yes,
anything
Billy,
for
65
it.
plus 75 is in fact 140. Congratulations. It's just kind of crazy that you can do basic addition but didn't know how to write a 7 on camera. And this might come as a shock to some of you, but I was alive at a time earlier than the present. The present meaning literally right now. Crazy, I know.
That's
and
so,
I also
like-
think that $140
Look at this
is
for a
kind of
second.
a large asking price for this outfit, but I understand that I don't live
I'm
10
gonna
years ago
display
when inflation
this.
is crazy. I also leave my
Using,
house more than once a week, so I'm kind of familiar with what the asking price is for a
The
lot of
very
different
technical,
things.
very expert program, Microsoft Paint. So he's trying to illustrate what a 7 looks like, and he's trying to draw it with his hand. And what he does is he takes his finger, he holds it up, and he does this. Wait, hold on, that's not right. It's this. And a 5. Okay, and then he tries with the 5, and it does like... That's it. Wait, no, that's wrong. You do this. 7, 5. What a genius.
And I would say that a nice quality hoodie at this point is going to run you about $60 at the brand name store. Obviously, it doesn't have to, and there's plenty of different brands that aren't going to run you that much, but I think that $50 to $60 is a fairly normal asking price for a quality hoodie. So the idea that this
My God,
franchise
man.
branded special outfit is selling the hoodie for $75 isn't really that crazy at all. Now, when it comes to the sweatpants, on the other hand, that is a different story. I don't think you could ever convince me that $65 $100 for a pair of sweatpants is ever going to be acceptable. But that's the great thing about being responsible
novelty
for
item.
your own purchasing decisions.
Merchandise.
You can either decide what is and isn't worth your money. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what this costs, because if it isn't worth it to you, then you can just go on about your day and move on. Maybe the price could be a footnote when you're telling your wife about your day. You know, hey honey, I saw this Street Fighter 6 outfit today that was way expensive. Capcom really lost their way. But that is really the end of it. And even then, it's not even worth mentioning.
Now, the difference here is that you're saying, oh, well, it's for children would like that. No, parents are not going to spend $140 on that outfit for their small child. Nor would the small child even understand what that is. You could get something that looks just like
How
this
old
at
do you have to be
Target
to
or Walmart
understand
for
what
probably
Street Fighter
around
clothing
30 to 40
is?
bucks.
Bro, what economy are you living in? More importantly, what does gas
good,
cost
Roberts.
over there? Because if those are the prices in your area, the Snordford is about to have a new resident. Real talk though, this just goes to show how out of touch DSP really is with the rest of the world. He isn't even aware of the cost of a common clothing item. He really thinks that you're gonna go get anything that looks like that for $30 to $40. I think he's more likely to save his reputation on YouTube than to find pricing like that at the store in his area. And I know that I said earlier that kids really have no business spending that kind of money on clothing, but DSP really underestimates the kind of money some of these parents are willing to spend on clothes and shoes for these kids. Again, never me, but I've met more than enough parents that are spending insane amounts of money clothing their kids every single day.
So why would you spend $140? Now, the other thing that I want to call out, all right, if you take a look, let's look at the whole line again, all right? Oh, my mouse is really starting to anger me. It doesn't work very well. That's not the, okay. If you take a look at all of them, in fact, you know what? I'll blow them up a little bit so we can see them a little better. They're going to be blurry though. Okay. So that's supposed to be all 4 of them. Now, do you notice something? They're all uniform, meaning they're all just the very standard Street Fighter 6 character art.
Yes, it's very recognizable.
Of the hoodie with a little bit of, again, kind of like street text. I don't even know how it's written there. I can't really tell. But basically...
Street text? You mean like graffiti?
Okay? It's not even the fact that it's that expensive.
Do you know what graffiti is?
If you're going to have something that expensive, it should be unique.
Street text.
So what's unique about that clothing? I guess what's unique is... Oh, this mouse is really fighting me. I'm having an issue with the show today because the mouse is not working.
All right, get another one.
What's unique is the
it's
colors.
$8.
Apparently, those colors are not uniform. Like, since they're hand-dyed, hand-colored, every one is unique. It'll look a little different, okay? That I understand. But what should be unique is the art. If you're going to pay a premium price for a piece of clothing, it should have something unique on it to that clothing. If this was a new piece of art of Ryu that is not available on any other clothing,
it would be unrecognizable.
That's the
it wouldn't be as
Street Fighter
iconic.
6 profile picture of Ryu. That's been out for 2 years. That's been all over the internet. It's the most generic picture of Ryu possible. They have nothing original or creative on this piece of clothing.
You just acknowledged that every single one will be different due to the method of hand dyeing for the colors. So what the hell do you mean there's nothing original for it? Because it doesn't have a brand new piece of art? I don't think you understand how extensive hand dyeing clothing actually is. Would it have been cool if there was new art for these characters on these outfits? Of course. But you can absolutely understand why they went with the same art though. It's recognizable. It's from the game that they're trying to promote by releasing this clothing. And obviously, if you create an entirely new piece of art of these characters for this clothing, you run the risk of having designs that people don't like. Trust me, I get it. It would have been cool, but to seethe about it and that be the takeaway, that be the main point you're upset about, I don't know, man. It seems like a waste of time.
So that's what I don't understand. Like, if you were going to make this shirt and say it's worth $75, put something unique on it besides the coloring, right?
Right.
So, by the way, I'm not trying to clown on this, but
Yes,
the
you
FGC
are.
absolutely is. And it's funny because, again, the FGC is supposed to be the target audience for this. And they're all like, are you kidding me? Why can't we get good clothing? Why can't we get reasonably priced clothing? Why don't they understand that we don't want to stand around looking like small children wearing clothing because we're Street Fighter players?
While the appropriate attire for a professional Street Fighter player is a red nose, rainbow afro, and size 18 shoes, because they're all clowns. Kidding, of course, but the point is, people at these tournaments wear anything and everything they want. Honestly, I could definitely see someone there at EVO wearing this hoodie, because
They
it's
dress like
exactly
Thomas
that.
the
It's
Tank
just a
Engine.
hoodie with a character on it. Kind of crazy that he thinks the target demographic, though, is the FGC. I don't know where he got that info from. It was probably sourced from the same place that he gets all of his information from, in that he made it the f up.
I mean, let's be honest. Take a look at the Street Fighter community and the league, right? These big leagues and stuff. The people are in jerseys. They look professional. They're dressed nicely because they're there to be serious, to play at a high level. You know what I mean? Why
no.
would this be what you're trying to sell people?
Again,
like
there's
Street
like
Fighter
Thomas the Tank
when
Engine.
the top players don't even look like that. They look way more professional and nice than that.
Does your clothing dictate your gameplay, though? Does having a jersey on instead make them play any better? Of course, DSP seems to think so, and that's why he wears the shirt with the maximum amount of aeration for his Street Fighter sessions. But to me, that was one of the things that never made any sense when it came to esports anyway. The insistence that the teams wear jerseys with their names on the back like it isn't just a game of CSGO. That being completely irrelevant, however, because we're not talking about esports, we're not talking about CSGO, we're talking about fighting games and the tournaments that take place. And more often than not, those tournaments are flooded with people from every walk of life wearing anything they please. Let's not sit here and pretend like everyone is wearing their Sunday best as they step up to the stick and get ready to have the sweatiest match of their life.
You know what I'm saying? This looks to me like loungewear. This is something you wear around your house when you're relaxing at home or you're going to sleep at night. That's when you wear this, right? So why would you spend $140 for this?
Maybe I'm the weirdo, but there is definitely a difference between casual clothing that you leave the house in, this being a good example, and casual clothing you lounge around the house in. This clothing has a design, it's probably of nice quality, it has matching pants and hoodie for a cohesive fit. Casual that you wear around the house is often of a lower standard, at least it is for me. Actual sweatpants from Walmart and a tank top that ran you $10 on sale that is all one solid color. Nothing fancy, but it definitely gets the job done when the job is sitting here and recording this video. Like I said, maybe that's just me, but I'm most definitely not sitting at home with a matching top and bottom set like that.
It doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. It's stupid. And again, put something on the shirt that's unique, not the standard art that you could have seen for 2 straight years since the announcement of Street Fighter 6. Didn't even put effort into putting unique art on it that you would want to get, right? It's dumb. It doesn't make any sense
I
at
thought
all.
you weren't clowning on it.
So the FGC is actually upset. They're clowning on it. They're like, this is
Are
stupid.
you?
Like, we would love to have nice things for our community, you know, but it looks
Groom
like
the
this is
hair,
what we
groom the
get.
hair.
We get these overpriced, shameless cash-ins with no soul whatsoever. You know, and like, who would want
No,
it?
I don't know. I'm not clowning on it though. I'm not
And
making
that's
fun
really
of it.
the only reason this was something DSP insisted that he bring up on the stream. Because he saw some FGC person on Twitter, I'm sure, saying something negative about this, he thought it would be worthy of his audience's time. Boy, was he wrong. Of course, I'm glad this segment exists, but I'm clearly not the intended audience. Or am I?
So I'm honest. What do you guys think? Okay? What do you guys think? I'm curious. What are your thoughts? Does anyone have any particular thoughts about it? Do you think that's really ugly? Do you think it's not so bad? Would you actually buy and wear that? Do you think that that's something good? I would love your opinions on this because, you know, me, I don't really know. I don't have my fingers to the pulse of
Anything.
fighting games. What do you guys think?
Anything really.
Did you really have to check your own pulse when saying the word pulse? I just hope that he doesn't get any ideas from that and make heart rate monitoring breaks a mandatory segment during his fighting game streams. But you can really hear the desperation in his voice, the way he's looking for some sort of confirmation from his chat. He desperately wants someone in his chat to confirm his stance on the matter, which is exactly why this is my favorite part of the entire segment. I love when he looks to the chat to reinforce his upside down pig-style reality that he lives in. It just goes to remind me every time how fragile his life really is. Before any of that can happen, though, of course DSP has to acknowledge a terrible joke in his chat about Elon Musk.
Abdullah says Elon Musk would instantly grab all 4 of them. Of course. I bet he already has them. The character art is not it. It's very lazy, says Madara. That's what I'm
Madara has
saying.
literally a big
If
dent
the art
in
was
his
unique
head.
or eye-catching or interesting, maybe it would be worth the money. The art's the same art everyone has had for 2 years. They didn't even put effort into it. It's just like, I'll just take that stock art we already seen and slap it on a shirt and sell it for a bunch of money. Like, what the fuck?
Bunch of money.
Lucky Gremlin says, it is ugly. It does look like it's just for a rich kid. Aaron says, not my kind of clothing regardless of the art. I'm just not into hoodies and sweatpants. And fair enough. Like, I think that stuff I would not wear out. I would totally wear that stuff in my house to relax. Sure, I would. It looks comfortable, right? It looks like comfortable clothing. It doesn't look terrible. But, like, I wouldn't pay $140 to wear it, to buy it and wear it outside.
But you demand
Like,
that much money.
I just don't get it.
And more
Then don't.
every day.
It really is that simple. Why are you even
do
taking a
nothing.
survey on clothing in your chat? It really couldn't matter any less whether your chat does or doesn't like the clothing. It really has no impact on the world, and he doesn't really give a shit about their opinion anyway. This is all just padding, bloat, if you will, so that he can continue to put off playing the games that supposedly people show up for.
Jay Stan says, clothes don't make the gamer. A bag of chips and a good controller does.
I
I think it's ugly, but the price doesn't surprise. Licensed merch are always in this price range. I don't know. Like, for example, a couple years ago, I did buy a Back to the Future t-shirt that was a limited run, only available at that time piece of merch. It was like $20. Maybe it was $25 for a t-shirt. And I understand it's a hoodie, but $75 for that hoodie?
Sounds pretty normal to me.
I don't understand.
Those are completely different things, though, DSP. There was a huge difference between a generic Back to the Future t-shirt that you bought at your local store and Capcom teaming up with Shibori to create a run of very specifically themed clothing. You often pay more when going for a specific look, and the way that Shibori does their streetwear is specific, and that's before even addressing the labor involved in hand-dyeing all of the clothing. I'm not at all surprised, though, that this dude is using some lame-ass Back to the Future t-shirt as a comparison, though. That seems like just the old man thing that he would do.
Really? Aaron says, I see hoodies like this all the time. People wear them at concerts and the like. The pricing isn't even that different from this one. Oh my God, seriously? I don't know, man. I don't know. You know me. I'm a normal dude. I wear t-shirts. I've been wearing button-down shirts now for a year. I really like these. I think they're comfortable and they look nice. I don't break the bank when I shop. I always basically skimp. I go to the discount stores, the resellers. That's where I get my clothes from. I wear my shit till it's worn the fuck out and has holes in it. Like, that's how the kind of person I am. I mean, that's why I'm telling you my mouse is broken, because I freaking don't change out my equipment. So I've been using this mouse for like a decade.
Okay, well, you
It's all
claim to have
worn out. You know what I
$5,000
mean?
a month in business
So,
expenses, so I think you can
guess
chill
I'm
out
just
the
a different
$8
generation
for
than
a
what people
mouse
like today,
that'll
because
last
to me, I
you
look at that
a
like,
year.
you pay $140.
I don't imagine most people would, but that only adds to the exclusivity, doesn't it? People do love buying expensive stuff, and this could just be another one of those. I do absolutely love, though, that he tries to flex how frugal he is by saying he wears things with holes in it and his mouse isn't working correctly. That doesn't mean you're frugal, bozo. That just means you don't take care of anything or have any standards for yourself. There is nothing wrong with wearing things for a long time and getting your money's worth, but don't brag about how it's falling apart as if that's some sort of flex. And here's an idea. If it has holes in it, throw the shit out. What's the point of clothing if there are literally holes in the fabric? How do you have the money to buy Street Fighter 6 twice and buy a $300 fight stick, but not have the money to maintain the clothes that you wear on a regular basis? I knew his priorities were messed up due to his Hogan pulling, but this is kind of insane. I can't even imagine what kind of state his socks are in.
I mean, why not just go to Target, spend $40, and take the other $100 and do things with it? Like get a
buy
gourmet
food.
meal, right?
Of
Or,
course.
I don't know. Buy Street Fighter 6. I don't know. Like, what else would you do? Buy.
I mean, they probably
spend
already have
$40
it.
on the clothes at the regular store, and then go buy a statue of your favorite Street Fighter character for $100.
Or
that's
buy a
available
statue,
somewhere,
of
right?
course. Anyways, haha. I'm not trying to clown on this, but it's ridiculous.
weird.
Stupid. I don't get it. It's weird. It doesn't make sense.
Is it weird to want to express your interest in the things you enjoy on your clothing as you go about your day-to-day life? I don't personally think so, but I guess it is to DSP. I do love the first thing that came to his mind instead of purchasing clothing, though, is purchasing gourmet food, buying Street Fighter 6 again, and statues. Not that I'm at all surprised that his advice was to go and purchase statues instead of clothing, though. Lord knows that this man loves his statues. In fact, he loves his statues so much that he valued them more than living in a habitable space in the CT condo. That's what I think is really weird. And while this might be the end of this segment revolving around the Street Fighter clothing, there was a question asked by his chat just a bit later, and honestly, it's just sad. Sad in a really pathetic and pitiful kind of way.
Do I own any suits? Yes, I own like a nice button-down shirt, a tie, a suit jacket. I don't own like a formal suit that came together. I have the pants, the suit jacket. It's what, you know, you always have that just
doesn't
in
make
case I wore it to
sense.
my wedding.
I'm pretty sure for that wedding photo, he was wearing just like pajama pants. If you pan the camera down, he would just be wearing pajama pants.
And I think I wore it. I think I bought it like 15 years ago to go to someone else's wedding that I ended up not attending or something like that, if I remember correctly. And it just sat around.
If I remember correctly, which they never
wearing
do.
to my own wedding. So.
And that's the suit lore. Like I said, kind of sad, right? A non-matching suit ensemble that was purchased 15 years ago for a wedding that he didn't even go to got turned into his wedding day suit. As if you needed any more indication that his wedding was unplanned and honestly uncared for. If it were anyone other than DSP, I would feel bad because it's kind of a big deal to feel good and be dressed nice for your own wedding. It's supposed to be an occasion, not something you just do with whatever was left lying around. Which must have been the case for this suit, because I highly doubt that he was flying all the way from Washington State back to Connecticut with this in the plane, which just means that it was sitting around the smoke shack that is Linda and Dave's house in Connecticut. Obviously, everybody has their own circumstances, and you're not going to get the perfect wedding, but it's like they didn't care at all, and the pictures they took tell the same tale. On a different note entirely, hopefully one less sad, comments.
It cannot be overstated. Literally everyone I know, you know, everyone you know who knows, whenever they get married, there's like 1,000 photos because it's a special day and they want to commemorate it as much as possible. Every single detail, top to bottom. DSP has 2 wedding photos. 2. Only 2.
From the last video. Of course, it's big ups to the 60 Skulls as always. The Freshest Pineapple says his whole rant just reeked of old man rages because kids nowadays are leagues better than he ever was or ever will be at video games. I would die of embarrassment if I uploaded something this sad. And I really couldn't agree any more with you, because that really was what the segment was. It was just an old man seething and coping because he's not as good as the kids nowadays. He can't keep up with the tech and he's unwilling to look at any of the videos that would teach him the tech. And I have to ask the members of the 60 Skulls, if you ever see me make a video that's that embarrassing, that's filled with that much cope, just put me out to pasture. It's my time. And Hosku points out that he complains there were player guides to learn effective combos, and yet he watches top players to learn strategies and combos. It's almost like he's a hypocrite or something. Luckily, recently, somebody was calling him out in his chat for exactly this, and of course he explained it away, saying that despite him not being a fan of the current method of learning things, that he would be putting himself at a disadvantage if he didn't do this. So apparently it's completely fine that he watches these videos, he's just gonna be upset about it. Sound good? Sounds good to me. And by the way, cat agrees. And 4 Doors More S'more says, for DSP's good, he should honestly drop Street Fighter 6 and play more Stardew, since his dents seem to love it so much and he hates fighting games. Not that I want that, his Stardew Valley gameplay is literally unwatchable. And that's exactly how I would describe it. Completely unwatchable. But I think that you have the right idea. It is within his best interest to just quit playing fighting games altogether. He can't keep up, and it's probably bad for his health the way that he talks about not remembering to blink. He really should just take the easy cash in and play Stardew Valley indefinitely, I guess. But I want to thank everybody for watching this video, especially if you made it this far. Hopefully I'll catch all of you guys in the next video, but until then, make sure that you check out other detractor channels and dive deeper into that. Snortex.
Thank you, Atlas. I think there's another video. I'm trying to be very thorough with this Kiwi Farms video. You know how I am. I'm very meticulous in my information presentations.
Use the suggestion box for the following reasons, all right? Number 1, there's something you feel that I could be doing. I mean, look how many things have improved and changed over the last several years as a result of your suggestions. They did not use their brains. when they made this joystick at all, in any way, shape, or form. This is like a
Any
brainless
way,
design.
shape, or
I'm
form.
not happy. If you guys can't tell, I'm definitely not happy. First of all, let's talk about the suggestion box, because over the last couple of months, people keep saying, hey, are you ever going to do suggestion box? And every once in a while we do it, but what happens is when the suggestion box gets so loaded with suggestions and it ends up being 2-3 months old, you get so many outdated things in there that it doesn't really make sense to really look at it anymore.
Yeah, it's almost like you set the entire suggestion box system up in such a way that it becomes a hassle if you aren't regularly doing that segment. The question is really whether that was an intended outcome or not. Was this an example of Phil playing 5D chess, or is this yet another example of DSP's poor ability to plan? The world really will never know. What I do know is that this video was titled Dismantling the $300 Fight Stick, and I assure you that that is what this video is about, but I just had to include this because you know by now the suggestion box is one of my favorite segments. The mere mention of it is enough to make my ears perk up, and that's a rarity for DSP's content.
Like, I was looking at it yesterday morning very briefly, and there was a whole bunch of outdated stuff, some of which things that have already happened, things that we've already done or changed. And I'm like, yeah. So I think what we need to do is make a new suggestion box. Okay, so I did. There's a brand new suggestion box on the community tab here of DSP Gaming. You can access that by typing !suggestion in the chat right now. It'll bring up the Nightbot command where you can click on it, go right to the thread, and post up your suggestions. And if you're not live on stream, well, I posted it today. It is on the community tab. It is a little bit harder to access that way. I'm not sure exactly how I could always have a running link somewhere that's not on the stream. I guess I'll have to think about that.
You know, this entire situation could have been avoided if he had just, I don't know, accepted comments, criticism, and suggestions on a regular basis through either the stream chat or his comment section. Obviously, he couldn't do that, though. Dude has to protect his family or something like that. But I believe this is the second time now that he's refreshed the suggestion box. Refreshed, of course, referring to the fact that he posts an entirely new suggestion box every so often whenever he deems the former suggestions outdated. Of course, the reality is that he's either too lazy to find where he was in the suggestions from the last time, or the remaining ones were too mean or lengthy for him to read on stream. Neither of those are particularly valid reasons to cast these suggestions aside, but DSP doesn't seem to care, and neither does his audience. And if they're not going to hold him accountable, he's really just going to do whatever he wants whenever he wants. It's his stream, stupid. I just don't see what good is actually going to come out of creating an entirely new suggestion box, though, because I'm sure that the trolls are going to just paste their old ones into the new one, completely defeating the purpose of this entire charade.
But anyway, in regards to this community post, please use the suggestion box for the following reasons, all right? Number one, there's something you feel that I could be doing, like a show or a game or something I'm not currently doing, and you think that I should do it and it would be fun. Number two, you have some constructive criticism. Maybe I'm doing something right now that you don't particularly like the way I'm doing it, and you feel that there's reasons why, and you'd like to share those reasons and explain how I can improve what I'm doing.
But you better not make it too long, or else I'm going to complain about how long it is.
You understand?
Yes, actually, but I thought when we were doing the suggestion box originally, game suggestions were frowned upon, for good reason, actually. In fact, if I recall correctly from the last time he did a refresh, he reiterated that the suggestion box was explicitly not for video game suggestions, because by the time that he would get to them, they would be completely irrelevant. I know that he's inconsistent on, well, everything, but he seemed to understand last time why game suggestions weren't a good idea. Apparently, he's completely forgotten, so I hope you're ready for the next suggestion box where people ask him to play a bunch of games that he's not interested in playing so he can just shut them all down in the blink of an eye. And did we really need all of the—
It's so fucking spurgy, like, I don't know what the deal is with, like, newcomers to this stupid fucking Snortex. First of all, how do you give someone money not knowing anything about them? That's the first baffling thing about it. But after they do that, it's almost always, hey, are you gonna play this video game that I played when I was a kid? I want to see you play this video game that I played at one point. And it's like, is this really how you spend your money? It's so ridiculous.
pig-splaining of what constructive criticism really
I played
is.
this video
Because
game.
even
Will
if you
you
were to
play
break
that
down your
video game?
suggestion in the most detailed way possible, line by line explaining how DSP could improve and change for the better, he'd say how you're obsessed and the post is too long and he can't be bothered.
And speaking of Jade, I don't know where he's been. Jade's been gone for a while. It was very weird. Like, he used to be there every day, but now he's not. And he completely disappeared after not being able to play Street Fighter with Phil during that Brian stream. So who knows? He might be dead. He might be gone. Rest in peace, Jade. Go wheel on out of here.
To read it.
I'm sorry that I have to clarify what a suggestion is, because I thought people understood what they were, but I was wrong. Because previously in this suggestion box, we would get people posting up 10 paragraphs. I wish that was an exaggeration.
Well, you begged them to explain what their issue with you is.
Basically is just a bunch of gripes. Oh, I don't like that. You ask for contributions. Oh, your podcast
I mean, you
is
say
too long.
you beg too much.
Oh, I don't like when you complain about this. None of those are suggestions. Literally not a single one is a suggestion. Those are complaints. Those are gripes. That's a session.
Stop begging
not
so
when
much
you word
is
them
a
like
suggestion.
that, but when you read them in the original post, they are. This is exactly what I was talking about. The reason that these posts are 10 paragraphs is that these people are giving detailed reasoning for everything, trying to convince DSP that the changes they are asking for are actually for the better. It's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't style situation. If it's straight to the point, he says you're just complaining and didn't provide valid feedback. And when you do provide actual feedback, it's too long and it's still just complaining. It's almost like he enjoys complaining and it's the majority of his content at this point or something.
Okay? The suggestion box is not meant to be a session. There's no point in doing that, because unless you can tell me, here's how you can improve, and here's why what you're doing is wrong, change it this way for the better, and here's why. Then
Did you see the new poll that has Kabbalah up 6 points? Yeah, polls were really accurate in 2016 too. They weren't like unanimously wrong.
there's no point in posting. I don't need to see you sit there and
Like, when you have a situation where you could literally get shot in the head based on your political opinion, you can't really trust polls. Like, they're just skewed. People are scared to speak their mind at that point, and they just vote in secret.
complain for 10 paragraphs. I'm not going to read it and waste my time, you know?
He's really acting as though the length of time is the deciding factor on whether a post is or isn't a waste of his time, when he should be far more concerned with the actual contents of the post. At no point either does he stop to wonder why or how someone could possibly have 10 well thought out complaints for his oh so wonderful streams. Anybody else would see something like that and really reevaluate what it is they're doing, but for DSP, it really was just Tuesday.
I'm looking for people who enjoy the content. That's the key thing. If you already don't enjoy the content, right? You're not going to enjoy it. Even if I completely change the content and who I am, you're still going to complain. I mean, you're already catered or what's the word? Conditioned to not like the content. You're still not going to like it. There's no point in posting 27 gripes, okay?
That's just not true, though. You can absolutely hate someone and their content and still have valid critiques and offer suggestions that would actually improve things. I might not like the guy, but I think a green screen would make his streams far more interesting, if used properly, of course. I think consistently doing segments every single day on the pre-stream would provide some much-needed structure, and I'm not just talking about doing the schedule talk every single day. In fact, if I had a third suggestion, it would be to remove the schedule segment altogether. That just means that it's clear I'm a troll, though, because he's already debunked numerous times how the schedule has to be repeated every day with no exception. Completely ignore the fact that there's a command in chat you can do whenever you want if you need to see the schedule, and that he updates his schedule post every single day as well.
But me, if you liked the content at one point and something changed about it and you'd like to express, oh, I'm sad because it changed, here's what I used to like, maybe we could get it back. Or,
I'm sad
hey,
because
I like
it
this, but it could be
changed.
better if you did this
Talks
instead.
like this.
Or, hey, I'd really like it if you would do this game. Maybe you never heard of it, and here's a suggestion because maybe it's just not in your radar, right? That's the kind of stuff that helps.
I'm sad because you're not playing my
and
video
I'm open
game.
to suggestions for improvement. I mean, look how many things have improved and changed over the last several years as a result of your suggestions. Literally everything around you, the light, the backlight, the decorations, the better camera,
None of that
me
matters.
dressing differently, a new pop
I thought that was what
this limiters
what
on the mic, right? Like everything you're
LTG
seeing right
said.
now on stream is literally a direct
And it's
impact
all-
from your suggestion.
Like, it's almost all a fucking step down. The lighting makes you look worse. The LED shit behind you is completely meaningless. No one cares. The clothing looks ridiculous. It's too small for you. The filters added to the microphone make you sound worse. It's all shit.
So don't take this lightly. The suggestion box can absolutely be something constructive.
My point is, don't give him suggestions. Just let him wallow around in his little echo chamber. Detach from communicating with DSP. Talking to a sociopath is pointless. Talking to a narcissist only feeds into his delusions. Just freeze him out.
If used properly. All right?
Why do you think that that's acceptable, though? Why does every improvement to your stream have to be spoon-fed to you by your own audience? I don't think that that's normal. I would hope that most content creators have their own ideas on how they want to progress with their content, because at no point did anybody say, hey, Atlas, I'd really love if you included the chat on the screen. Hey, Atlas, I'd love if you'd put yourself in the corner so that we can see Phil's stupid face while he's paused and you're talking. And they didn't say that because they didn't have to. If you watch enough of your own content back, you have these ideas all on your own. And I think that that's DSP's biggest problem. He doesn't actually watch any of his content back, ever, and it really shows. I just don't understand why anybody would bother watching a creator that they have to handhold on a daily basis through their own stream. That's just embarrassing and outright silly on everybody's behalf.
So, by all means, please start posting up suggestions again. And yes, now that the suggestion box has been refreshed and we'll have fresh new suggestions in there, I will likely start to draw upon it more often, okay? I've been very apprehensive about doing it in the last couple of months because the suggestions were so
that
outdated.
hasn't happened.
Fair enough?
Sure, Phil. Whatever you say. You'll be happy to know that despite not actually doing a suggestion box segment since this clip happened, he has already addressed that half of the suggestions in the new box are already stupid and nonsense complaints. So I can't wait for the day to finally arrive where we get the long-awaited return of the suggestion box. In the meantime, however, as I'm sure most of you have seen by now, DSP dismantled his $300 fight stick, hence the title of this video. The whole segment is about 30 minutes long, I believe, and while it was tempting to go over the entire thing, a lot of it was dead air, like a lot of it. So we're gonna just take a look at the latter half of it where things start to go downhill. For context, he thinks that there's something wrong with the stick on his Kanba fight stick, so he was attempting to swap sticks with his other fight stick that only works for the Xbox, you know, the Hori one that he had. And just a heads up, there's gonna be quite a bit trimmed out just because there was so much dead air. I mean, he would go on minute-long segments where he would screw in a screw and say absolutely nothing at all. It obviously made for great content.
I align it into the other joystick, like so. Yep, there we go. And all the holes are already properly there. I'm going to put... Oh, wait a minute. See? Oh, man. I was afraid of this. I was totally afraid of this, and now we might have a big issue. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
We might have a really big issue. The wires don't fit. I aligned the joystick like it's supposed to be aligned. The wires that attach to the joystick are now going into the button next to it. You see the problem with different joysticks and their designs? Even though they act like they're all interswappable,
They're not.
The way that
they're completely different
joystick,
manufacturers.
The buttons are so close to the joystick.
No one ever told you that you could take one
joystick.
from a different joystick from a different manufacturer and stuff into this one.
Is wider, and now
you
it doesn't look like
absolute
it's going to fit.
Dipshit. What a weirdo.
Oh,
man, what a bunch of scammers.
Is that unbelievable? Because I really don't think so. Of course, there has to be some sort of limitations. Because as cool as it would be if it was truly 100% compatible across the board, that's kind of an impossible task given how many different companies there really are making these things. The amount of coordination and sharing that would have to be done between all of them would just be insane. And truly, this aspect of the fight stick, the ability to swap parts, I mean, should have been something that you properly looked into before making the $300 purchase. The only person to blame in this situation, as always, is DSP for not doing the proper research and considerations before making the purchase or before dismantling the stick to begin with.
It's going to fight this button. Like, no matter what I do, it's going to fight this button. I can't actually screw this in right. I mean, I can, but it's going to be a big fight. It is. It's always going to be touching and fighting the button next to it.
Man, this
I
stream
know
was
what this
ridiculous.
frustration feels like. I've definitely been in a similar situation while tinkering with electronics. But maybe I really am one of those sadistic trolls DSP is always on about, because I can't help but feel joy upon seeing him look over to his chat in desperation and defeat like he just did. Like I always say, if it were anybody else, I might actually feel bad, but it's DSP, so he really just gets what he deserves, doesn't he?
Another really dumb thing about this joystick, so like this combo stick, I'm liking it less and less. The way that they've got it set up, the buttons can, these are snap-in buttons. They're meant to be easily replaceable, okay? But the way they built the stick, you can only snap them in a certain direction. You can't rotate them around once they're in there. So because of that, this button, I can't rotate to be in a different direction to give more space between the joystick and the button. So why did they do that?
I'm by no means any sort of fight stick expert, Phil. I thought that the expert here was supposed to be you. In fact, my knowledge on fight sticks is quite limited, so I can't really tell you why they did something, but when you don't know, all you can do is ask questions. So here's mine. In what normal scenario would this come up? Why would you ever need to spin the buttons in the manner that he's describing? Because if you had just bought the replacement stick that actually fit properly, you know, the thing that you should have done from the start, then this would have never have been an issue at all. How could they have predicted this scenario when this scenario only occurs when you are trying to put parts in that don't fit properly to begin with? Did you really expect them to anticipate user error at this magnitude? Because it's not just every day that somebody as hard-headed and ignorant as DSP is picking up a fight stick and dismantling it in this fashion.
And no, you can't turn the joystick around because this is the orientation you need for the inputs to be correct. It has to be in there like this, orientation. You see? So, this sucks. Like, why the f did they do it this way? Besides, they're morons, and they didn't test to see if another brand's joystick would fit inside the combo base.
Why
right?
would they? That's so dumb. They should have bought every single fight stick if they were compatible with each other.
He is asking for it. He wants them to test every single aftermarket and third-party style stick out there. I just don't think that that was ever going to happen. Can you be upset that this one specific Hori stick doesn't fit when it should? Sure, absolutely. But the way that he worded it and talks about it, it's as if he wants every single component to be completely replaceable with every other brand out there. Eventually, inevitably, there's going to be some sort of part that gets made that isn't going to fit properly. They can't be 100% interchangeable.
Can I get rid of the button? I could, but then I would be forced to use the 6 outer buttons rather than the 6 inner buttons, and all fighting game players are always used to using the 6 inner buttons. And it's also a different configuration for your fingers. I'd have to learn a whole new button configuration. Yeah, they poorly designed this joystick. Here, I'll close. See, take a look. Here's the connector. It's touching the button. So for me to align the joystick, you're essentially smashing the wires of the joystick into the button to get it to align. Like, I think I could brute force it, but I might damage this wire connector in the process. See? They fucked it up. I mean, I can't believe how dumb they are that they did it this way. The dumbest part is that I can't rotate the button. If I could rotate the button around, I could at least try to give a little bit of extra space, but you can't even rotate the button.
So he acknowledged that maybe there is a solution to the problem in that he could just remove the button entirely and remap everything one button over, but he's unwilling to do that because he would have to learn a new layout. Even as someone who isn't a fight stick connoisseur, that button layout didn't look like it would change all that much just being moved over by one button. Sure, of course it would take a little bit of getting used to, as all changes do, but it definitely wouldn't be the end of the world and would be 100% playable after a bit of time. Of course, he'd rather be the victim though, so this segment just continues to go on and on.
That is incredibly stupid. I've never seen something that dumb before. And that I'd say it, this combo joystick,
I think the person who went bankrupt playing Candy Crush is dumber.
This is not meant for mods. Yeah, like they sold it like it was, like it looks like it's supposed to be. They did not use their fucking brains when they made this joystick at all. In any way, shape, or form.
In any way, shape, or form.
So the entire joystick is bad because you can't mod it? And that's not even a true statement. You just can't mod it with parts that don't fit, which should be pretty obvious to anybody that's ever tinkered with anything. Imagine being upset that your Skyrim mods don't work in Fallout. Sorry, bud, despite how similar these games are both visually and gameplay-wise, not all parts are completely the same. There are tons of mods out there that can be put in and will accomplish the same thing, but this one specifically isn't meant for this game. And I just have to point out that this entire thing thing could have been avoided. All of this information could have been discovered before he ever ripped his stick apart by just looking up whether or not this particular part is compatible with this specific combo. But in typical the guy fashion, he refused to look anything up just so he could be upset when the outcome didn't come out in his favor. It's almost like he manufactures these segments so that he has some sort of product or company to hate on, because that's about all of the content that he actually has going for him. It's unironically one of the more interesting pieces to his content, because it's most definitely not the gameplay or the nonsense rambling that he does for 2 hours beforehand.
No, again, you can't. There's nothing I can do about this. This joystick has to be this orientation in order to get the moves to come out right, or else the joystick would be upside down. I'd be playing upside down Street Fighter. It has to be this orientation. There's nothing can be done about it.
I mean, can't you remap up to down and down to up?
You know, I'm boned.
You know,
Either I have 6 outside buttons and I have an empty buttonhole. Yeah, a complete empty buttonhole, which would mean that dirt and gets inside the joystick now, which obviously is not what you want. I don't have anything to cover the buttonhole with, you know? This is bullshit.
I agree, but not because the stick is stupid, but instead because you are stupid. What do you mean you don't have anything to cover the buttonhole? You don't have any tape in the snort fort? I find that incredibly hard to believe. And when it comes to the stick being upside down, that makes sense for all of 10 seconds before you remember that remapping is a thing that you can do in pretty much every video game at this point. So if you really did have to put the stick back in upside down, you could just remap in game however you needed to in order to make the orientation correct again. And believe it or not, there will be a couple of dents in his chat who recommend the exact same things that I just said. So there are 2 possible solutions right now that would take no money and little time to make the stick work. But instead of doing either of those and putting the few brain cells that he has left to work, he'd rather just pout and complain. Sound good? Sounds good to me. And by the way, Cat agrees.
Why the fuck did they make it this way? Because they're fucking lazy. They don't understand that not every joystick is exactly the same size.
I don't think you understand that every joystick is not the same size.
I mean, this is lazy ass engineering. Dumb fuck. Jesus, this is bad.
Oh my god. What an
All I
idiot.
can do is, like,
You're so
brute force
dumb.
it.
Not me, though. I'm smart.
Right there, I can brute force it like this, but this is probably going to break it. Wow, the wires in this joystick suck too. I'm not kidding. The wires are terrible. It has a silicone coating that covers the connectors. It came right off of one on the button that I'm trying to take off.
You're sat there pulling and tugging on them, dude. I'm not surprised that that's the case. You said this stick was advertised as moddable, something I've seen no evidence of, by the way. Maybe they made it that easy so that you could access them. Or maybe, and this is just an idea, maybe they didn't expect a fully grown man to be sat tugging on these wires like this. They are internal parts. They don't typically see a lot of physical stress like they are right now. I can't help but feel gross as DSP employs no tact while pulling on these poor thin wires. I can't lie though, it's honestly surprising to me that not only does he know anything about fight sticks, but that he has also retained enough of that knowledge in order to be able to get himself into this mess in the present day. If you would have asked me before this entire fiasco, I wouldn't even imagine he'd be able to get the back off to access any of the wires or buttons, and I would have been wrong.
I removed the button. I'm going to put the joystick on first, then I'm going to try to put the button in and see if I can get it to like bend or adjust properly. I don't know how this is going to work. It's probably not, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, I mean, if this joystick breaks, yeah, I have no Street Fighter stream for Thursday. There's nothing I can do. If this breaks it, I can't do anything unless I order a new one. But I don't have $300 to order a new joystick right now. You know.
If you don't have the money for a replacement and you're unsure whether or not you're going to break it, then maybe you should just put it back the way you found it. At least for now. That way you could do the scheduled stream to, you know, pay your bills. But he's just so desperate to prove that he's some sort of god gamer and that it was the fight stick that was holding him back the whole time. He would legitimately rather mess up the entire stream and not be able to play the game at all than to play with the same stick he's been using for the past year straight. That just doesn't make any sense to me, but he really will go to any sort of lengths to protect his own ego.
Come on. Yeah, it's also annoying because I got this giant mass of fucking wires here, and it blocks the screw hole to put in the joystick. So this, I'll be honest, this is not a well-designed joystick. This Kanba, on the inside, this is a mess. There's not enough space to do anything. Everything's all cramped. They did not engineer this well at all. This is a fucked up joystick. Pretty tight. Yeah, it's fine. But now, as you can see, there's a button missing. Right here. So I gotta try to get a button to fit in there while not destroying the joystick. And I don't know how that's going to be possible. I really don't. Yeah, the connectors are ass. Yo, the connectors are so bad in this joystick. I can't even tell you if that's going to work or not. Oh, it's not even depressing. What?
So instead of just ordering a compatible stick off of Amazon with next day shipping, instead of remapping the stick orientation, instead of just covering the empty buttonhole and remapping the actions one button further to the right, DSP has jury-rigged himself a solution here. He's fit a button in the slot despite the stick being smashed into the side of it now, and wouldn't you know, it's not depressing. Looks like he's gonna need a new fight stick, you guys. I don't know if he's gonna be able to pull this one back.
They're supposed to be the same button, yet they feel completely different from each other. One has a click, and one has a different sound to it. I don't know what why that is. That's
I don't know what the why.
I also don't know if it's even connected properly. Like I said, the connector is awful. And you can't tell if it's all the way down. It looks like it is all the way down on it. Okay, so now I gotta swap out all the buttons, and then that's it. Then we're done. But there's no guarantee this is going to work in here because of the way they designed it. I think taking the button out and putting it back in was the right way to go. If I tried to brute force the stick in on its own, it probably would have broke it, but I think I might have kind of bootleg did it, where this might work. Maybe. Maybe.
And it's at this point that I want to give Phil some sort of credit here. This is the most work he's put into anything in quite a while. He's trying to problem solve, he's physically moving, he's talking every so often. Hell, sometimes he even does the latter two at the same time. It's not particularly entertaining to look at, he's not saying anything all that interesting, but at least he's doing something, because it's so often that he doesn't do anything. Just wanted to give him his dues before something inevitably goes wrong.
Oh no, the button's fucked up. The button sticks. Yeah, look, it sticks right there. Now I have a sticky light kick because of it. Yeah. Yeah. The button sticks. So, I gotta take this button out and put the old one back in. And hopefully it'll work. I don't know. Now it works. So why is the button? Doesn't even make sense. Oh. Because of the side? Yeah. That's why. Because the button's not sitting flush into the hole because the joystick is hindering it. The button sticks. This is a fucking nightmare. Wow, Kanba, I'm not buying any more of your products. This is the last time I buy a Kanba product. This is a disaster joystick. There is no reason for it to be like this at all. This is insanely poorly designed.
I just want to remind everyone that the whole reason this joystick is poorly made, or rather poorly designed, is because he's trying to put it in incompatible parts that don't physically fit. Imagine thinking the bucket with the shapes cut out of the top is poorly designed because the square wouldn't go into the triangle slot. I would like to imagine though that the Kanba head offices are celebrating right now, knowing their company will no longer be associated with Darkside Phil in any way. Well, except for the hateful things that he has to say, but who really cares about DSP's opinion anyway? Sometimes it's for the better that he badmouths you.
So, yeah, you won't be able to see it on this. It's too... Yeah, you can't see. It's all black on black. So basically on any button, there's a little hole in the side with a little notch. So when you push the button in, that notch moves down. When you release, the notch moves back up. Well, because the joystick is crammed next to it, it's doing this to the side, so the button's sticking. Just like that. It's sticking in and not popping back out. You need a release to get the button to pop back out. It won't release because the joystick's touching it. So Kanba, you guys are fucked. I'm not wasting any more money on your garbage products. I can't believe you designed this joystick like this. You'd have to be a fucking idiot. That is asinine to design the joystick like that and have the stick that close to the button. It's moronic. There's way more space down there on the Xbox joystick, on the Hori. So Hori knows what they're doing. Kanba doesn't know what the fuck they're doing at all. They have no fucking clue how to engineer a joystick. It's way too close. It doesn't allow you to mod it at all. Yeah.
There you have it, I guess. The king of fight sticks has spoken, and Hori is absolutely felting Kanba right now. I love that because this one stick doesn't fit properly, the entire thing is unmoddable according to DSP. In the lead up to doing this, he was saying that the major difference between moddable and unmoddable fight sticks was whether the company soldered the parts onto the board. It doesn't seem like the Kanba did that in any fashion so far, so by that standard, it should be fine. The stick is completely moddable. It is crazy how one incompatible stick experience has completely flip DSP's opinion on the entire company, though.
No, you can't rotate the buttons, Joel, because this stick has notches in the steel. Take a look. There's a notch in the steel, so you have to have the button pop in at a certain angle. You can't even rotate the buttons while inside because of the way they've designed this. This is, like I said, this is literally one of the worst designed joysticks I've ever seen in my entire life. I've never seen one designed like this before. So they 100% designed it poorly. This is a $300 joystick. You can't swap the stick out to any kind of stick you want. So you paid $300 for a stick. You're limited in the joysticks you use in it because they designed it poorly. How bad is that? That is insanely stupid.
Isn't this Kanba specifically supposed to be fairly nice and have higher end components in it? Because if that's the case, why would you be trying to swap in lesser components from a Hori stick instead of another Sanwa of a similar style? Not that I know if Hori buttons are actually worse, I'm just saying he sold his audience on this fight stick as much as possible to justify his insane purchase. Is this stick not as good as he was saying that it was? Wouldn't that be a shocker? But I get it, he had to sell them somehow. I mean, he did buy an entirely unnecessary $300 fight stick while complaining about how he didn't know how he was going to get his groceries that week.
Yeah, I know. Soul Psych Records says, get this joystick, Sanwa JLF. Again, I understand what you're saying, but I don't have hundreds of dollars to spend on a joystick. It sucks. I spent all this money last year on all this shit. You know? What a pain in my fucking ass. Of course, right? Of course, this has to be my life. This has to be my situation. That nothing works. You know? Of course. Trust me, guys, if I had the money, I would get it right now. If I had the money, I would literally buy another stick right now that's PC, PS5 compatible. But, you know, I'm not made of money. I just don't have it.
It all goes to Scopely party he's thrown for himself, literally asking why this has to be his life, that it's not working. When the reality is that the stick is most likely not even broken. There's probably nothing wrong with the stick to begin with. All this talk about stick issues, and I haven't seen any solid evidence that it's not player error. There has been no quantifiable testing done. He's completely dismantled this stick, crushed a bunch of wires, and gotten his button stuck, all to cope with the fact he's a button mashing idiot and he can't keep up with the kids anymore. The whole thing's just kind of pathetic from front to back.
So what we'll have to do on Thursday is do a live test and see if this joystick is working. Okay? And if it is working,
God, he's so gross.
roll with it. And if not, we have to uninstall and reinstall the old joystick and hope that everything's working and not
socks,
broken. Right?
Bro. His big pot belly and his little chicken legs.
Yeah, these wire connectors for the buttons are very bad. They're incredibly loose, and the silicone stuff on it, like the rubberized stuff, comes off.
His shirt that doesn't even fit.
Yes, I have feet. I don't know if you guys were aware that I actually have human feet. Did you guys know that?
No, you have like
I told you I have,
like turkey
feet.
feet.
Giant hobbit-like feet. They're disgusting. They're really gross. Don't look at them. They'll vomit profusely.
Well, you're pointing the camera at them.
I'll be honest, I didn't even notice the feet were in frame until he said something, and I really wish it would have stayed that way. And trust me, I thought about cutting it out to save you guys the horror, but I know that there are some people out there who ask for feet on the vids and sometimes during the streams. So this segment was left in specifically for you. You can all blame him in the comments, whoever that person is.
All right, well, I'm only going to do the 6 buttons because those are the 6 I actively use anyway. Oh, this button's already fucked up again. It's already stuck. Oh my god.
Oh my god. This is just my life, you guys.
My light kick's not going to work.
Give me money.
Fuck these idiots. Kanba, you fucking pieces of shit. You fucked me on your shit-ass $300 rip-off joystick where I can't put any stick I want in it because you designed it poorly because you're a bunch of fucking idiots. You fucking losers. You scam artists.
Losers?
I can't believe you fucked me like this. So I can't use this. This joystick's fucked up now. Yeah. I have
Calm down, dude.
I have a crooked light kick. And there's nothing I can do about it.
You have crooked
I'm always
legs.
gonna have a crooked light kick now. Yeah, the light kick won't sit firmly in there. It can't. It's not even possible to sit firmly in there. So all we can do is test it. And after all this work, yeah, I'm going to test it right now. Okay?
And just like that, Kamba was a full detractor. They were plotting against him from the start, dude. How could they make a fight stick that didn't fit another company's part despite a replacement only costing $30 on Amazon? That's ridiculous, man. They really lost their way. Seriously though, what a lash out. Getting irate like that really isn't a good look for anyone, and it just adds to the overall image that DSP is a mentally stunted, emotionally immature baby man. Not that we needed any more examples of that, not that it wasn't made clear years ago, but it just keeps adding up.
So let me plug it back in.
What a bunch of fucking losers. What a bunch of dunces. What a bunch of fucking idiots.
On.
You're 42.
My camera's gonna be all screwed up. I totally shouldn't have done that. I should have just left it and said, "This is stupid. What are you gonna do? Stare at that thing?" And you did. Was it really that riveting to see me to stare at that? Probably not, right? Now my camera's all fucked up. Yeah.
Well, you're the one
Now
who
it's not
did it.
centered, but whatever. I gotta fix it, I guess.
I guess. I have to fix it now. God damn it.
I'm not happy. You guys can't tell. I'm definitely not happy.
Oh, we can tell, brother, trust me. I love the little berate of the audience, though, because he moved his own camera to see the fight stick being dismantled. He really was only one step away from calling his own audience idiots for actually watching the content that he is making. I swear, there's nobody else on the planet quite like DSP. In conclusion, though, he messed it all up. As a result, a dent bought him an actual replacement joystick on Amazon for 30 measly shekels. And an additional dent emailed him behind the scenes style requesting that he purchase a different $400 fight stick, to which DSP obviously agreed. I guess whales just come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, huh? And that's gonna be the clip, but not the end of the video, because as always, I want to look at some of the comments from my last video, so it's big ups to the 60 skulls, of course. That one Paiute says, I would be very surprised if his mom didn't pick out his outfits before combing his hair. And I really do think that that would be a safe assumption. I mean, it's far easier and less involved to pick out somebody's outfit rather than comb their hair. So if she was going that far, I couldn't imagine all of the other things that she was still doing for him up until that age. It's still just wild to me that up until his late teenage years, he was still letting Mommy Burnell comb his hair every single day. I mean, who really does that? And Penitent Sin says, these clothes are a bit too urban for Philly Boy. He's best sticking with the Zelda jammies. He can customize them with different styles of earwax stains. That probably is more his speed and where he's better off. I have no idea why he thought that it was a good idea for him to ever address anything fashion related. Just take a look at his wardrobe now. I'm not sure how many people on the planet would be willing to leave their house if you replace their wardrobe with DSPs, and that should tell you everything that you need to know. And Kyle Tech says, I've heard it said many times jokingly that DSP is from Uranus, but times like this genuinely have me wondering if he's from this planet. Of course, I think that the truth is DSP is obviously from this planet. He's just so socially inept and unaware of the world around him because he's been sequestered for so long that he doesn't know how normal people speak. He doesn't know how normal people live their everyday lives, and he most definitely doesn't know what they wear on a daily basis. So for all intents and purposes, he might as well be from a different planet, despite that not being the reality. And with that, I want to thank everybody for watching this video, especially if you made it this far. Hopefully I'll catch you in the next one, but until then, make sure that you check out other Detractor content and dive deeper into that. Snortex.
For sure. Thank you, Atlas. Thumbs up. I think that's all. Okay, one more. This is about the replacement fight stick.
It may just be the whole joystick assembly. I don't know. It could
I
be
don't know
the
anything.
It could be the joystick assembly. I don't know what's causing it to have those errors, okay? Like unboxing a console. It seriously is. I mean, this thing is the price of a console. It is. This is just as expensive as buying a game console. So, there you go. Now it's bright red.
And it made
Are you
no
kidding?
difference.
It does all the colors of the background lights. The whole thing is customizable to whatever color scheme you like. That is
And
insane.
Nobody
No
but you
rollback
can
netcode
see
isn't
it.
as bad as I thought it was originally, but when it comes to the dropped inputs, it's bad. We're unboxing a joystick tonight, which obviously wasn't the original plan, wasn't in the cards. I did not know, that I was going to be getting this. This is something that came out of the blue on my day off. Someone had offered to purchase me a new joystick because they saw that with the combo Obsidian 2 that I've been playing with since, August, September of last year, that I've definitely noticed things such as, man, it doesn't block down right all the time on reaction. I try to drive rush right, and for some reason it seems to, just stand there and parry. And it's happened a bunch. It's not, once or twice, pretty consistent error. And we don't know if it's actually the physical joystick or if it's the components. Now, I swapped out the components and played a whole stream with the Hayabusa joystick.
Ew.
Back yesterday, and it seemed to work okay, but there were still issues. So it may just be the whole joystick assembly. I don't know. It could be me. It could be the netcode. It could be the joystick assembly. I don't know what's causing it to have those errors, okay?
To add on to that list, we also don't know if it's just poor reflexes, lack of knowledge, or just low skill either. We don't know exactly what the cause is, because there was never any sort of legitimate testing done. At no point was there ever any solid evidence that this was anything more than just user error. Yet we've gone out of our way multiple times now to try and fix something that may not even be happening. The lengths that this man has gone to are crazy, all in a vain attempt to protect his ego, and because he spent so much time on it, made it such a focal point of his content over the past few days, he's cast a major spotlight on his fighting gameplay, which ordinarily would be good, but that only means more people are waiting in the wings to inevitably hear that it made no difference and that all of this was yet again just another desperate cope on DSP's behalf.
So after having seen these errors, especially since I hit master with Bison and wanting to perform better, and every time
Reminder, he said that literally anyone can hit master in Street Fighter. It's not that big a deal, but since he did it, all of a sudden it's a big deal.
one of these errors happens, I end up losing a whole match. A fan of mine contacted me on my day off and said, listen, that joystick
listen,
that you bought is good, but it's not
That's
the
what he
best.
said.
It's
He
a
said,
shame you didn't
listen,
get
you
the best
know.
one that everyone says is like the absolute top of
Sounds
the
exactly
line
like you do. That's
joystick for
weird.
competition.
Right?
Outside of maybe custom building one yourself. So I don't know, but they offered to donate it, and I was like, well, I'm not going to say no. Obviously, that's incredibly
You could.
generous, but
You
this
could
is someone
say
who I've never
no.
spoken with before. So how do you know if you could trust them or not, right? I guess I could trust them because it's right here. It showed up straight from Amazon, unopened, untouched, and
What
we're
a
going to
simp.
unbox it live tonight.
What an unbelievable
Okay?
simp.
It wasn't on this day, but the day prior that he told the whole story, in that he just so happened to check his spam email folder to see a message from a random unknown fan, who of course has been a fan for years, probably since Heavy Rain, and he was asking if he could purchase DSP this top-end fighting stick. DSP, in a strange break of character, just happened to trust this person and allow something to be sent to his house. If you ask me, all that sounds a bit far-fetched, and like I said, out of character for old Philly boy. I and many of the detractors are convinced that this was in no way a donation of a fan, but instead an underhanded way for DSP to once again haphazardly spend his money on unnecessary toys while continuing to beg for money every single day. And of course, nothing can be simple with DSP. He always finds the most complicated and obnoxious way to do just about everything. And unfortunately for everyone, this fight stick was no exception. Because receiving and then using the product and allowing everybody to hear your thoughts on it wasn't enough. DSP insisted on doing a full unboxing style segment.
So we're going to unbox it, take a look at its features, and then we're going to plug it in and we're going to test it. We're going to have it tonight. It's all about M. Bison with the new Victrix Pro FS stick. And we'll see how it goes tonight, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, here we go. It is a beast called the Victrix Pro FS joystick for PlayStation 4, 5, and PC. Now, since this was donated, the person actually asked me what color I wanted. I said, I don't mind. Get whatever color you think would be cool. So they got white. I think it comes in two colors, white and like neon purple. Okay? So here it is.
That thing's gonna look so
Beautiful
dirty.
looking, right?
Right?
It's a humongous box, and it is very heavy. So you can tell it's going to be a weighted joystick.
I'm sure there are other, more reliable ways to tell that the joystick is going to be weighted, but congratulations on such an astute observation, DSP, really putting that valedictorian status to use, I see. And I really do love the way he framed the whole color aspect to this joystick, because I thought it was kind of odd that he left what color the joystick was going to be up to this totally real and unknown dent, because I couldn't imagine DSP would legitimately leave himself open to the kind of harassment that he would receive had he gotten a pink joystick in the mail. Not that there's anything wrong with having a pink joystick or any sort of pink peripherals, but you know that DSP has a strange opinion about those kinds of things, if you get what I'm saying. This is the guy that calls himself a sissy anytime that he experiences sorrow or sadness on stream. Because of course those emotions are reserved for only women, obviously. I am confused as to why this person went with white though, because I can't think of anyone that is less fit to have white peripherals than the guy. Despite working in the waste industry, I consider myself fairly clean and orderly when it comes to my home and my equipment, and even I won't buy white peripherals. Yet that dent thought it was a sound idea to give DSP, the guy known for picking every orifice on his body and smearing it all over himself, an all-white $400 fight stick? That'll just never make sense to me. I think he would have been much better off with the purple.
Here it shows on the back many of the features. 30mm Sanwa Denshi buttons, which is supposed to be a step up from the standard Sanwa buttons. Control bar with a touchpad. 3M detachable USB-C braided cable. So it's a detachable cable, 3 meter long.
Whoa.
PS5, PS4, PC mode switch. Clean, easy to mod layout. That's right. This one opens up easily for modding if you want to swap parts out. It does it very easily. A 3.5mm audio jack for, I believe, headphones. Ergonomic 6.28 wrist slope. I guess it's a wrist slope that's more ergonomic.
I thought you said without further ado.
Okay. And lastly, single piece aircraft grade aluminum shell. It's literally made of one ginormous piece of aluminum metal.
Ginormous.
I genuinely believe that some of DSP's worst content is in fact his unboxing videos. There's something about the way that he handles the products and reads off of the boxes that just really doesn't do it for me. Because who other than DSP feels the need to pig-splain in between every feature listed on the box? Everybody watching should be able to figure out that a 3-meter detachable braided USB-C cable was in fact a detachable cable that was 3 meters long and USB-C. It wasn't exactly rocket science. Does he really think that his audience or people in general are really that dumb, or is this just a tactic to stretch this segment out for any longer than it needs to be? Which is not at all. This segment does not need to exist.
On the back it says Pro FS with a bunch of dots. Like unboxing a console. It seriously is. I mean, this thing is the price of a console. It is. This is just as expensive as buying a game console. So there you go.
There
All
we
right.
go.
So shout out to Javi. The name of the fan is Javi, who donated this. They said that's the name they wanted to go by, and that's it. Obviously, I'm not going to say anything else, but very generous of you. Thank you so very much. Fingers crossed that it improves my game. It's got stickers on it.
It doesn't.
Well,
oh my god,
given
stickers.
DSP's relationship with money, specifically his lack thereof, I'm not sure why he continuously points out how expensive this fight stick is. I know he's trying to pretend as if this Javi person bought it for him, but that doesn't make you any less silly begging for tips to buy groceries while holding a $400 toy. Who would sooner sell their own pride to pay for groceries rather than the fight stick? And all of this is just a desperate attempt to protect his ego. He literally had his fingers crossed to ensure that it improved his game. I guess a miracle can be added to the list of things that DSP has begged for.
Funny, people are asking me questions about it. I don't know anything. You're saying, what makes it more expensive than other joysticks on the market? This thing is $399 US. Why? I'm assuming because of its features, the fact that it's moddable, one piece of aluminum, its style, ergonomic, you know, the higher end Sanwa parts, whatever it may be. I really don't know. I haven't used it. I didn't order it. You know, I don't know anything really about it, but I'm excited to try it. I'm excited to see how it performs.
So he knows that people call the Victrix the Rolls Royce of fight sticks, but doesn't know what sets it apart? He doesn't know what any of the features are? I thought that he would have learned an awful lot about it last year in August when he was talking about getting it then, because he most definitely brought up the Victrix as one of the fighting sticks that he was interested in getting before ultimately deciding to get the Obsidian too. Does that mean that back then, even when it was his own money on the line, he was thinking about making this purchase without actually looking into it? I guess consumer brain DSP is at it again, believing that because the price is higher, it must be better. But even if that were the case, even if that higher price point did get you higher quality parts and a more durable shell, I don't think that that's going to make the difference for DSP, because DSP's problem when it comes to Street Fighter, when it comes to games in general, is that he's just not good. And money really just can't make up for talent.
The real unboxing. So, it comes in a fabric bag that says Victrix. I can see the actual cord is purple. Look. The cord is purple USB braided cord. That's pretty neat. I'm not going to lie. I like that. Purple braid.
You didn't have to purchase, be donated a $400 fight stick for a purple braided USB cable, DSP. Here are some options on Amazon that would have been far cheaper. Then there would have been no question whether this random person could be trusted or whether this fight stick was ever going to show up. I would say at this point, given how often DSP orders from Amazon, that he knows his Amazon driver by name, but I think that that would be giving him a little too much credit. That's far too much human interaction for the guy. Aside from when they're late, the package might as well just show up on DSP's doorstep. That's how little interaction he actually has with the drivers.
Okay. It's not, look at this. Oh. Ooh, it feels good.
Oh, God.
Okay.
So annoying. Oh my God, man. Jesus. The
joystick is separate. You have to install it yourself, it looks like. It's in its own...
I'm gay.
Its own little sleeve of styrofoam there. See that?
Obnoxious fucking twat.
Here it is. Now, it's heavy. It's very heavy, which is good. You don't want your joystick sliding all over the place. So heavy is
I rubbed
actually
it and I
good
went,
thing.
oh,
Okay.
that's so funny.
Now,
Like I said, everything about the way that he handles the products during an unboxing is an awful sight. Everyone who
know,
is strictly
God
audio
damn,
style
dude.
for this video is kind of winning in my book. I did go out of my way to look up how much this fight stick weighs though, because he keeps talking about how heavy it is, and it appears to be just over 7.5 pounds. 7.6 to be exact. To put that into perspective, a cordless drill typically weighs about 7 pounds. A desk lamp typically weighs 7 pounds. And DSP is sat over here hyping up the heft, when in the exact same article I found, it was being praised for being lighter than some of the competitors. I would even go as far as to say that the reason that they used an aluminum case for the shell is because aluminum is a very light metal, and that was something that they were taking into consideration. I guess it's just a blessing that this Javi person didn't buy DSP whatever stick that was that weighed more, because he might not have been able to survive the weight.
So, what we need to do is we need to open this guy and see what it looks like on the inside. And I see a switch here. Wow, look at, whoa, it's got an extra shaft? What on earth is this? Holy, wow, that is the nicest looking stick I have ever seen in my life on the inside. You see all the wires are meshed together into purple wires that have that mesh on it. It's completely clean. There's no loose wires in this unit at all. They're all nice inside of a purple. That is so nice. Wow, I am very impressed with how this looks. For sure, I am impressed with how this looks. Cool. Good thing is, out of the box, I don't have to do anything besides install the joystick. I do have to get the joystick on there.
He says that as though putting in a stick wasn't the way that he found himself in this situation in the first place. I guess it is kind of working out for him now in that he was totally donated a $400 fight stick, but still, if I were him, I wouldn't be speaking with that much confidence. I do unfortunately have to agree with him yet again because the cable management does look really well done. Just comparing how the last one and this one look inside, they don't look too different really. It's not a night and day difference by any means, but I do think that the Victrix looks nicer on the inside. I think that those purple mesh cable covers really go a long way as far as I'm concerned. For that kind of price point though, the cable management better be on point. Anything less would be goddamn ridiculous.
Okay, it is very heavy. I'm gonna say this weighs about maybe 5 pounds. It's heavy, but that's good. You want it to be weighted on your lap. That solid piece of aluminum really weights it down.
Yet again, calling it heavy despite thinking that it only weighs about 5 pounds. I guess he's more self-aware when it comes to his actual strength rather than his physical appearance. And as this unboxing continued, it really only got less interesting. Don't ask me how that's possible. So I'm just gonna skip to the part that I really think is the highlight of this whole thing.
Whoa! Dude, the whole joystick lights up. Look at this. The sides of the joystick light up. What the heck? The joystick has internal glowing lights. What is this? This is wild and insane. I was not expecting side lights to turn on. So here you go. As you can see on the top, now the buttons all have
And
lit up
Jane, you
purple.
get to pick what color I make
And
it.
I guess
Cool. I mean, you
here's your
can't see
PlayStation
it,
button.
but don't you
Here's
feel
Here, I
special?
have to go to the button layout again, so I know what it is.
Apparently, this is the first time DSP has seen peripherals with lights. I say apparently because I know for a fact this is not a new concept to him, as he just bought that cheap microphone for Brian co-ops the other day, which, by the way, is never going to happen again. And that microphone also had RGB lights in it, so I'm not sure as to why we're getting this fake pop-off for the basic gamer lights. In case you were worried that this was going to be short-lived and that he was going to be in this weird light-based clown mode for a brief amount of time, you would be wrong, because it didn't stop there. He just kept talking about these goddamn lights.
Move the joystick left and right to institute lighting transition mode. Okay, what did that do? It did do something. Is it... I think it changed from like a dark... it's a more bluer purple now. I can't tell. Holding it again. Oh, wait, is it pulsating? I think it's changing. It's pulsating. I think it went from fixed to pulsation mode. Yeah, it's going from like a deeper purple to a bluer purple. It's changing colors.
Cool.
What the? Let me try this again. Let me hold it again.
It changes colors?
Okay.
What
Prismatic
the?
is next. Now it's blue again. I don't get it. Now it's blue.
God. This
Is
video,
prismatic a blue or purple?
this video is especially insufferable. Caveman tinkers with technology, claiming it was donated when he just bought it himself. Fucking loser. As we saw with Boogie, sociopaths have no doubt about their ability to lie to people, even though nobody believes anything that they say. As long they think that as long as they're not directly called out, then they're totally convincing. And Boogie has a stupid fucking panic attack whenever he realizes.
They're good.
You crushed it. You did very good tonight.
I fucking bet.
Literally slamming his desk like a 4-year-old. I begged you! I begged you! I begged you! I begged you! Well, people asked you not to lie about your cancer, and you didn't do that, so get used to it. Get used to being disappointed.
You crushed it. You did very good tonight.
I fucking bet you!
You did.
What's going on over there?
You did fine. I think you broke your computer.
And then his handlers cut the connection at that point. Those little babysitters. He's like, if I get too upset, pull the plug, okay? Get fucked. And the guy's talking about, like, writing a book. Like, dude, you're such an unreliable narrator. You should not be writing anything. You should write a will. You should dive. Do a flip. Put candy in your pocket, so when you hit the ground, it's like a piñata. I'm gonna get demonetized at this rate if I keep talking like that, but holy shit. Boogie is someone who just... You look at him and, like, the hair stands up in the back of your neck. If he was within your perimeter, you would reach for the nearest blunt object. Anyways. Help me out, Theo. Save me. With the big long form video that I'm completely scrolling past, probably. Like, he just activates, like, that, like, primal instinct where you're like, this guy is a problem. He's a problem that needs to be dealt with. No wonder he just surrounds himself with just absolute bootlickers and sycophants. He just needs it. Where are you, Theo? Theo does vids. I'm gonna click again. Hopefully this click actually works this time. And nope. Let's try clicking again. There, that time it worked.
Hey gamers, welcome back to a brand new DSP video. That's right, I'm back. I was on a little vacation, as you can see. I learned some extra Greek, so that's cool, and I got some color. Wow, right? And while I was away, DSP had some bullshit rants, and I'm gonna catch up to them. I've seen all of them pretty much, but there's some I do want to make a video about, and this is gonna be the one that's about Street Fighter, so that's definitely gonna be the focus of this video. But I do want to start off with this one little mini segment about how DSP sets up his fans, because when I heard this, it just floored me what I was listening to. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's go. Hold up. I was on the wrong window. Okay, there we go.
To do that, but it was kind of uncomfortable because the house was kind of stuffy. Like, even with all 3 air conditioners blasting, it was still 80 degrees.
And by the way, I'm just gonna say this. I'm sorry if the audio is fucked up. OBS updated, and I don't think it changes my audio settings. But if it's changed, it's not my fault. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. It's fucking OBS. They're a bunch of idiots, obviously, over in OBS land. I don't know where the fuck they're stationed, but it's bullshit, okay? If it's fucked up, blame them, not me, okay? Sound good? Sound good to me.
Downstairs and humid, and we're like, what we're realizing is we have a new setup this year with the way we're doing our air conditioners. We have our big air conditioner all the way down in the bedroom. And then we have the 2 smaller air conditioners in each of the rooms in this end of the hallway. So
as of an hour ago, this is a tweet from Medicare. Let me see this. Dunked on Boogie so hard, YouTube remonetized me. That's funny. Wonder what that's all about.
They blow the cold air down the hallway, then the other big air conditioner in the bedroom blows the air there, and it's supposed to push it down the hallway stairs.
Look how dumb this is. This dude is turning on ACs, 3 ACs, by the way. And it's like, okay, it's gonna blow in the hallway, it's gonna blow it down. Like, this is like some stupid, dumb shit you would hear a stoner do. Like, you know the meme where it's like, oh, when stoners, like, really want to get high, they become engineers to try to manufacture a way to get high, or whatever the fucking meme is. I've seen this meme like 10 years ago. Come me some slack here. But it's some shit like that, and that's how DSP operates. Because why doesn't he...
I should add a sound effect to the Antlers redeem. I'll do that eventually.
Just get, I don't know, a fan or another AC unit for the downstairs.
Why do they have to make April O'Neil black?
Why do it this way?
I don't know.
And this is like really stupid. Does this even work? Like, I kind of wanna live in the house to see how this works and experience this AC air current, because it just sounds kind of bullshit to me.
We have a fan and oscillating.
Why doesn't it ever go in the other direction? Why don't they ever take a traditionally black character and make them white? If it's all just for the sake of change, then why does it only go in one direction? Almost like there is an agenda to it.
Fan standing in front of the bedroom door, so it blows all the cold air downstairs, which is what the goal is. You know, hot air go up, cold air go.
Hot air go up, cold air go down. I mean, I think it's just the heat rises. That doesn't mean cold air. Like, this is really stupid. This dude, I don't know what happened to this guy. I swear he's getting stupider by the year, maybe by the day or the hour. I don't know what's going on. I'm kind of wondering if he's getting poisoned or something. This is like really weird logic.
Air go down. But as I was standing right over here in the hallway yesterday,
and then he gets up to do this. Why? Okay, guys. Okay, I have the fan, so I get up in the hallway, and he does. Why does he need to visualize this? Why do we need this? Why? Oh, I know. Because he doesn't like his fucking streams. He always finds these unique vacations, breaks from his stream. He does this intentionally just so that he doesn't get to be in front of the camera. This dude needs some bleach, man. Hello? Can you... Why did it... Like how stupid this is.
I realized we need a fan right...
Like, what the fuck was that about? What was that for? He got up. Like, so I stayed up in the hallway. Gets up, stands in the hallway. Dude, you know he can't see you in the hallway, right? Correct? Like, this dude is so stupid. What happened? I swear, he wasn't like this 10 years ago, 5 years ago. He has gotten way more cringe and way worse now than he has ever been. I don't know what happened. Something happened. Maybe this is the mysterious health update. This is the mysterious health thing going on behind the scenes. He has
Here,
brain worms.
Because what's happening is the cold air is building up in these two rooms, and it goes to the hallway, and it just kind of sits there. It's not properly going down the hallway.
It just sits in the hallway.
The wind?
It's not being blown anywhere. This dude is just wasting electricity. Wasting it. And this is the kind of guy that is like, why we need to regulate everyone's use of ACs. Normal people should not be regulated because they're normal people like you and me. We can think and just kind of be smart about anything. But this guy, he needs like the fucking government to just operate his house. Like he's the guy. He's the guy. When people say, "Oh, we need to regulate this and that," he's the reason. It's him. Like, this dude is so fucking wasteful, and he's just wasting energy. He's wasting energy, he's just destroying the climate. At this point, at this rate, he's probably gonna be one of the fucking big contributors to climate change. Him and a bunch of oil companies.
Hallway to combine
China,
with the air from the
India.
bedroom and go downstairs.
Sure.
If we had an oscillating fan in the hallway right here, it would catch the air from both rooms and push it down the hallway.
Why?
So we're gonna look to probably get another.
Why get all these fans? Why not just buy a fan for the downstairs?
He understands these fans generate heat, right?
This dude is so brain dead. Just, we need more ACs, we need more fans, we need to waste more electricity. Why not just get a fan for their downstairs area? You could get a big fan. But no, we need all of this stuff so the electricity bill can go up, and he can complain about that. This dude is so dumb. He's such an idiot. Why is he like this?
Another fan. I don't know if we're gonna get it this year or not at this rate. I mean, we're already halfway into the summer. But that would be like perfect. Someone said get a swamp cooler. Do you know what a swamp cooler is?
Oh my god.
A swamp cooler is a cooler that makes water evaporate and go into the air. So you get cooled because you're getting like condensation on your body. You're actually getting like moisture on your body. You can't do that in a house with stuff in it. That's meant to be like outside in a bar or outdoor party. You can't have that inside. That'll destroy all the electronics. That'll
No, it won't.
soak everything. A swamp cooler inside of a regular house? Are you crazy?
Are you crazy?
This is not true, by the way. I've had swamp coolers indoors, and it doesn't destroy your hardware. It just increases the humidity in the room. Like, most of the country has humidity, and it's fine with electronics. Just a complete absolute buffoon, just a total idiot.
Surprised if he tried that. Like, honestly, think about it. If he didn't know about electronics, like, at all. Or
Also, he says that you use these when you're outside. You use a swamp cooler when you're outside? What kind of sense does that make? He's such an absolute ignorant buffoon, and he thinks he's smarter than everybody.
or whatever, I feel he would have tried it. Then he'd be like, what? It soaked everything.
Damn. Anyway.
So obnoxious. Anyways, so
have fun and
yeah.
spend some time hanging out.
There you go. That's all I wanted to see. I know he had a lot of stupid game news, but we're not gonna do that in this video. Maybe another day, if I feel like it. But we're gonna do the Street Fighter shit. DSP wants to gatekeep anti-Bison tech. Stop labbing so much. I heard this when I was on vacation, and I was just floored. The shit I was listening to. I was like, this dude is so stupid. And then I left and swam in the ocean, and I was happy again. But here we are, so, you know.
The hate army troll.
It's the hate army, bro.
Hate Army.
Shout
that
out.
guy.
Yeah, I went to the
Hate.
beach.
Good vibes.
Pretty
Shout
sick.
out to
Hate. Shout out to hate.
Shout out.
Shout out to hate.
Shout out
No,
to
no
hate.
fucking hate. Dude, this. So you thought I was toxic before. I feel like that my toxicity is kind of building up. So this might be even toxic.
Very nice.
If I remember correctly.
Everyone, good morning and welcome.
Welcome.
Now, what I was alluding to here in the intro of the show today is very simply that man, Street Fighter 6 has become so stressful to play at this point.
Aw,
All right.
poor
And
baby.
Okay.
It's gotten to the point where I actually feel like I want to make a special video about this.
I want to make this video. But
He never made the video, by the way. I guess he probably already forgot about this promise to make this video.
Stupid. This is like when I heard that part, I was like, okay, we're in for stupid town. We're in for something.
Because I actually feel like fighting games have seriously changed in the last 10 to 15 years. You know, and so in some cases I would say for the better.
Oh my
but in a lot
god,
of
fighting
cases, I would
games have
also say for
changed
the
in the
worse.
past
And I
15
think I have a
years?
unique
That's
take on this
wild.
because I
What a
used to be
concept.
around.
Really? He has a unique take. There's all these people that always say, well, the old games are way better. It's execution heavy and this and that. Like, you can literally just find that in any community. You go to the Guilty community, you'll see people say, well, Strife sucks because it's easier than, or whatever the fuck. They removed a lot of tools from the old days. Exard's better, whatever. And you know, it is what it is. I mean, any old game might be better than a new game, whatever. But it's just not unique anymore. Like, this is like the kind of shit a baby thinks when they discover that a new game they may not like as much as the old game, so they think it's very unique that they have that opinion. Oh man, this is this is a wild screenshot. I'm
Why are his eyes so wide? Oh my god.
You're at a party and you know you did something very like shocking, and everyone at the party's looking at you like you're the odd one in the party.
Found back in the days of growing up in the arcades in the 1990s. Yes, I was around playing fighting games competitively before some of the epic names like Justin Wong were even around. And I was there as games were being discovered.
Wow.
On a daily basis.
Wow, guys.
Games were being discovered on a daily
What's a
basis.
combo? What's a
I don't think
and
so.
how different
He's so
the fighting
different.
game world was.
Oh man.
In that era versus the 2000s era when it became a lot more grassroots, but the competition started to grow inside.
Wait, what?
The fighting game world was in that era versus the 2000s era when it became a lot more grassroots, but the competition started to grow.
That era, then
Grow
okay,
in size and
whatever.
stature, but they were still kind of relegated or limited to in-person tournaments,
Oh,
right? To
man.
get competition. And then how things changed during the Xbox 360, PS3 era as games like Street Fighter 4 went online and people started to play competitively over the internet. And now, of course, the modern era where before a game even comes out, there's videos on tech on how to play it.
Who fucking cares? Like, dude, this is like such a lame brain dumb take, and I'm not like a super duper competitive guy or whatever the fuck, but if your whole game plan in a fighting game gets fucking demolished because of this, then I think you probably suck at the game. Like, dude, come on. Everyone plays games so differently. Even in Strive, that some people may argue that there's not a lot of expression or different combos that people can have. I still think it's pretty different. Like I was watching the tournament at Evo, the Strive top 6, whatever, because a dude played Jacko, so I had to watch it. Obviously, I gotta be there for Jacko, obviously. And this person did a lot of stuff I didn't even think about doing in my Jacko game plan. And it was crazy shit. Like, he was just dropping minions all over the place, just knocking him around with just normal jabs. Like, man, I never would have thought half the stuff that was going on. It was so cool. And then I started to try more the down and heavy slash move, where she just kind of slams the ball and chain on the ground. It's like, this is so fucking rad. I mean, this is cool. And all this other shit. You can learn from all this stuff, sure, but you know, I also just played the character, and I thought I was pretty good with her even before I watched the tournament because I played her a lot. She's a hard character to play, which surprised me how good I am with her. I'm not the best, by the way. Don't get the wrong idea. But I can at least do more than one move. I can at least do that.
Breaking down the characters and the game's meta. Within a day of a character being released, here's how you beat the character and completely dominate them. Videos on the internet. So I think one of the things that I could definitely do is make a very unique video about this. My
brain
take being
holes.
that, you know, my history with fighting games and
Hey,
how
hey,
things change.
Like, but what is gonna be the fucking video though? Think about what the subject is. So I used to play these old tournaments or the old scene of fighting games, and it was like I would try stuff, and the other people try stuff. I'd be like, whoa! And then the new games, it's like everyone knows everything. That's like the video. Like what's there to say?
And why? And maybe what the future may hold.
I don't think he's ever gonna make the
my God,
video.
what's the future
Like him
hold?
ranting about him making the video, he's pretty
Like,
much laid out
You
everything
can
he
do
wants to
a lot of
say.
videos doom posting about the fighting game's future. Like, guys, there's gonna be more simplified. There's gonna be a one-button game soon, and it's like, yeah, sure, that could happen. You don't know if it will, huh? Oh man.
Just to give you guys some perspective here,
Oh
right?
man, it's really
Like,
important we get all that
M. Bison hasn't
perspective.
even been out in Street Fighter 6 for a week yet. Not even a single week. Tomorrow would be the 1 week anniversary of when this character has been out in Street Fighter 6.
So at this point, him saying he's not even a week old, but he'd be a week old the next day. At that point, it's a week. I'm sorry, dude. Like he's acting as if this was like one day after Bison was released, that would have had more weight. Being 24 hours away from being like a week old is like super petty and means literally nothing. Like, okay.
Within 1 week, people already know the absolute best tech and combos. People already know the ways to completely shut down this character. It hasn't even...
That's any character, though. Like, this dude acts as if, like, this character comes out and you're not gonna know how to play him. Like, dude, you can just pick up a character and understand that combos pretty straightforwardly. But who cares? Like, again, if they just know how to like, this is like such doomer talk. This is like people saying, my character's low tier, so I'll never win. And it's like, dude, you're gonna think like a little baby about it, like, oh man, my character's low tier, I can't do anything. Dude, like, I don't think Jacko is high tier in Strive and she won a tournament. Like, Baiken got nerfed a lot in Strive, and there are people who still play Baiken, and they can still win with her. And this dude is like, oh, people just know how to beat Bison, man. Okay.
It hasn't even been a week. And here I am, you know, trying to learn the
Here
character.
I am, you
studying
know.
these videos of top players playing and everything and trying to...
Now get a load of this, right? This is so... This is like the beginning of the nonsense. He admitted he was watching tech for the character. In the same breath, not even like 20 minutes ago, he fucking just said that, oh, everyone's watching all these tech videos and not to shut down the character. And yet he just says, well, I watch these videos to understand the tech of the character.
Okay.
Okay.
Why is it okay for you to do
figure
it?
stuff out.
I'm just trying to figure stuff out.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm just
They're just like, you
scratching
know what I mean? I'm just scratching my head, being like,
This is what
duh.
Street Fighter is now.
This is what Street Fighter is now,
already a
guys.
week in, it's as if the character has been in the game since the start.
Oh
You know,
my god.
I'm trying to learn slowly and adjust and I'm just trying to get timing down. I'm trying to get muscle memory down for combos and the like because I'm
So
not
he's
very
trying
good
to
at it
learn
now.
the combos.
And every time I play the game, I end up dropping a lot of my inputs and everything, and it leads literally dropping one input in Street Fighter 6 at this point leads to a loss. It's not even like, oh, you made one mistake, big deal. You
Wow,
can recover.
man,
It's
like, honestly, if this dude played Guilty Gear and he picked ABBA, he would know the pain of just dropping a move and just not being able to do anything and just getting bodied for it. Like, that is half the reason why I kind of like Abba as a character in Strive is that it's kind of fun to try to see like how you can get the momentum going, because with Abba you'll either just sink like a ship or you'll just soar like a bee. Like it's really just one or the other. You really like you can really just get bodied and you can't do anything. But then the next round, you may just be able to do a lot of crazy combos. And that's also the same thing with Jacko to a degree. Like if you can't get your minions out and you can't like do anything with them, she's gonna have a very hard time. Which is why like I try to get very comfortable with her normals, because her normals are kind of fun. I like her normals a lot. So that's why I'm able to like navigate that kind of shit. But you can still be bodied if you make a mistake. That's just how fighting games are. And this dude played Super Turbo, and that's kind of the game plan half the time. It is so boring when you watch his gameplay of Super Turbo, and he just does a basic ass pattern and he just bodies them very quickly. And it's like, yeah, this isn't really fun. I mean, now you have at least a lot of like ideas to get around that kind of shit, but come on now, dog.
It's like, oh no, then they hit you with a 70% combo, and now the round is over unless you get incredibly lucky. And it's like, what happened to fighting games that every single person that you play, like there's no opportunity to even learn anymore. It's just you better go into it at top level.
You can't learn. No one can learn. Guys, no one can learn a fighting game. No one learns anything. You play a fighting game, you can't learn it. Impossible. Oh my god, man. All these games give you a lot of fucking tools to learn. And he's like, you can't learn. This dude doesn't even go to training mode and do anything meaningful with the fucking bot. He doesn't have the frame data on screen. I don't even think he understands what that meter even means. I don't, because I'm not that good, man. He doesn't even tell, like, this is the thing I learned from Piece of Piece, to be honest, that you set the bot to block after the first hit, so that way you can see what you can connect. And I was like, holy shit, that's actually a good idea. I can actually see what can go into what. Wow. And guess what? I learned some more fucking moves. And this is back when I was playing as Slayer. I was like learning what can connect to what. And it's actually really neat. It's a neat fucking tool. He doesn't even do that. He doesn't set the bot to jump so he can learn an anti-air or anything. And he always says, well, I want to learn with actual players and this and that. And it's like, you know, I feel that way too. Sometimes I like just going straight to online and just seeing what I can do with a character. But if I want to do something very specific, or if I just want to understand if like maybe I'm not understanding the move correctly, I go to training mode. Like that's it. But this dude won't do that. He only goes to training mode to prove that he's not dropping combos, which is like the dumbest thing you can do in my opinion, because you can't replicate what happened in a match. You just can't. Because if you did generally drop a combo and you don't know you did, you're not going to be able to reenact it. And you can do a combo whenever. Then you go online, it's a different situation. Because guess what? The opponent is a living being that's moving around.
It's funny because there's people in the chat who come by my fighting game streams who said, I just tried to play fighting games and I can't even play. I just wanted to try Street Fighter, so I bought it and I tried to play. I literally haven't won a match in 2 days that I've been trying to play. I can't win a single.
Dude, are these people a bunch of babies? I played a game but I can't win. Yeah, get good. I don't know what to tell you. Like, try labbing a character. Maybe the character you're playing isn't even good. And like, there's all these other people in the FGC, or at least people that I follow, by the way, that at least like try to give better ideas of how to deal with like fighting games and how to play them and all this other stuff. And I keep bringing this up, but sometimes when it comes to like getting mad or angry in a fighting game, it's like if you really can't control your emotions, you may want to take a break from a fighting game and just kind of figure shit out, because it's not healthy to keep losing your shit a lot of the time. And then it's like there's also things I've seen where people say it's okay to lose, you're not going to win it all, but that's kind of like how you just kind of struggle. The struggle of like trying to win is part of the fighting games, and that happened to me a lot too. Like I played Skullgirls Online for the first time back when I was on the PS3. Got bodied in that game a lot. Couldn't win a match. I won one match, and I was like, "Holy shit, this is really sick!" And then it was something with Street Fighter. I played Street Fighter 4, I kept losing, and then I just got good over time. I mean, this is just stuff you have to stick with a lot, and if you never played a fighting game before, you're just gonna lose a lot. Like, you're not gonna get wins. And you can't expect the opponent to, like, throw a match.
A single match. Even though I watch some videos, I did the tutorials, I go online, and everyone just spanks me with these patterns. Yeah. Like, that's what fighting games are now.
Like, I've literally bodied a dude in Strive, like, viciously. And the dude kept rematching me. Then when I decided, okay, I'm just gonna end the match because this is like 10-1, like there's no point to continue. And then the dude followed me, rematched me, and I was like, okay, I guess this guy just wants to keep rematching me. And I guess it's and I think that this dude wanted to just keep matching me in hopes that eventually something will click in the match or something. And it's like I get it, but at the same time I also wanted someone else. But it's just that's just kind of the nature of it. Sometimes you just want to keep rematching people just until you like learn something.
It's not like it used to be. There's not even like a window of discovery anymore where it used to be, oh, something new is in a fighting game. Everyone's going to jump into the game and try to learn it, and we all learn it at each other's pacing. Instead, it's already completely blown out, explained, extrapolated. The meta is already determined, posted all over the internet.
Dude, this is also dumb when a game does a patch, they give you patch notes so you can learn what they changed. This is like a really nothing segment in his little podcast here, because what are you really complaining about? People have more resources to learn a game. This dude is literally saying it's bad that people can watch a video and learn how to beat a character, when this dude literally looked at videos to learn how to play the fucking characters he played. I have like this to me just shows to me no one should respect this guy in any capacity. If you see this guy online and you could win, just fucking body him. Don't fucking be like, oh, I'm just gonna respect the character a little bit. Fuck this guy. If you want to like just throw loop him, just do it. Fuck him. This guy sucks ass. And this dude is sitting there like, these other people watch videos, man. He watches videos. Come on.
So if you weren't sitting there days before something new hit studying, you might as well not even play. You know, there's some games where studying up and understanding mechanics before you play the game makes sense. Like the FromSoft franchise, Elden.
Dude, a lot of people would disagree with this, because a lot of people would say, well, why would you look it up? Just play the game and learn on your own. Whatever the fuck. Like this. And the thing is, the thing that's like so frustrating about this is that he's kind of telling people how to play video games at this point. Do this for this video game, don't do that for this other video game. Why? Dude, there's tournaments online. There's streams of tournaments. You can even learn without looking at inputs. You can just look at the character, what they're doing, and if you know the character, you know what they're doing. You know the buttons.
Elden Ring particularly, Dark Souls, the games don't really do a great job of explaining everything. If you look into those games online and you kind of like research everything.
And this kind of also exposes him a little bit by saying that he kind of does do research for FromSoft games. The fact he's saying that this is okay shows that he does kind of look into stuff with FromSoft, which surprises nobody. But this dude is so lame. Like, no, if anyone else was looking up at guides for FromSoft, no one would care. Maybe people would say, oh, this guy looked at guides or whatever, but no one would really care. But this guy does it. Everyone needs to care, because this guy sucks ass.
Ahead of
he
time,
sucks at life.
You absolutely will have a much better time playing through them. There's almost like a moment of ding, the light bulb hits above your head. Oh, that's how that works. This is how that works.
But you're not playing the game. The light bulb ding moment is way more like meaningful and big when you do it on your own. Like anything. But like, why are we having these qualifications on what to do with video games? Shut up.
Works cool, and then you start to really appreciate the game more, right? And man, in regards to fighting games, at this point, it really does feel like it's like there's a window of maybe 3-4 months when a fighting game first comes out, right? Where
Correct.
everyone's kind of exploring and enjoying. And once that initial kind of honeymoon period is over, you might as well not even play unless you're going to be serious about being competitive in the game. You will not have fun. You're just going to get spanked by people who play constantly. And there's all reasons for this. You know, now that there's teams and the idea that you can make it big.
I love that this dude shits on people just participating in the EFTC on any level and all this other stuff. And it's always fucking negative. Like, this dude cannot understand maybe these people who are playing the game just like the game. Like, this dude is just like, yeah, teams, they get sponsorships, they get paid. I didn't get paid. That's all this is. He's only mad because he didn't get paid when he fucking played. And then when he left, oh, everyone's getting paid? I should have gone paid, huh? This dude is such a little baby. He's such a little baby. Fucking cry me a river. Oh, you didn't get paid when you did this. This is fucking trash. If that's such a big deal to you, why do you play now? Oh, I'm so glad I'm not in the FTC anymore. Dude, fucking find some bleach. Drink some bleach and like, man.
It's getting as toxic as I am. Okay, let's take a short break because Gundam has uploaded the video that I've been editing for a couple days. It is about random TikTok shit.
Become morbidly obese and go. Another day, another sign of a decline of a civilization. Things are so good. My future's so dark, I'm gonna need a flashlight. Did you know that obesity in America is out of control? Neither did I. In fact, roughly 2 out of 3 U.S. adults are overweight or obese. 69% are overweight. And of that 69%, 36% are obese. So basically, we're a fat-ass country, which would explain overweight Disney adults experiencing their bodies are literally kind of breaking down from being used. I don't know how to explain it.
If you don't know what the Disney rash is, consider yourself lucky. It's also known as exercise-induced vasculitis.
Exercise-induced vasculitis. That basically means that literally their bodies are tripping balls because they're actually outside and being used. And the whole system is breaking down.
Which are both super common in Disney World because you can walk between 5 and 10 miles a day. The rash typically appears on exposed parts of your lower
they all
legs.
just
It can cause
waddle
an itching
the way
and
they
burning
walk.
sensation and just be downright uncomfortable.
That's how great this country is. We can afford to let women become morbidly obese and go to Disney all day. America's #1.
Lowering your body temperature and elevating your legs are also known to help. It mostly happens in the summer, but can happen on hotter days all year round.
Have you ever thought of, I don't know, not eating calorie-rich foods? You know, it's a wild idea. You want to stop this rash from happening? Try a diet.
He's a monster.
You know, 600-pound life exists for a reason. It's a cautionary tale.
First aid recommended using aloe vera and cortisone to ease the symptoms.
I need to invest money in aloe vera.
We hope that these tips help if you ever find yourself personally victimized by the Disney rash.
Victimized by the Disney rash? What the fuck? How do you get victimized by your body going into shock from actually being used? That's the problem with this culture. Everything is about being a victim, no matter what. Stop him! Sometimes you're shocked to find the world doesn't revolve around you. And when you live in an echo chamber, this can be a harrowing experience. You become a victim of reality. See what I did there? Well, this brave little tyke decided to become a man, but isn't fulfilling the duties of being a man. What a shocker!
I don't know what to do. I have no answers. They're kicking me out of my hotel room because I asked them to wear an N95 mask. And they said that if I wanted that, I was at the wrong hotel and I had an hour to leave.
My God, the hotel attendant is incredibly based. This person looks like they're a werewolf that quit halfway through the transformation. That's why there's patchy little pieces of hair all over the place in this terrible iDubbbz haircut.
I don't know where to go. I'm almost out of money.
There's a cat. You're telling me this hotel allows you to have a cat in there, and instead of being grateful, you bitch about N5 masks. You deserve to be thrown out, but the cat can stay. Mr. Jingles did nothing wrong, and I stand by that.
I keep more scans just keep getting
Mr.
added to the
Fresh.
docket. I don't even have one fully functioning arm at this point.
They go to the desk, and they're like, I want everyone who interacts with me to wear a mask. And they're like, not today, Satan. You can take your ass someplace else. I gotta get my kids at 5. You got an hour to go. And then they immediately run back to their hotel room. Instead of packing their stuff and leaving and thinking, maybe I was out of pocket. The correct thing to do is to turn on your phone and wail to TikTok so that your echo chamber can tell you how brave you are and give you a round of virtual applause. They need to not only respect your gender, but to do what the hell you tell them.
A lot of quick edits for this one.
What do I do?
Oh my God. This person is going completely off the rails. This is why I feel when women transition into being men, they really aren't ready. I've got a news flash for you. A man's life is proving himself from the minute he can walk. Being a man means you got to eat a lot of shit sandwiches. And on top of that, also being a man means no one cares about you, especially in America. If you aren't good looking or rich or famous in America as a man, you don't exist. You're practically and this person is wailing into the phone, giving us their skill problems. Get good, scrub. Welcome to Dark Souls. This person is giving me full Starbucks barista. Remember that little dude, quotation marks?
I'm literally about to quit. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but like, I really want to. I almost walked out today, and I'm crying in the back room right now, and I almost cried on the floor. It's just...
Hey.
And we have...
You know what really fucks up the Sorry, I had the cough. You know what really fucks up the supply chain and makes it so there's a really long line? People who break down crying and go into the back room to make a fucking TikTok video. Get on the front line, fucker. Fucking douchebag.
People on the floor all day.
Had to throw in a wings whimper.
Oh my God, there's so many people coming into the store, and I wasn't supposed to be working for the Rican. Oh, it's just like, why would you want to be a dude then? Jesus Christ. James Charles is releasing a new song.
I made a new,
it's just like...
made a new PNG. The Spit Take Gundam.
Why would you...
I took a lot of pieces from different anime screenshots to put that together.
Why would you want to be a dude then? Jesus Christ. James Charles is releasing a new song. Remember, is James Charles still a man, or is James Charles now a woman? Like, the rules keep changing, and Lord knows YouTube enforces them like the Gestapo.
What are the rules? What are the rules?
Water, Sylvie. Bring me a little water now. Bring me a little water, Sylvie.
Man, do I wish I was rich enough from YouTube that I could afford a pool where I could just, like, you know, whittle around in it and sing a bit, and then I have my team Photoshop me into a burning version of Hollywood while I say, bring me the water, Sylvie. Bring me the water. What does this do? Why? James, why do you need this? You're rich. It's over. You won. You won the game. No, it's not enough. James Charles now has to be Sam Smith. What is it with, like, gay people and drag queens always trying to be musicians? That's why music sucks now, because there's no respect for it. There used to be a time when people go, you know what, I don't have a talent for this. Now they're just like, well, I'm already famous, so obviously I'm a singer.
Come with me to the first ever FatCon. Yes, that's right, haters. There is a convention just for us fats now.
Did I really just...
Wow, there was the whole section taken out. Yeah, the whole lady getting caught like saying the N-word, that was just up and removed. Okay.
Yes, that's right, haters. There is a convention just for us fats now.
Did I really just... This woman said the first fat con, that's right, haters. The fat con. Literally, the only people who know about the fat con were fat people interested and assholes like me that didn't know it existed till I saw this video. It didn't need to be brought.
Yeah, for us fats. It's like, okay, so do we get to call you all collectively a bunch of fats? Hey, look, the fats are coming. That sounds really offensive, but hey, this is what you're saying about yourself, so you can't really complain, can you?
Podcast.
There were so many amazing panels ranging from Fat Liberation
Look at all these
101
fats.
to Fat Lesk to Fat Nerds.
Could someone explain to me what fat liberation is? Like, you're in a country where literally you could eat yourself to death and it's cool. Like, you could just get on social services or something and they give you money every month to continue laying in bed and eating. 600-pound life is proof of it. Literally, these people get out of high school morbidly obese, get on social services, and then they just blow up further until they get to the point of where their bodies are falling apart and rotting. Then they're like, maybe I need help. They get firemen. Imagine being a fireman. You get a call, you're like, it's an emergency. You're like, yes, I'm gonna save some people's lives from a burning building. And then they're like, I'm sorry, a fat person on 600-pound life fell over. And you're just like, I didn't sign up for this.
I even talked on a panel with the Plus Bus on 101 ways to lose the weight of fat hate.
Lose the weight of fat hate? What? I told you, oppression everywhere you go.
There was an amazing plus-size fashion show featuring multiple designers. This one's Chub Rub.
How do you expect me to take a designer seriously for overweight clothes when they call themselves Chub Rub?
They had an incredible vendors hall with all fat artists, designers, plus-size vintage. Here's some of my art. We had fat pool parties. We did get up to shenanigans.
Okay, I'm out. I'm done. No. That's it. No. I'm not looking at a fat woman rolling around in cake. What the hell is this? How could she post that on TikTok? But I post like little jokes and stuff, and I keep getting my stuff taken down. Oh, it's different. She's modeling Chub Rub underwear. You filthy bigot. They're losing the weight of fat hate. It's like, it's not fat hate. I'm just asking a question. Why is this allowed and I'm not? And they're like, screw you. We're literally turning into like, remember the movie WALL-E with the little robot? It's super cute. Humans go off into space and they're all fat.
Stop him!
Okay, well, there is that whole video. It was originally over 10 minutes, but I guess he cut out its section, so it's like 9:17. People are liking it. Let's see what the comments are. Obesity runs in my family. Nobody runs in your family. That's the problem. Classic joke. Healthy at any size. Body fails from walking. Gundam talking about TikTok is basically my second favorite thing on the internet. Gundam talking about DSP will always be number one, though. Fuck. Did I even... I guess I didn't include a DSP cameo in this one. I guess I didn't really have an opportunity to throw one in.
Balls.
Failing on my part. Here's a list of things that doesn't care about your body positivity. Heart disease, diabetes, kidney, liver failure, osteoporosis. Camera's going wild. Every time I look to the side too much, the VNN just goes nuts. I love that lady talking about vasculitis said, eat the symptoms, as if eating is the only thing she can relate to. Apparently she said ease the symptoms. If you slow it down, it comes more clear, but I swear, at first I thought I could swear she said eat the symptoms. I even did like a little thing where there was like a record scratch, and then rewind, and then I slowed it down. But once I slowed it down, it became more clear that she said ease the symptoms, so I cut out that whole part. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna have text on the screen then. Victimized by the Disney rash. Walk up to 5 to 10 miles a day. She says that like it's a strange thing. It's like how the majority of the country thinks. I'm not surprised about the other 2/3. And their vote counts just as much as normal people. That is sad. You know what? I previewed this on my phone. And immediately after the video, I got a Kamala Harris ad making such insane claims like, Donald Trump openly claims he's going to be a dictator on day one. It's like, man, it'd be nice if, like, he'd be able to sue for this kind of slander. Hopefully when he gets in office, he can do something about it. But, I don't know. He probably won't be in office. They're really ramping up the cheating. and lying about this shit. And this is why people go nuts, attempt assassinations. Anyways,
From an interview-
I thought this video looked pretty cool too. This is only about 11 minutes. The worst interview in gaming history. I talked about this a little bit. One of Angry Joe's most embarrassing moments. You can watch this and then go back to the Theo vid. From December 11th, 2010.
I'm here with...
This is actually the moment, like I was a fan of Angry Joe and a lot of that guy with the glasses people up until this point. When this happened, I was like, oh, this is a really bad look, Angry Joe. This is like the beginning of the end for me.
Alright, I'm here with Jeff, who, I have a bone to pick with this particular man, alright? He is the executive producer for the VGAs. You have a lot of questions to answer for now.
You have a lot of questions to answer for.
He was ready for me.
This is Joe, and this clip you just watched is from an interview he did when he decided to go crash the Game Awards back in 2010. The interview itself is probably one of the more difficult watches I've had to endure, and I'll get to that. But just like any other piece of fine art, you gotta understand the lore here, because the build-up itself was pretty noteworthy to say the least.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize this was the award for biggest dumb slut of the year.
There's 3 things you need to know about Joe. He's a gamer, he gets angry pretty easily, and he's got a YouTube channel about both these things.
Get up.
And he's pretty well off doing it. Because believe it or not, people like watching other people get angry. Add a couple points if they're getting angry at people being stupid. And even more if those stupid people are taking our money. Like Joe's target, the gaming mega corporations. And in this case, he was after their big yearly award show, the Video Game Awards.
Welcome to the 2009 VGAs, sponsored this year by Mountain Dew.
Burger King, cheeseburgers, the fries that come with that, Blue Mountain Steak, Gamefly, GameStop, Orbit, Prince of Persia, The Glorious Bastards, Tron. All right already! Do we really need this many advertisements?
Where he was going to use his platform to be a servant to the people and confront the men in the shadows face to face. But he was maybe a little too eager and only had this realization after he crossed paths with this man, Jeff Keighley, aka the Organizer. If all you see here is a harmless middle-aged gamer, I'm afraid you're gravely mistaken. Because Mr. Keighley here happens to be a fairly well media-trained middle-aged gamer. And if you're someone with an itchy trigger finger like Joe, you better watch your step. Because it's about to get ugly. Obviously, people have been giving video games awards since Nintendo introduced their seal of approval. This is true. You can fact check me. But the Game Awards as we know them today only started back in 2003. And this was supposed to be a time to celebrate gaming. But over the years, Joe noticed that it started falling victim to the same fate as the Oscars or the Grammys, becoming a celebration of celebrities and consumer products, turning its focus away from the common gamer.
Patting each other on the back.
The movie game.
And as his YouTube channel continued to grow, so did his sense of responsibility. If the Game Awards weren't going to represent the common gamer, then he needed to. After the show in 2009 failed to give the gaming community any sign of hope and only served to pin them as the people who drink Mountain Dew and eat Doritos, that's not even true. Joe heard his cue to enter stage left. To enter stage left. And published what you might call his thesis, titled Why Spike's Video Game Awards Suck. I'm gonna issue a warning right here. He really came out the door swinging, mainly at women.
He lost. This isn't where I'm...
What the fuck? Megan Fox? Megan Fox. Performance. Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize this was the award for biggest dumb slut of the year.
His major gripes had to do with the large amount of non-gamer and fake gamer celebrities they showed off.
Who?
The lack of understanding of what gamers really like.
So you're marketing a show about jocks and football to a bunch of gamers and geeks. Right.
And how underrepresented certain aspects of gaming were.
The least you can do is show the percentage of votes that each nominee garnered.
He also gives some recommendations for what they could have done instead, but I gotta admit, I'm having a little trouble seeing the vision.
We both agreed that the show needs some celebrity power. But instead of these fake ones, why not show a 3-minute fight between the two best Street Fighter 4 players in the planet. How about a battle between the two best rock band players in the universe? What if for 2 minutes you had this awesome interpretive Tetris homage with people dressed up in block costumes, interlocking, disappearing, changing? What
does that mean?
Why not at least try to show that along with these celebrities and these male fantasies? Aplauso para Mario!
I don't know, man. It's not doing much for me, but this got people hyped back in the day. And in an effort to not disappoint their core audience.
What? This is like DSP tier suggestions. Instead of like advertising your video game, show like gamers fighting each other like it's wrestling. Oh god.
They gave Joe a press pass for the following year. So he pulls up with this raging hard demeanor for Jeff Keighley. Joe is ready to go in there and pound him with some questions. Because remember, in Joe's mind, he's Robin Hood. And Jeff is the bad guy in Robin Hood. And just judging by the way he acts during the interview and in the aftermath, it's clear he is fully committed to this reality.
Does he not realize that I represent you guys? That I represent a bunch of core gamers?
From the very beginning of the night, Joe had some fire building up in him because he was placed at the back of the press line on the red carpet. Was this the start of Jeff's evil plan? I'm not sure, but basically it made it so he only got to interview celebrities after they had talked to everyone else. So they were already tired and wanted to get to the show. This included Jeff, who, you know, had the additional stress of kind of organizing the whole thing, which is why when he was eventually forced within vocal range of Joe, he went into it exactly how you'd expect someone to go into a conversation with a person who is all of their internet haters personified.
So, give me one. I gotta make a show. Let's go. All right. I'm here with Jeff, who I have a bone to pick with this particular man, all right? He is the executive producer for the VGAs. You have a lot of questions to answer for it. Now, I hope that... Let's see, who is this?
If you've ever been a part of something called a social interaction, you'll know that this sounds like the start of a bad one. Within the first couple seconds, they've maxed out my tension meter, which is never been done before. I think it's also immediately clear who's gonna win. Joe threw a first punch made purely out of emotions. His composure is already compromised, and since Jeff has probably trained for situations like this, he knows all he has to do is stand there until Joe slips up.
Where's the MMO categories? It's a huge market.
Then it's an easy slam dunk.
What MMOs should have been nominated for Game of the Year this year?
There are so many MMOs that, like, that little smile he has. That is years of training. Dungeon Fighter Online, there's one example.
I forgot to buy freaking...
What other games? Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy MMO?
Yeah.
This year.
Not this year. He was trying to put me on my...
And if he keeps going, just rinse,
no, not this
repeat.
year.
Who selects the games and what are their qualifications to select the games that get voted on this
Pretty public.
contest?
It's an advisory board of journalists.
Are you serious?
Entertainment Weekly, yeah.
That's new information to us. That's
it's
perfect.
Very publicly
Do you
available,
think-
Joe. If you look online,
you can tell right away this guy's f***ing with me.
You just rinse and repeat.
This is not how I wanted to do it.
Come on, you're attacking me on the independent game, which is not what it is this year. You're telling me MMO should be nominated for Game of the Year, yet you can't name the MMOs it should be. And you're telling me that you don't know who's voting on the awards when it's public.
And then he breaks.
And you have these rants.
Look,
but they're
look. They're not thinly veiled, okay? Basically. I think that your show appeals to the lowest common denominator amongst gamers. Not every gamer is a slobbering idiot sitting on his mom's couch.
Yikes.
But that's what you appeal to. Back in 2002, you opened the show with Jenna Jameson basically saying that she's gonna just take off her clothes. Do you think that's the kind of content that real gamers want in their premiere gaming show?
That's 2002. I think it's a new show.
And that's when he knew. He beeped up. Word spread pretty fast about the interview. That Angry Joe thing. You guys ready to go bust some kids for skateboarding? Since his prior defeat had already made him infamous at the event, he had nothing to lose. So he decided to make his second and final stand before an audience. And Jeff, well, he made quick work of it.
We do have a best PC game category. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but I'd go check out the website. All right, take care. Anything else, guys?
Oh, is that right? Go to the...
If you guys take any lesson away from this today, it should be to not talk ever. Yeah, not only was Joe being made fun of by the journalism community, but also all the people online he was being Robin Hood for. He was a hot potato. The gamers wanted nothing to do with him.
Not a gamer, you're a douchebag jock.
Hell, I mean, some did, but I think they more so didn't want to side with Jeff. And I know I've been poking at Joe a lot, but the way Jeff handled this situation isn't much better. Honestly, if anything, it's easier to understand why Joe acted the way he did. For Joe, nothing is to blame but his lack of experience. He was also the interviewer, and when you have accusatory questions like he did, you're stuck in the same dilemma as an intoxicated person behind the wheel of a car. Yes, you can drive, but should you?
Are you alright?
I'm fine. Have you ever wondered why there's so many clips of the interviewer looking stupid, but never the other way around?
What on earth are you on about?
It's because they're the one who has to make this back and forth interesting somehow.
You're wondering what it's like to work with Morgan Freeman and you can't remember that? Don't call Morgan Freeman like you're on a Little League softball team with him.
I heard that you have a snap card trick that you learned or something.
Sure, yeah. You brought a card?
A lot of cards.
And if you've ever done an interview before, you'll know that the first time you get handed the reins of a conversation, it doesn't feel normal.
Can I be your friend?
Let me try something else. So were you fat before you played the penguin?
You did not just ask
Some
me.
years went by and Joe and Jeff were both able to move on pretty quickly. However, eventually Joe found himself back at the site of the incident for a different event, E3. Only this time he was just working at a booth. And when he was packing up to leave, things suddenly took a very unexpected turn.
Man, because I was a one-man crew there at the 2K booth, you know, behind there where they've got like all the chairs and the drinks and sodas. And I hear somebody come up behind me, goes, "Angry Joe." And I turned around and it's Jeff Cayley. He's like, "Angry Joe." And I was like, oh shit. It was just me and him. There was nobody around. And, you know, I thought he wanted to fight me. But, you know, he didn't. He just wanted to talk. And we've realized that we're the same person, just other sides of the same coin. But we just, I mean, he did me dirty. I did it. I just... But we've both learned from that. We both made mistakes. When it was just two probably big egos at the time clashing with each other. And, you know, we laugh about it now.
I think Joe and Jeff becoming friends in the end teaches a powerful lesson in structural engineering. Most of the time, people are lonely because they build walls instead of bridges. So let's build bridges, not walls. You can build your first bridge by subscribing to my channel.
Nah. No, that's fine. First video I saw of you. So, my sub box would be unmanageable if I subbed to every video. Pass the Remote is sharing some videos. Let's check out what these are. Boogie. Boogie totally freaks out. 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Go fuck yourself! I will divulge no more medical information to any of you motherfuckers. Die! I'm so happy! I hate this! I hate it! I hate this show! I hate fucking breathing air! I hate being alive!
Then knock it
I'm
off.
so much fucking pain! I can't fucking stand it anymore! I can't fucking stand this! I can't fucking stand this! I've ruined my...
Like, Medicare even called him out. Was like, quit suicide baiting like a fucking Tumblrite teenage girl. And he's like, no, I'm not, okay? I don't act like that at all. And then, like, what, 15 minutes later, he's doing this shit? I'm tired of breathing air. I hate this. I hate everything in my life.
Fucking lie!
This is, like, peak manipulation. And, dude, people aren't falling for this shit anymore, man. You gotta find a new stick. Or go away.
I just want to be on.
I just want to be You're yelling so loud your microphone setup blows. You're blowing out your microphone so it's muting you. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're doing. Get out of here.
Alive! I hate breathing! I hate being alive! I'm in tremendous pain! I'm in tremendous...
Oh, he's in so much pain. He's in so much pain, you guys. Like, what? First time the pain has been brought up, by the way.
Pain! Help me! Help me! Help me! I'm in so much pain! I'm in so much pain! I'm in so much pain! Yes, my...
Ugh. Jesus Christ. The lazy manipulation. Such a fat, stupid idiot.
My mother twisted my fucking nipples.
My mother twisted my nipples and I hated it. So I'm gonna do it now to myself because I hated it so much.
That's part of the abuse. And she twisted my balls and my dick. And she told me that sex was disgusting and awful. And she told me that only disgusting, awful people had it. No, my dad fucking masturbated in front of me and showed me pornography and asked me if I wanted to join in and encouraged me to touch him, and I fucking did! I did! I fucking did! I fucking did!
Okay, sounds like a personal problem. I don't know why you chose to do that, but
Call the police.
Maybe you should have said no. No, that's weird, Dad. I'm not gonna do that. But no, you decided to do it anyway, so I don't know why anyone should feel sorry for you.
Let me get down with it! Let me get down with it! Oh, no, I don't care! I don't care! I just want to get down!
I'm in the middle of a very severe panic attack.
You don't work. You don't do anything to make money.
You had a net worth of $1 million.
Anyone here into femboys?
I think we did watch a little bit of this from Breaking Banquet at the beginning. But I can't stand Boogie. He really should. He really should do what he's threatening to do, to put it that way. He really should just quit with the threats. Either shit or get off the pot, as they say. This guy is the DSP of TF2, for those unaware. His entire streams are complaining about dying and getting trolled for it and having mental breakdowns live. Mentally untouchable, stable genius. Who is this guy?
Oh, there it is. Albertson, Eric Smith. Oh, well. Oh, there it is. Come on, guys. Again, my stance on this is that it's really not appropriate to add any of this stuff into the game. You really shouldn't be trying to inject your sociopolitics inside of TF2 or any other video game. The video game is not here to represent you, no matter who you are or what you stand for. I don't think it should be allowed. Don't try to inject this shit in your game. I don't think it's okay. But I'm sure all these people are laughing all the way to the bank because...
Whatever. Fuck trans shit.
And I'm gonna die. I'm leaving this server. This is no longer fun for me. Let's go somewhere else where people are not sweating so hard that they're fucking filling up gallon buckets. Maybe Thunder Mountain won't be an absolutely carcinogenic experience for me today. Give me something that isn't like I'm getting an ice pick shoved in my anus. I want something that I just want to relax and play the game. I can't even do that today because people are playing this game as though the fucking Taliban's in their home holding a fucking rifle against their head. You need to kill as many people as possible, otherwise we will sacrifice you for Allah, for Allah. It's like for Allah, for Allah. Fuck! Buckets.
Come on, let's get a good clip here. I'm trying.
Oh, this game sucks dick. What's his ping? What's his fucking ping? High, naturally. It's the only reason why he's not dead right now.
Okay, I'm gonna give it one more shot.
Good.
One more
Let's
try.
Go somewhere else.
This is a bust.
Good. Let's go somewhere else. It looks like today is just going to be a question day where we're talking about nothing but alternative game modes. I'm going to leave this server because Sweaty Tryhard with no cosmetics is going to shut down the entire game and no one's going to be able to have any fun.
Oh my god, he doesn't even have cosmetics.
So let's go somewhere else.
Whoa.
Where people are actually just playing the game and enjoying it and not treating it as if though a gun was held to their head. Good. Thunder Mountain won't be an absolutely carcinogenic experience.
He doesn't seem like the TF2 of DSPs or whatever. What was this clip? How DSP beat alcoholism. I was actually interested in this one.
How I beat alcoholism? Well, to be honest, after many years of me having this issue...
By the way, just so you know, as DSP has publicly stated on the record, whenever he says I'm just being honest, that doesn't mean he's just being honest. So just a preamble, whenever he begins a statement by saying just being honest, it's a complete lie.
to be honest, after many, many years of me having this issue, it was really my gout. When I was diagnosed with gout, that I had to start changing my lifestyle. Because it was like, dude, I can't just eat whatever I want.
Gout saved
Red
his
meat,
life.
Fatty meat. I can't just drink constantly. Look what's happening. You know, this was almost 10 years ago that I was diagnosed. And it's like, I'm only in my 30s and I'm getting this horrendous condition. I already have back issues. And now I'm going to have these issues in my joints and stuff. Like, it was like, I have to make a change. So I started to make changes. But in honest reality, the big change happened when I met my wife. Because we decided we were going to start having a better lifestyle together. And so now
You said that about not playing gotcha games, and that turned out to be a complete lie as well.
I eat better. I don't drink nearly as much as I used to.
But you still drink.
You know, I so much weight because I'm not doing unhealthy activities.
You're still overweight. And your wife is
really just a mindset.
morbidly obese. She's ballooned in weight
that you don't
since meeting you. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Since I met my wife, we both decided that we were going to eat better and lose weight. Then why did she double in weight since meeting you? How did that happen?
Oh, and so basically after basically after I got diagnosed with gout, and then when I met my wife and we started living together, we made this commitment. We're going to eat better. We're going to do better things. And so we have.
Bro, you can't say that. When she doubled in weight since moving in. She moved in, she wasn't fat. You were like, okay, we're going to decide to eat better. And then she gets super duper fat. Like, dude, we could use our eyes. We can see what happened.
And because of that, it's been
also, you like,
it's improved dramatically.
You like the three named tipper tipping the exact dollar amount in order to reach his one arbitrary goal that immediately doubles once he hits it. Very typical.
At least since then. And also, to be honest,
totally not a stock
why was
account.
I drinking so much back then? Because I was depressed all the time. Once my wife got better, once I met my wife, and now I have a great home life and everything.
Once my wife got better, huh?
Once my wife got better,
once my wife got better. I think he meant to say my life.
You know, why was I drinking so much back then? Because I was depressed all the time. Once my wife got better.
Once my wife got better.
Once I met my wife, and now I have a great home life and everything. I don't have to be depressed and drinking and stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? Every once in a while, it's
no,
fine
I
to
don't
have a drink
know.
here or there.
Yeah, so you still drink.
Doing it all the time, every night. I mean, when I was early YouTuber, you know, you're talking 10, 15 years ago, I literally would drink myself into a stupor and pass out on the couch every night. I would be, you know, all
Then where'd all your this is where all your money went.
Drinking, doing dumb stuff. Like, there was absolutely no reason to be acting like that, but I was, because I didn't have a good time with my life. I was very sad and lonely and depressed. And
what about when you were with Panda? You were lonely when you were with Panda Lee?
Once that, you know, changed for the better, I don't have the
just
desire
being
to do that
honest.
anymore, right?
Right? You guys believe me? You guys believe me, right? Okay, cool. Moving on. Breaking, IT expert Matthew Sabia just revealed that there is a 98% possibility that the White House used a popular AI voice clone tool for Joe Biden's call to Kamala Harris. What?
I know yesterday's news was surprising, and it was hard for you to hear, but it was the right thing to do. I know it's hard because you poured your heart and soul into me.
Okay. Let's just go on old 11 Labs and see if that's really all they probably used for this. So, upload. There we go. And let's see what we got. Yeah, looks like they didn't even really try.
Joe, are you watching? You hear this clapping? Can you see it?
I'm watching. I'm watching.
I knew it.
Yeah, he's out of here. He's not of this world. Either he's completely incapacitated or he's just straight up dead. As people warned, people were like, hey, he seems a little bit too old to serve an entire term, and they turned out to be right. He ended up keeling over with 4 months to go. like everyone feared and suspected.
There's been a lot of issues.
Oh wait, we still got the Theo video, don't we? Okay, let's go back to Theo.
I'm like spacing on words today. Just choke on it, I guess. Whatever.
Big and be a
Choke
pro
on
streamer or a pro player and get
This
signed.
guy is a pro streamer, though. This dude is mocking people for being pro streamers in fighting games. But this guy is a pro streamer right now because he's getting paid to stream. Like, dude, wake up! Wake up! Look what you're doing! What's your job, buddy? What do you get paid to do?
To get sponsorships. This could be your career, and you could blow up on the internet and get views.
Why is he mocking this? Like, you know, the more you think about this, the more it doesn't make sense. The only thing that does is that just saying this dude is only mad that these people are making more money than him. But these are all like things that you can do, and not everyone is sponsored anyway. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Was Nitro sponsored in the Guilty Gear fucking tournament? I don't think he was. The tournament itself was sponsored, but was he? Did he have a shirt that said like, Chipotle on his fucking shirt? Probably not. I mean, I don't think that these people are sponsored. I think some of them, sure, they might be, or that they might do some deals after the fact or whatever the fuck, but these are always after the tournaments and where they made a name for themselves. And you know, the other thing is, Nitro was an up-and-comer. He was a new guy. He wasn't some, like, veteran Evo player.
That's way fucking different than when I grew up, when there was nothing to it at all. It didn't matter if you were the best Street Fighter player on the planet. It was still your hobby. No one was making a living doing it, so we all did it for the fun of it.
And now that there's money no one can get into for the fun of it, this dude is
money matches.
Is so fucking stupid. I just can't listen to this.
Grew up when there was nothing to it at all. It didn't matter if you were the best Street Fighter player on the planet. It was still your hobby. No one was making a living doing it.
So you can't make money by doing your hobby.
What about all those money matches he was doing?
Paid playing video games. This dude is so fucking stupid and negative. And it's like, it comes so naturally. It comes so naturally to him. And he thinks that's him being real. But, dude, and then it's like, well, I can't censor myself because you're not gonna like what I have to say. Dude, you say stupid shit that's, like, so pessimistic and cynical that it kind of reflects badly on you. Like, it's fine to be a little cynical here and there, or be like, well, I don't know about this, whatever the fuck, but this guy goes so far beyond that it just is negative for no reason. He's insinuating people who participate in these tournaments are not playing the game for fun. Why be cynical about that? Why? What's the reason? Why should we be cynical about people who are in EVO right now? Or people who play fighting games now? Why should we be cynical about these people? Just off the bat. And he never names these people, so you don't know who the fuck he's talking about. And then when you bring up a name, he's always gonna say it's not him. I'm talking about the other guy. Like, if you have to respond to that too by saying it's the other guy, not the guy who you said, then why be that way? Why bring that up?
So we all did it for the fun of it. And to some extent, that made it feel a lot more genuine than people who just sit there try-harding the fucking game out.
This dude tryhards! Go to any stream, go to any fucking video. This dude is the king of tryhards. Every day. Every fucking second. This dude will not do right. He always starts off with casuals because he's not going to jump right into ranked because, you know, I don't want to lose points. He cries about losing points. He's not a tryhard. He won't just do ranked with Cammy and just do a random placement for a character without labbing her and just watching tech. He needs to watch tech. He needs to like train these characters, but he's not a tryhard. But he cares about winning. He's not a tryhard though, guys. He just needs to win, okay? Because he's a streamer, man. This dude, it's unreal. It's unreal. It's unreal.
To try to get some kind of milking it for something for
What?
themselves rather than
Wait, what?
feel a lot more genuine. than people who just sit there try-harding the fucking game out to try to get some kind of milking it for
milking. Now he's saying everyone's milking fighting games. Fucking dude, you make money by playing video games. That's not milking video games, but these other people who play fighting games that require fucking learning, these people are milking these fighting games. This is insane. And then he'll be like, I'm not being negative. Dude, this is being negative. You're insinuating people who are in the FTC are milking the games. But he's not naming anyone. He's just generalizing a whole community that they're all doing this. But then, you know what? This guy gets so mad. He gets so butthurt that, oh, streamer did this and now it makes streamers look bad, guys. Oh my god. But this dude is constantly shitting on the FTC. Doesn't he think that this makes streamers look bad? Or people like Phil look bad when they act this way? But no, everyone else is wrong. Everyone else is the problem, not Phil. Phil's a very positive guy. This video, we're 6 minutes in, and it's already just filling the air with positivity.
For something for themselves rather than just enjoying it and getting good at it. So, the truth is that I feel it's just not as fun anymore. Playing fighting games. By the way, this does not mean that I'm not—
How does other people have fun then? How am I having fun playing fighting games? Not
enjoying them, and I'm going to stop playing them, especially with my year of Street Fighter 6 and being
Wait.
It's just not as fun anymore. Playing
It's not as fun.
Fighting games. By the way, this does not mean that I'm not enjoying them and I'm going to stop.
Okay. He's still enjoying them, but they're not as fun.
Playing them, especially with my year of Street Fighter 6 and being reintroduced to competitive fighting games.
Oh my god, dude. This dude, I say this every video. Anyone else that gets bullied, I'm against. Like, oh, I feel bad for everyone who gets bullied, you know. Obviously. Except for DSP. He is the only guy that needs to be bullied for life. Like, you know, if Kamala Harris or Trump goes on a campaign saying we as Americans can bully DSP Phil Burnell every day, and the government will pay people's flights to Renton to fucking bully him, they got my vote. Let us go to Renton and bully Phil in person and let that be legal. Because this dude sucks ass. Like, this dude, man, it's unreal. It's unreal what you listen to.
Playing fighting games. By the way, this does not mean that I'm not enjoying them and I'm going to stop playing them, especially with my year of Street Fighter 6.
Euro Street Fighter 6. Reintroduce the competitive games, even though he's played fighting games throughout time, even before Street Fighter 6 came out. This dude played other competitive fighting games, and he's like, oh, this is the first time I'm getting reintroduced to it, man. Oh my god, can you get introduced to fucking
It's been
Bleach?
awesome. But there's also a ton of stress. Like
Clorox,
yesterday,
please, to be precise,
I went into
man.
this Street Fighter 6 stream, a day stream yesterday with M. Bison, with the mentality that I was going to play casual play for like an hour. I was going to relax with the audience. Every 2-3 sets, I was going to relax, have a conversation with the audience.
Okay.
Do shout outs and the like.
I
And then
can
go
only
back
assume he
to
doesn't know
fresh
what a
mindset. I wasn't
conversation
gonna allow
is.
myself to
If
get
he's saying
tilted or
that
anything.
he's
For the
having
most part,
conversations
that
with
happened
people.
until the very end of the stream when I actually didn't have time to take a break because I only had like 15 minutes left, so I just kept going. And that's actually the time when I got really, really tilted. All right.
Yeah, because you want to end on a win.
But
this dude
man,
is so pathetic. He needs to end on a win. Not a tryhard, by the way, but he needs to end a stream on a win. And then, if he loses, he just runs the dashboard so fast to end the stream. It's so pathetic. And now this dude will just one and done matches left and right for Cammy. And this is a thing like that I kind of. So recently I started to match May and Axel, and you know I do want to do some more Happy Chaos matchups. So maybe I'll start fighting Happy Chaos in the park maybe. But I started playing more May players, and I actually got pretty good at fighting them. Where it's actually like I'm not. It's not as one-sided as it was years ago, and I got better at dealing with the Tatsugeki pressure game plan, and I got better at fighting that. Axel, I got a little bit better at maneuverability. He's still kind of a pain, but I got a little bit better with him. But these are things that I started to play more and more, and I started rematching them more often than not. The only time I don't rematch, honestly, is either if it's just straight up I'm just not having fun and I just feel like that I'm not getting my combos out. It's still kind of a bitch move, to be fair. So I'm not going to necessarily say that I'm any better, but I do try to at least maintain a set. The only time I ever do quit is mostly, like, the one thing I look for is the playability and the connection. If it's just, like, very slow and, like, lagging as fuck, I don't rematch that. It's like, no. If the match won't drop, it's like I can't fucking do a set with this.
Let me tell you, I'm just like playing the game. I'm like, I want to get better with Bison, but if I get a single dropped input, it's like the end of the world. Like I might as well not even have booted the game up. And that happened many times where, you know, I'm in the midst of a match. It's like, okay, here's the combo. Standing medium, low medium, standing medium, EX says, oh, my third standing medium dropped completely. Even though it's the easiest sequence, it's not even a tough timing. It's super easy. So now they punish the fact that the scissors came out and their whole round is over.
Yeah, like I'll
that just happens.
Oh, look.
Like I'll do that. Like when it I'm trying to remember which online game it was. I don't usually play online games. But when I do, it's like that classic commercial. I don't usually play online games, but when I do, when it definitely looks like I'm about to lose and there's no hope for me to win, I just quit out because like I'd rather just like save that time for both me and my opponent. I'll just surrender to be like, okay, well, like there's no point in continuing this on, just fighting futilely if I have no chance of winning. So I just quit out and I just give him the win basically. Just it's like to be considerate, really.
I'm about to win. Easy double combos. Jumping medium punch. Only the first.
Not during a fighting game.
Happens a lot.
I'm talking about
It drives me up the wall when I'm playing as Jacko and I try to do down dust and into.
I'm trying to remember which one it is.
2-3-6 kick. I love that combo. It's a fun combo. And then when I don't get the down dust and I just get a throw, it's like it's over. And I that. Because I see it, and it's like I can't do
Hearthstone,
anything.
Something
and
like
that.
that.
And the other opponent sees it, and it's like, I got him. And it's so sad.
I don't know, like,
it's
like you can surrender in Hearthstone. That's pretty much the game I'm talking about.
It's tragic. It's tragic when it happens, but it happens.
I'm sure there's others.
I land next to the opponent in a disadvantageous position, and then they take advantage by putting me in the corner, and the game's over. Oh. You know? That's what I mean. Like, back in the day, you made one mistake, okay, maybe in some cases that would be it. But in modern games, the fact that the damage potential is so high and it's not hard to do those combos, like back in the day, okay, maybe you could destroy someone, but it was like an infinite combo that took a lot of execution and practice to do. Today it's like, oh, look, 3 hits, drive rush.
Oh my God.
3 hits, super cancel. Oh, look, you lost 70%.
This dude says this, but he starts the match with drive rush all the time.
Yeah.
And it's so
and then he gets stuffed by like a high kick, and he's like, "Oh, high kick on block! Oh god! Oh my god!"
Low jab, low jab, low jab. You know, things that he'd actually complain about if other people did. And then he does like throws too, and his throws are even more greasier than the people who chain throw him. It's just greasy as fuck. This dude is awful.
% of your life, and anyone can do it. Not tough. All you gotta do is see someone do it. I mean, there's 5,000 fucking tutorial videos on YouTube about how to do it.
Yeah, so well, you've watched them all, so you would know.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. For me, you know, just trying to listen, there's 5,000 fucking tutorial videos on YouTube about how to do it. So you just watch a few, you practice it a few times. There you go.
There you
That's
go.
What you do.
For me, you know, just trying to learn Bison.
Because DSP never did that. Just ignore the streams where he says he watched a video, then he went to training mode to train. And now you also notice, right, correct, that the training mode he does is never recorded. The stuff he does before the match to like learn combos, that part's never recorded. But he does it. So he's part of the problem that he's complaining about. Again, we're 9 minutes in, and you're just seeing the nonsense just build up.
And not someone who's sitting there studying, watching endless videos. I have watched top videos.
I have done this that I'm complaining about.
Fuck off! Oh, I've done big studying. I just watch them, man. Dude, fucking drink bleach. You know the Clorox bleach? You know, the thing that you use to wash.
Oh, God, Theo, you're gonna get me banned off Twitch. You can say that stuff on YouTube, no problem. I'm just looking at
Oh my God!
Just looking at Steam, trying to remember what online games I'm playing. Then I'm looking at my wish list, checking out some of the discounts. Little Misfortune is down 70%. Thing is, like, I still gotta beat Star Ocean 2 if I want to play another game. So I don't want to buy games now. Sucker for Love Date to Die For is down 28%. It's down 935. I'd love to get these. Some good deals. Ever tried First Descendant? No, I haven't. I haven't yet. Apparently it takes a whole lot of hard drive space to install, too. That's what they're saying. But no, I haven't played that one yet. Resident Evil Village is to $16. That's crazy. I mean, I know it came out in 2021, but still, it feels like it didn't come out that long ago.
A fucking backstab! Clean surfaces or whatever the fuck, just drink some of it.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
tell me
you're right. It doesn't take much. The one I'm thinking about that takes a whole bunch of hard drive space is Zenless Zone Zero.
What happened? Just tell me what happens afterwards.
Got confused.
Please.
Tutorial videos necessarily. I'm not sitting there labbing. Yes, this is what really gets me. Labbing.
This is what gets him. People who like go to training mode and learn the character. That's what gets him. This is the dude. This is the guy. Him. You go to any fucking fighting game stream he does. This fucker has done. One of the things he yells about is how people should learn how to play the
DLC
game.
is bad?
They need to learn. Stop being balanced ruler and learn the game. They learn the game. What a bunch of idiots are learning the game.
Like, some of the DLC, there's like Mercenaries mode, where like you play as Lady Dimitrescu. That looked pretty cool, but I guess if you're saying it's not good, I mean, the way it looks and the way it plays are two different things.
Again,
The
this
Rose
is the
DLC,
nonsense
yeah.
I was listening to. And I was like, I can't believe this dude is saying this shit when he begged people to learn the game. Now that they're learning the game, he's like, wait a minute, guys. No, don't learn the game. Learn enough to like not win.
You have to play as others to unlock her? Damn, that sucks.
Literally people saying, Phil, I don't get it. You don't sit in training mode endlessly practicing.
I'll just wait for the winter
your
sale.
combos and your timing.
By the time I finish Star Ocean 2, it'll probably be time for the winter sale anyways. And then I'll have time to play other games.
And so when you're playing online, you drop stuff.
By the way, this dude literally complained in the same video. I'm just trying to learn my timing, and I can't because these other people are bodying me. If you're just learning timing, why don't you practice your timing then? In training mode, you know, the thing that comes with every fucking game. This dude acts as if like labbing is some elite strategy that no one can do. Except that every copy of the game comes with it. Everyone has a training mode. I've never seen a dude just get handed all these tools and say, I don't want them. Like, that's the one complaint I have with Strive. The Strive doesn't really have a very good, does not have a good, like, tutorial mode. It has missions, but the missions, I think, are only there to teach you, like, just general combos, like, oh, how to use Roman cancel, you know, that kind of stuff. But they don't do, there's no character-specific tutorials. Like in XR, you can do combo trials with individual characters. The ones you have in Strive are online based because you're just playing recipes that other people have made, which is kind of nice, but at the same time, it's like I just kind of just wish there was something in the game I could just kind of use, and I don't need to just download them offline, you know. So that's like the one complaint. You go from like Revelator 2 to this, and it's like it is a massive decrease. That's kind of like I kind of liked how they did it more in Exard. Exard has a lot of stuff they even teach, even outside of the combo trials. There's a lot of stuff that hold you through each mechanic, which is like neat. But this dude will just not use these tools that Street Fighter 6 has given him. Street Fighter 6 has all these tools, will not touch a single one, except for like the he does touch the trials a little bit and that kind of stuff, but he never retains what he learned.
When you get frustrated, why aren't you labbing? Labbing. Because in real life, people don't have time to sit around labbing.
What? Huh?
When he was complaining how people were mad at him for playing Super Turbo at Evo, right? Everyone didn't like the version that the tournament picked because they said it's a bum version, stupid version, whatever the fuck. DZ was saying to people,
But he can sit around and watch YouTube videos.
I took the time and I learned. I grinded to learn the version. So that's why it's fine. These other people, they complain and they didn't learn the version. This and that. He took the time to learn Super Turbo. But now he's mocking this? That no one has time. Dude, you had time back then. Oh, he's a mature adult right now. When you're an adult, you have no time. Okay, sure, buddy.
Even when I was a former pro fighting game player, I never labbed. Like, what?
Then how did he learn Super Turbo? How did he learn the bum version? This dude really just wants to be a prodigy so bad, but he isn't. This dude really wants the clout of, I picked up the game and I learned like that, man. I didn't need this. I learned on the fly. And he wants to jerk himself off for that and swallow his own fucking cum.
Jeez.
And this dude is so fucking sleazy about it. Like, dude, come on.
What the fuck are you talking about? You play the game. That's how you learn. You don't learn by sitting in training mode ad nauseum. Practice combo, practice combo, practice combo, practice combo, practice combo.
How do you think people got good? Again, like, this dude, it's just phenomenal how dumb he is. Like, everyone in the competitive scene says that it's a staple for these fighters to have a tutorial mode, and I guarantee you, if, let's say, Street Fighter 7 comes out, and it doesn't have any of these tutorial things that he's complaining about, he would be mad about it. This game comes out, and it didn't have a single, like, thing about trading. Wow!
Practice combo, practice combo, practice combo. Because then guess what? You're just a fucking bot. You're just someone who's regurgitating a formula that you programmed into your head with muscle memory, rather than someone who's intelligent.
Dude, do you know why people practice combos? So you can learn it, then you can build on another combo after that. Or you could try to mix them in. Like, all this level of thinking, this 4D chess that other people are going through, he's like still on level 1. He's still stuck on level 1, man.
Intelligently fucking thinking. Why do you think there's so many people online?
And he wonders why when people like download this fucker, he is so easy to read. He gets bodied. He gets bodied so hard the moment someone understands what he's doing, and he's stuck.
If they just tech his throws, it's like half the damage out the window.
How did that beat me? What? Huh? And it's like, yeah, because these people probably understand the properties. And this dude will never learn. He'll never learn it.
That can actually do these crazy combos or a mix-up pattern in the corner, but the moment you rattle them,
of course,
you get them out of that flowchart, they don't even understand how to play fighting games. So they're stuck eternally at like the 4 to 5 star diamond level. They can't ever push into master, or if they do, they completely die and lose every match. And those are the people who have 1,300 master ranking points because they can't win. They don't know how to play fighting games. They just labbed all day. So they have,
dude, fucking.
If they do,
listen to this.
They completely
listen to how bullshit this is. He's sitting there telling people that, oh, these people they lab, so they're stuck doing this. Dude, the people he idolizes that are in the 1600s, they all lab. I hate to break it to you, Phil. Everyone who plays Street Fighter labs. Come on.
Die and lose every match, and those are the people.
Your racist response to a video game is indicative of moral decay. Like, it's Asians mostly saying that they don't want to play a game where a foreigner comes into their country and murders a bunch of their countrymen. It took 6 minutes. Hey, the newest Assassin's Creed game is a perfect recreation of present-day NYC in San Francisco. Just black humanoids murdering Asians for no real reason except envy. Remember the Stop Asian Hate thing? If you actually look at the police records and see who was doing the crimes against Asian people, a racial disparity comes clearly into view. It's not racism, it's just facts. But Alyssa has to cope.
Who have 1,300 master ranking points.
It's like, Jesus, like, people aren't allowed to say things that are true anymore, I guess.
Because they can't win. They don't know how to play fighting games. They just labbed all day. So they have the muscle memory, but they have no fucking knowledge of how to play the game.
Well, they're labbing, so
anyway,
they know how to do the combos.
That's
like
what I mean. Like, all
do.
this shit is just so different from back when I used to play competitive fighting games. I kind of feel like I could make a whole video about it. Maybe like a half-an-hour video that would kind of explain.
How many weeks ago was this? And he still hasn't made the video?
At this point, he
modern fighting
yeah, at this point, he just won't.
By any.
He suffers from that social media phenomenon where if you talk about doing something enough times, you just end up not doing it because you get the satisfaction, the same amount of satisfaction. It activates the same parts of your brain of actually doing the thing if you just talk about doing it enough. So at that point, you're just like, well, I just don't feel like doing it anymore. I talked about doing it. Why would I do it now? I've already got the satisfaction I was looking for by talking about doing it. What is this? What do we got here? John Dark Soul.
Get with the times. We don't like real women anymore. What do you mean these virtual women go online and make money and I have to spend 3 hours putting makeup on? Yep. Get over it, whore. The days are over.
Peace.
The womb is drying up. My womb is eternal.
Working for a while, and I don't know if you mentioned this yet. I haven't talked about the lollipop stuff. I will not talk about it on stream because I'm probably going to make a second video about it. But my Twitch will get banned if I talk about it on stream due to how sensitive the topics are. So I'm going to record it off stream. Didn't know if you mentioned, but worried with all the people that are with the lollipop group or organizing a mass report raid. Yeah, what are they going to do? Mass report me? Nice try. Look, I'm going to be fully honest, and this is going to be mean. They're not big enough to put a dent in me, to be honest, okay? I've already called out Gideon, and I had the entirety of Gideon's Stan fan base mass report me. So that their little lolly accounts is not going to put a dent into me, okay?
I think Rev made a video about this lady. If you want to learn more about this, I guess we might as well. We've got this long Theo video here. We can jump back to it in any moment. I like that. The daily sub goal: 3 out of 20. Make a VTuber: 160 out of 1,000. You really need 1,000 subs in order to make a VTuber. Seems like you're aiming a little bit high there. You can just go to Vroid and create a character VTuber model in no time. You can even do it like as a stream. You really need like 1,000.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're up here. So today we're going to be covering some pretty controversial topics, all centering on this video right here. So the too long didn't read version of events goes like this. A YouTuber named Kat uploaded this video rehashing some drama that already died down about a month ago, where she attacks this lolly VTuber group and in the process spreads misinformation, slanders several parties, even says it's justified to harass these individuals. And in the wake of that video, multiple VTubers from this group have been mass flagged and suspended on Twitter. And on top of that, several members of her community have proudly shared that they reported these individuals to the FBI over fictional content. And what was her response to all this? All these criticism people are raising surrounding this video? She has said that she is much larger than these channels and they could never hope to dent her career.
Look, I'm going to be fully honest, and this is going to be mean. they're not big enough to put a dent in me, to be honest, okay?
So obviously there's a lot to unpack here, so let's get right into the context. We're going to be focusing on the YouTuber who made that video, a content creator named Cat Liente, or simply known as Cat. And you can see they have recently rebranded some of their content, in particular on YouTube, where they call themselves now a news YouTuber, not a drama tuber, nothing like that, a news YouTuber. Now, if you look at their content generally, a lot of people are confused because for years and years, their content centered on basically trying to better content creators by sharing advice on how to grow on various social media platforms. So a lot of people are very confused as to the big shift in her content recently. You can see exactly why she's doing this. So you can see some of the videos here, recent ones. This one saying, these scam emails could end your streaming career. 1,000 views. Best free animated overlays. 1.6K views. This VTuber was scammed. 65,000 views. This VTuber copied Shy Lily's design. 109K views. The next video, Streamer Challenge Creator Royale. 400 views. So I think it's very obvious that she has garnered a lot of attention with these VTuber news and drama type videos, and it's getting way more views than her usual stuff, and clearly that is one of the primary motivations in this shift of her content from the general stream advice to VTuber and art drama type videos. Now, if you see this one in particular, this is the one that a lot of people are talking about on social media. This is a video she uploaded a few days ago titled, "This Lolly VTuber group started a hate campaign against another VTuber." And you can see there's a large volume of dislikes, and that's for a good reason. This video is spreading a lot of misinformation, and we're going to get into everything that happened. But let's start with the main focus here. This is on the topic of Lolly, okay? And as someone who clearly is a tourist to these various forms of content, she is definitely new to VTubers, she's new to anime, and it shows because her entire basis is on the fact that these people are lollies and making sometimes sexual content with that stuff. But let's start with her definition of the term lolly.
There is a whole debate on the definition of lolly, and I did not know this was a thing until I made my other video about potential lolly baiting VTuber. Whether you think it is or not, up to you. I feel like I covered that piece in a very neutral way. Some people disagree with me. From my understanding of the term lolly, I've only heard of the term lolly used in a negative way, in terms of referring to people who enjoy very slightly suggestive childlike content. I have not heard of it used in a context to refer to small, petite women. Some people on the internet, under my other video, were stating that, oh, lolly is just a term to refer to small, petite women. They can be of age. I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I have never heard of it used in that form until literally I posted the other video.
So right off the bat, you know things are bad when someone is interchangeably using the term lolly and lolicon. It just shows that they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah,
and sorry, Urban Dictionary and other places like Twitter are not reliable sources about this. You are being fed misinformation and you're believing that this is somehow a negative connotation by itself and has something to do with age and not a body type in fiction. And as always, disclaimer, it's okay if you are disgusted by this stuff. It's okay if you hate it or don't want to see it. That's totally within your rights. But you're out of your rights when you go out and harass people over this stuff. When you see a group like this and you don't like what they're doing, just block them and move on with your day. Instead, people like Kat and a lot of other people, including VTubers, have gone out of their way to launch witch hunts against these individuals, largely fueled by misinformation surrounding the term lolly, which refers to a petite body type in anime, manga, and other works of fiction. So here is a good example to disprove what they're trying to claim.
Cyberpunk.
Like they're trying to claim that it has to do with age. For example, Rebecca from Cyberpunk is unquestionably a lolly character.
I'm a mind
fits the
reader.
definition to a T to anyone who's knowledgeable about this. And a lot of people go, wait a second, she's in her 20s, how does that work? Well,
the same
again, it
wavelength.
has nothing to do with age. In fact, the creators of the character refer to her as a lolly. So if you think I'm wrong, you're claiming that the studio who made her in Japan is also wrong, which is ridiculous. But moving on, we have several videos on her channel that just don't make any sense. She has tackled this subject of lolly multiple times, and every single time, it's very clear she has no idea what she's talking about. And she even admitted in that clip we just watched that she made these videos without even knowing what the definition was before she got into it. Which, by the way, since she has learned the definition, she got the wrong definition. But This video right here, she talked about the subject out of nowhere, right? She's very foreign to this. It's a very controversial topic. It led to this VTuber getting harassed by a lot of people. And then the next video she made, she defended Taiga. So in this video, she was demonizing lolly VTubers, and then she defends Taiga, who is a very open Shotokan. And he is someone who was recently banned on YouTube. He's been treated extremely unfairly over the years from many different sources, but she spent 8 minutes here defending him and basically painting him as a victim, which he is a victim in this situation. But she defended him, and she didn't even know he was a Shotokan. She could have done 1 second of research and realized that's who he was. And it's filled in her comment section where people are slandering and harassing him as a result of her making this video in the first place, not knowing the first thing about him. And here's another great example. She made this video about the VTuber Irina. 25 minutes she spent talking about this lolly VTuber, who definitely is okay with lolicon stuff. It's very obvious by her account. She spends all this time defending her from people doxing her and treating her poorly. And she didn't even know that she's a lolly VTuber in the first place. And she expresses her shock in the comment section like, oh, I had no idea about her. Well, I know about her. I covered some harassment she was facing over a year ago. She was harassed into oblivion by hundreds of VTubers over this Smash or Pass lolly edition here. And they shared the same sentiment that Kat does in her video about the most recent lolly VTuber group that she talked about. And that led to her being harassed, falsely reported, when people could have just blocked and moved on. And on top of that, this narrative of the video itself, just from the title and the thumbnail, paints a very clear picture. She has said that lolly is a negative connotation in her mind. Well, she put it right in the thumbnail, so it's already starting off with a negative view of these VTubers. And then read the title. This lolly VTuber group started a hate campaign against another VTuber. So they're making it very clear that there's some innocent VTuber who was attacked by this VTuber group, that they were the aggressors in the situation, and that is very clearly not the case. Now, in this situation, we have 2 primary Google Docs. That's not obviously the whole story, but you have one Google Doc that was shared about a month ago that is painting this VTuber group as these horrible harassers who were the aggressors in this situation, and it shows a lot of not safe for work content they made. They even make claims that they're sharing illegal content and breaking the law and all sorts of crazy things. And then there's a Google Doc that is a response from the girls showing the harassment they faced before they ever even responded to anything, and providing very, very important context about the situation. Now, what did Kat go with? Well, she chose one document to go with and completely ignored the statement from the girls. They went with this Google Doc right here, a deep dive into Lollipop, the name of this VTuber group, their individual members, and proof of all their vile behavior / views. Now, this document is an absolute dumpster fire. It is being clowned on so hard, and yet this is the primary source of her entire video. This Google Doc directs everything she says, and she believes everything in it. And you can see, the person was getting clowned on. You go into the replies, it's people making fun of them for how unserious this document is, and also how ridiculous it is, and how much it's promoting harassment and false reporting. And you can see, what a brave individual. The replies are locked. They're not even letting people respond anymore and to call out some of the faultiness of this document. And if you really want to see how unserious this person is, and also how Kat is, look at the Google Doc itself. Here's the documents. At one point, can you see this? They have folders labeled Bambi, Direct CP, Bambi, Direct CP. They have folders titled CP. Are you kidding me? If they actually believed this stuff was CP, they would be committing multiple felonies doing this. It would be possession and distribution. These would be literal felonies if they actually believed this stuff was CP. And that's what they're promoting. This is how they're trying to attack these VTubers. In fact, let's look at one of the examples here. This is an example of Riri Direct CP. This is a photo of this VTuber who is an adult holding a stuffed animal. They believe this is actual CP, which, of course, like I said, they saved and then distributed and then Kat covered on her video. Very ridiculous stuff. But this whole thing relies very heavily on a false narrative, a one-sided narrative of this situation where she paints this VTuber group as the aggressors in the situation and says that this Niyumi individual is the victim and someone who was totally innocent in this situation, and these lolly VTubers went after with full force, when that is not the case.
They're behaving like children and starting smear campaigns. So if you completely omit all the lolly stuff from this, there was one creator named Yumi who made one tweet stating their opinion, and this group got so pissed they started an insane hate campaign in their Discord. They got 2 creators banned and were trying to actively target Yumi's partnership because of one tweet. If we completely omit all the lolly stuff, that is literally what it breaks down to, which is insane. And in my personal opinion, it's really stupid.
So this is the tweet that she's referring to in that clip we just watched. She says this is all she did. This is all this Niyumi person did. It was the only thing that happened, and all of a sudden, this VTuber group launched a harassment campaign against her and many others, where she said, I'm gonna throw up. Y'all can't tell me that lolly tubers don't know what they be doing. Petite women, my ass, y'all are weird. Where she has this quote from Riri saying, do you like barely legal lolly tummy? And this whole thing is ridiculous because they could have just blocked and moved on, but instead they painted them as essentially pedo bait, and then we're trying to say that they're legally aged, but somehow that's problematic because of the term lolly being attached to it. But it goes way further than that. That was not the first tweet or the only tweet in this situation. You had other VTubers like this Pippin Otter individual saying this: if you are following me and support these girls, please unfollow me. I'm not comfortable with grown women acting like children and being not only extremely sexual, but using slurs as well. And they quote retweeted their group here out of thin air. It wasn't like they did anything. They just made this call out post for no reason, calling them some sort of bait, right? And then also claiming they were using slurs. And here's their proof that these individuals were using slurs. This right here, a meme, by the way. And then Kat would also show another example of Bambi's supposed racism. The only issue here, by the way, is that all these VTubers in question are black. So that kind of defeats everything you're saying and just shows how ridiculous this witch hunt is. But on top of that, this is just a small snapshot of the dozens, if not hundreds, of tweets that were made in the wake of the initial call out that were saying all kinds of horrible and threatening things to these members of this VTuber group. This was before they ever made a response. On top of that, let me give you a small sample of how vile this situation got. So during this whole harassment campaign, a lot of the VTubers from the group went private. And this was the response to someone discovering that Riri, one of the members of this group, a pregnant woman, by the way, was considering or attempting to take her own life. This was a person's response to that. Maybe you should start thinking about the child in your belly and stop sexualizing children. You are literally perpetuating the situation that happened to you, stoking the fires of men and women who want to sexually harm children. What an unhinged response to seeing someone clearly distraught about being the subject of a harassment campaign. Now, going back to Kat's video, she uses this Niyumi tweet as the entire basis. This is all that they did supposedly before the VTubers in question would launch a harassment campaign. However, that wasn't the only thing Niyumi was doing. They were clearly stoking the flames. They were celebrating being blocked. I mean, it seems like they didn't have too much of a hard feelings about the situation. They weren't threatened or anything when they were gleefully celebrating getting blocked by these people. They were harassing, by the way. And on top of that, it seems from tweets like this, like they were encouraging people to falsely report their accounts. And they were even doing it in DMs. On top of that, someone said this, lolly, what are you scared of a little 4-letter word, when they censored it? And Yume basically gave their description saying they're fine with lolly until it's sexualized. And they replied to this user saying, keep yourself safe. Now, unless you're very new to the internet, people use this phrase as a replacement for KYS, encouraging someone to game end themselves. So they're saying this person should game end themselves over just calling out the fact that this person's scared of a 4-letter word. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, of course, there was maybe some believability to this. I don't know. I thought it was pretty obvious what they're trying to say. However, they would show up in Elara's stream. Elara earlier today had a stream where she was talking about this drama, and actually me and my wife, darling Straub, were watching it. And Straub would confront this Niyumi girl because she showed up in the chat. She had the nerve to show up. And my wife Straub here tried to clarify, who were you directing that term to? When you were saying this, keep yourself safe, was it one of the girls or was it one of the other users trying to participate in this conversation, where she would directly confirm that she didn't say it to the girls, but she said it to a lolicon, LOL. So basically what she was saying is, oh, I didn't say it to the girls, I just said it to a lolicon, so it was fine. So they're actively trying to encourage someone to game end themselves over fictional content. And on top of that, they would get confronted by Elara, which I give her big props. She tried to get a real explanation out of her and really confronted her on this. And this was her final response, saying, I have nothing to add to that. I gave my opinion on lollies and told them to keep safe, which unless you were born yesterday, you're not buying that. So that was the one tweet. This was all that Kat cited in her video as proof that this was just a harassment campaign launched by these individuals. Now, this is a Discord screenshot that was used as the proof that they were the aggressors in the situation. We now know that this response came after a wave of harassment. Now, what they say here is that they want to basically report everyone who's going after this VTuber group, and that you want them to graduate. They don't care, and they say insults them, all that stuff. This was bad. This was not a good move, by the way. It's something that should be condemned. Okay, they shouldn't have responded like this. But the reason I bring this up is that this is portrayed as an unhinged response to one tweet, when in reality, it was a bad response to a very large level of harassment being launched by dozens, if not hundreds of users. All of that context was left out, and this is what we got. And again, this is not something to be condoned, but I think you could understand why they were so heated in this moment. And you would understand that the members of this group would apologize for this action in their Discord server, and they would immediately take it down and apologize. But this person wouldn't know this. Kat wouldn't know this because this was contained in the Google Doc released by these girls that she completely ignored. She did not make one reference to anything, not one reference to all the harassing tweets directed towards them, nothing. She just went with the original Google Doc by the person trying to smear them, and that is it. So I think given all this context, there is a lot to unpack here, and we got a one-sided story on a very controversial set of topics where a lot of people mobilized in response to this to harass and further report these individuals from this VTuber group. And the issue here, the real heart of the issue, is that this was framed in a very, very poor way, and it led to additional harassment on a situation that died down. And the bigger issue is, it wasn't until basically the end of the video where Kat ever said, please don't go out and harass these people, which is ironic because earlier in the video, around the 10-minute mark, she says it's okay to harass people like this. So it's clearly contradictory. And on top of that, she compares the harassment, the systematic harassment that these VTubers face, to the fact that she doesn't like soup.
The next person is Lullaby Lita. Yeah, why can't you act your age? Here's the thing. If you want other people to act their age, allegedly, and just like not harass, some harassment is deserved. If you are into children, you deserve harassment. Like, here's me. I don't like soup. A lot of people like to not hate on me, but they dog on me because I don't like soup. I know me not liking soup is a really niche opinion. Most people are going to dog on me for not liking soup. I do not like ramen. I do not like pho because there's soup in here. It is a niche opinion that I have. And I know that because I have this niche opinion, most people aren't going to agree with me. When I say, oh, I don't want to eat it because I don't like soup, I get a lot of people being like, oh my God, you don't like soup. How can you not like soup? Soup is so good. You should try it. It comes with the territory because I know I have a niche opinion. I'm not mad that people, make fun of me for not liking soup. I don't force people to understand what, my take, right, as to why I don't like soup. And other people don't force me to drink soup. And it is what it is. And we have a mutual existence and we call it a day. We agree to disagree on the concept of soup. And the same thing with this lolly content, it's kind of the same thing. You have enjoyment or kink. And again, this is really hard for me to say because I have my own personal opinions on this. At best, you are into something that most people are not into and that most people find weird. So therefore, you should understand that it comes with a territory that you're going to get people that don't like what you do and are going to state their opinions against you. And just mind your own fucking business and move on. Starting a smear campaign because somebody doesn't agree with you is insane because of one tweet. That's like me going out starting smear campaigns against people who like soup. You're one, fighting an uphill battle, you're not going to win. But two, it's just dumb. This is literally on a basis of opinion.
So I don't think it really surprises anyone that in wake of this video, there would be additional consequences and harassment launched towards the members of this group, beginning with this right here. 2 of the members featured in Kat's video would be mass flagged on Twitter and their accounts would be suspended. On top of that, some people in her community were boldly sharing, and this was something she shared on stream with this screenshot, they were reporting these individuals, these VTubers, to the FBI through the electronic tip form, which, by the way, is absolutely disgusting. It is a massive waste of federal resources, resources that could go towards helping real victims of crimes. Instead, you have people at the FBI sifting through tips involving inactionable fictional content. What a waste. What an unbelievable waste. In fact, other organizations that are dedicated towards these sorts of situations have actively begged people to stop making false reports, to stop jamming up the systems. That is why they can't act on real tips, because they're wasting so much time on false reports. And this is something that Kat would be confronted with, and this was her response. False information spreads very quickly, so always check your sources. I said in the video, the author of the Google Doc reported them to the FBI. It wasn't me, with a silly little emoji attached to it, like so unserious. And the audacity of this individual to talk about false information spreading very quickly, it's just too much. And on top of that, I, like many others, want more clarifications. So your response seems very flippant to these FBI reports. And I just want to ask, and I never got an answer, just to clarify, do you condemn people wasting federal resources for fictional content? I couldn't get an answer on this one from Kat. But this is really the cherry on top. So over the past 24 hours, she has been facing a lot of criticism for many different reasons, and this was her response on stream.
Gio, I've been lurking for a while, and I don't know if you mentioned this yet. I haven't talked about the lollipop stuff. I will not talk about it on stream because I'm probably going to make a second video about it, but my Twitch will get banned if I talk about it. Didn't know if and I report me to me.
Shit, sorry, I was muted. It just, we already saw that clip, so we didn't need to watch it again. These people just reminded me of just like Britney Venti types who just hate VTubers because they don't have to get up and put on a pound of makeup every day. They're just jealous.
To these VTubers, she called out that they couldn't make a dent in her career. If I ever sounded this full of myself, it's time to retire. Okay, like this is absolutely crazy. The level of narcissism is through the roof. And I also think a lot of this has to do with the fact that she has never faced any real controversy in terms of her content, because let's face it, for years, she made content about how to improve your numbers as a streamer. It's very, not controversial. And now she's making these very controversial videos about topics she clearly has no idea about, and she's getting criticism and she doesn't like it and she doesn't know how to deal with it, and is getting, quite frankly, pretty arrogant at the criticism being launched her way. And if you're going to say that basically you're untouchable, okay, well, you called out a very small group of VTubers. Why don't you call out Hololive next? I mean, if you really think these things are dangerous, one of the biggest VTubers in the world, in fact, the biggest VTuber in the world, are open lolicons. So why don't you go after them next? Go after Hololive. Go after Gargura. I mean, you're untouchable, right? If you're truly believing in what you're saying, if you ignore Hololive and much bigger VTubers who support this kind of stuff, you're full of it. You're a hypocrite and you're a coward. But you say you're untouchable, so we'll wait on the big Hololive expose in the coming days, I'm sure. But on top of that, if you don't want to go after the Hololive VTubers, other big VTubers in the scene, you can go after some of the creators of the games that you openly say you play, like Nikke, Genshin, Honkai, Azur Lane, so on and so forth. Games that feature sexualized lolly characters, and yet you support and play these games. It's very, very hypocritical. But that is the situation for now. A very, very messy and controversial situation indeed. But as always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you. But that's that situation. I'm just adding more details. This Russell Greer video. So there was a point where Epic and Cloudflare were making these like bizarre, just insane, crazy, unhinged tweets about kiwi farms. Like look at these. Let me make this a little bigger. You can see that. This is like an official tweet And if you don't believe me, it's backed up by this article here. Epic boots Kiwi Farms vows to boot absolutist free speech websites. And this is just like so crazy and unprofessional. Alright, all whiny beta snowflakes are DEI hires of the month. Cancelled Kiwi Farms. We don't like hate speech, porn, or doxing. Hashtag Joe Biden will fix it 2024 at end wokeness. These are so crazy. Yeah, Nurgle, we watched the videos at the beginning of the stream. I'm sorry for ending yesterday's stream early, but I wanted to give you credit for those videos you wanted to watch. We did check them out. The stream will get uploaded to the stream archive channel on YouTube. But like these are like a lot of these tweets ended up getting deleted, but they totally existed. Yeah, we're not really into free speech. The old owners, the old owners are. That's not our thing. Just crazy shit. And then they apologize and retract their statements. Like, these are the kind of tweets that you see, like, when a website gets hacked. These don't even seem real. Like... ugh. It's so crazy. But yeah, they ended up apologizing. Just absolutely unhinged tweets. Epic retracted statement in regards to Kiwi Farms. Having sexual abuse material on its website. While Epic may not agree with the content that may be on its website, Epic has no direct knowledge. Like, it's such a weaselly, mealy-mouthed retraction, too. We don't have any direct knowledge of any child porn. In other words, it's just a made-up allegation. These guys are idiots. But as it relates to the Russell Greer thing, so they raised a bunch of money in order to get Epic to retract their statement, but he also included the Russell Greer stuff as a part of it too, because they were being sued. So they asked for $75,000 and ended up raising over $150,000 in less than 24 hours. So that was a hugely successful fundraising campaign, basically on the back of Epic and Russell Greer. So after that, Josh hired Hardin, who is a very dedicated FOIA lawyer who helped represent the website against Melinda Scott, which is an entirely different lore vortex. But it basically assured that the website had more than enough funding needed to fight Russell's legal, frivolous shenanigans. But yeah. On basically around Christmas, Merry Christmas, Russell, the Digital Justice Foundation ends up dropping Greer as a pro bono representative. And then he ended up having to represent himself against the site, and as of now, he is homeless. He is declaring homelessness. So one can only hope. One can only hope trying to sue the website for bullshit has such dire consequences. But anyways, back to the Theo vid.
Means. I'm just saying it doesn't feel very welcoming or friendly to anyone who's not. I opened some eyes.
Oh my god, dude! Like,
I'm not saying that modern fighting games are terrible by any means. I'm just saying it doesn't feel very welcoming.
Making quick progress on this video. I'm just trying to gather all the information I can. Hey, it's Theo Wednesday Adams. I like this one.
Endless amounts of time. There is no
Nice and
casual
spooky.
play.
I like the spooky
Dude,
ones.
if you're playing and you're hoping to win or gain ranking points, guess what? You're gonna need to spend time with the game. Like, this dude is talking about ranking points and then saying it's not that very friendly. then why are you in ranked mode, buddy? And then he's like, well, I go to casuals and this and that. Yeah, because people go there to fucking fuck around. Same with lobbies. Like, come on.
Anymore in modern fighting games. It just doesn't exist. The
It's
moment you jump
Tuesday,
online, you're
actually.
facing
And
tryhards.
It's not Wednesday.
The dude. This is the guy, right?
But sure, we like to have fun. Team Jackpot acted in a manner that is not in line with our community guidelines while playing Splatoon 3. Okay, what happened? What happened? I'm curious now. What did they do? Jeez, why do they all get different times of being banned? For anyone unaware, the members of Jackpot were exposed for racism. Oh god, racism and homophobia. How lame. I thought it was for something serious. Oh no. They said the N-word or something. And homophobia, oh my god. I figured if they were playing Splatoon, it was something serious, but no. Was it based though? Probably, it sounds like it.
That he
Trending Ludwig. Oh no. It's that other Ludwig. The one who got started after I did, I think. What's he in trouble for? What's this fucking retard? What has he done? Ooh. Of course. A bunch of victimhood in his tweets, so he probably fucked up. My video literally came out 2 days after Charlie's, not immediately after information came out. I waited for Doc's statement on Twitter and on stream and his removal from Midnight Society. I'm literally in Paris with my family. Why y'all MFers so horny for a statement? This guy's such a disingenuous prick. Everything he says, you're just like, well, this guy's a dumb asshole. He just gives out that dumb asshole vibe.
Went to casuals, and he tries hard in casuals. He won't pick up Cammy just to play in casuals. He won't play any other character. When he did the lobby with Brian, he didn't even bother touching any other character. Didn't touch Kim. Didn't touch Jamie. Didn't touch Luke. Didn't touch anyone except for the ones he played. But he's like, well, if I'm gonna play against Brian, I need to learn the characters I'm playing against. But you're doing a fucking set with Brian. Why do you need to be a tryhard for Brian? Everyone, when he was playing all these other people, they were.
God damn, you have to scroll so much to actually get some fucking information. Ludwig stole a YouTube button from Mr. B's video and got in trouble when he tried to auction it off for charity. Okay. Why is he wearing a collar? Okay. Retardation.
Doing other characters, they're like, oh, we're gonna do this other stuff. He only stuck with the characters he knew, and he mastered, and all this other stuff. Like, you know, I sometimes I'm like doing a fighting game stream, and I'm playing people who I talked to. Like, I did a few sets with the Ludwig years ago. At that point, like I was biking, I was Jacko, and it's like, yeah, you know, these are characters I'm really good at. And then I went to like Geo, and I would try to do all their characters just to fuck around, just to see.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I don't know anything about Guilty Gear, so I just tried to learn a little bit of Jacko because I like her look, and of course Theo just wiped the floor with me. It was a lot of fun though. Oh my god, having fun playing a fighting game even though you're not winning. What a concept.
See if I could even like these characters or whatever. And
yeah, I know, right? I agree with you, Nurgle. Like, I have nothing against Germa. Like, I don't know anything about him, but holy shit, does YouTube push that guy onto you? Like, bro, how do I tell YouTube like I don't want to watch this guy's content? I'm sorry. I got too many people already I'm watching. I'm not interested in this weird like fucking astroturfed just goofy looking memester. Like, I'm sorry. Like, maybe later, but not now. Leave me alone.
And that's kind of all I did. You know, sometimes it's just fun to play other characters, but this guy will not touch any other character because he's like, well, Kim's a rushdown. I don't like a rushdown. Then why are you fucking Akuma, who's a rushdown? Why did you pick Luke? He's also a rushdown. Most of the characters he played are all rushdowns, almost, or just fucking
play
gimmick
so
characters
much and lab all day that you can't even fucking try shit. Like, oh, my first time playing a new character, let's experiment. Oh, I just got completely dominated in 10 seconds. I didn't know what I was doing, and they just.
Dude, how come when I learn a character, like I stuck with Slayer really long, by the way, and this is a character that like I never touched him in any other Guilty Gear game except for Strive. I played Slayer in that, and I was like, wow, this guy is kind of fun, and I learned stuff with him. I guess whatever.
Destroyed me. I didn't even have a chance to press a button.
Same with ABBA.
Oh, that's a fun fighting game, right? I mean, no.
Like,
and that's
I lost a lot with ABBA, and then I got good with her. Like that, like I got to the point where I feel I'm pretty good with her. I don't really combo into like the transformation stuff because personally, in my opinion, I think her normal state is kind of more fun. Her jealousy state is good. It's a really good mode because she's very fast and a heavy hitter and she has really good moves, but her normal state is really fun, and I feel like a lot of people sleep on it. Like, everyone just kind of writes it off, but it's actually really good. It's a really good state, in my opinion, because you're in for the majority of the match. If you're not good in that state, you're never going to do the transformation. So, I'm really good with her normal state, and I never really need to do the transformation. I kind of do the transformation. This guy has a flex almost. That's kind of where jealousy is for me when I play ABBA. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to just do normal stuff with her, and then it's like, hey, if I feel like I'll transform, and it's over. It's over for you.
It's an online experience in Street Fighter 6 and others as well, but Street Fighter 6 is pretty bad. Anyway, so the point I'm making here is that
I would
yesterday,
love it. I kind of would like it if he played Guilty Gear and I matched him in Guilty Gear. I like I kind of wish we lived in that reality where he's a Guilty Gear player because I feel like I could beat him. I feel like I could win. It'd be an easy win for me.
In Street Fighter 6, here I am approaching it. I'm going to be cool and calm. I'm going to approach it in a new way. It was ridiculous.
But knowing him, he's going to be a fucking happy chaos mate.
I think I won like 13 matches and I lost like 8 or something like that. So I won way more than I lost in casual play. The moment I started playing at ranked 5-star diamond with Bison, first of all, I only fought 4 fucking characters. Now, that's an exaggeration. I think I fought 2 Kims, maybe 1 Aki, maybe not. I think I fought 1 JP, but it was like
exaggeration.
An army of fucking Cammies, M Bisons.
Oh man,
the army of Cammies.
You know what happened? And Cammy won.
We need an army of Cammies.
You know how today's podcast is gonna go, and then he's gonna complain that everyone's gonna pick Cammy now, which is kind of funny because I'm playing Strive and no one's picking Jacko. Everyone's terrified of Jacko. Jacko's great though. She's a cool character. Jacko haters don't come at me. Okay.
And that was it. It was like cycling 4 characters. That's not fun. That's boring as dirt. Only fighting against the same 4 characters. You just don't want to play anymore. Like, dude, it's the same shit again. I'm fucking bored of this. Give me any other character. Like, I would take a fucking Jury. I would take Ken's. Give me any character, even a top 2 character.
Dude, this dude complained about Ken. He literally said there's an army of Kens. But now he wants Ken.
Give me something for variety. So I can have fun. No, it's the same fucking 4 characters in a circle. They're fucking tryhards. All they do is they want to pick the new hot top tier character and just fucking, I want to get wins. I want to get the master. It's fucking lame.
Oh my god,
it's
but Cammy got nerfed, so come on. But at the same time, who fucking cares? Like, dude, if there was an army of Happy Chaos, he'd have a point. But I mean, come on.
Well, what I find hilarious are these Cammies that are eternally stuck at 5-star diamond and cannot get the fucking master.
Dude, his Akuma is stuck in 5-star diamond. His Luke is stuck in diamond. And he's mocking Cammies that are stuck in diamond supposedly. Aren't people gonna get master anyway with losing records? Huh?
Cammy's a launch character. It's been over a year. If you didn't get her to master yet, you're probably never getting her to master. It's time to try something different.
And then he says to these people to drop the character and find someone else. What if they don't want... Like, this is also very annoying, because what if these people who just pick Cammy and they're stuck in Diamond don't care and they just like the character? And it's like them they just change their character. Like, then what are they playing the game for? Maybe they're having fun with Cammy, even though they're losing, Phil. Huh? And this is the guy that's stuck with low-tier characters and he brags about it. And now he's like mocking where they are, where other people are in this fucking game. But if you do that to him, you're negative and stupid and childish. And he called people sociopaths for caring about rape. This guy called people sociopaths
And
for
degenerates,
caring
which
about
is
rape.
really
Man, what is
weird.
this? What is this?
Some kind of projection, I think.
Telling people, caring about other people.
I think it's this projection. It's like Cyrax tier. Like, he just calls people things that he's been called because he thinks it hurts them as much as it hurts him. Just completely devoid of the context surrounding it.
People's ranking points. That is pretty sociopathic, correct? Like, if it's sociopathic to care about his ranking points, then what does it say about him caring about other people's ranking points? Think about it.
Like, maybe try to learn how to play the game instead of just learning.
And now he's telling people to learn the game. But he just said in this fucking video that people should not learn the game. Don't lab. Labbing is bad, but they should lab. This dude, please just drink some bleach. Drink a whole gallon.
Keep saying that.
Go to your local Fred
Man, that's a big
Meyer's.
sticker.
Buy 2 gallons. They may have a
Hey, Shum.
a 2-for-1
How's it
kind of
going?
deal. Get both and just chug them both down. Just do it. Do it as a DSP feasting with
Just
the
take a
King's
sip.
Prize special marathon stream. He should do it for DSP's DSP. That'd be so hype. I'd watch it. I'd watch it and I'd contribute. I'd be a positive supporter if he did that. But he won't because he's a little bitch and he's scared of bleach.
One fucking pattern that got you to 5-star diamond, but will never get you to the next level because you have no actual knowledge of fighting games. Maybe stop labbing and actually like fucking learn fighting games instead.
Stop labbing.
Just say.
Do you know what labbing even is? It's learning. And repetition is part of learning. That's why like when you study, you just kind of go over the same material until you know it forwards and backwards. And I like that someone asked about how to study, and he gave like a non-answer. Like, oh, be sure to take breaks, man. Wow, what good advice. Take breaks.
Just saying.
You never heard that one before.
Anyway, so yeah, like yesterday was just not a good session for me. I genuinely was going into it with a fresh mindset that I was going to play it differently, and by the end of the day, I was just as frustrated and pissed off, and I felt like it was a waste of time. I think I gained all day 150.
He is a waste of time. DSP is a waste of
ranking
time.
points. At least I gained points, but still.
Oh my god!
I'm
Thank
playing
God he
3+
gained points,
hours,
guys.
right?
But he's
And-
not a tryhard. But thank God he gained points.
I'm absolutely like ridiculous. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do to enjoy the game when it's the same 4 characters in a loop. If I drop one move, I can't. That's it. Game over. Right? It's oh my god.
Oh
it's
my
like
God.
mind numbing. Gives you a headache. Makes you feel like this is what the game is now. I can't even have fun. It's not even like I could jump online and wow, in 3 hours I played like 12, 13 different characters and was good variety and we had good matchups. No. Every matchup's played exactly the same.
Oh
It's
my
like you're playing the
God.
same thing 17, 18 times. It's like sitting in a photocopy. You're just photocopying the same thing over and over for 3 hours straight.
But
It's
you know,
not fun.
he keeps saying this, but it's like, why don't you just try to learn? Like, I fought so many soul bad guys to the point where I kind of like learned some things about the matchups a little bit better, and I can handle like these matchups more. Like, come on.
That's not good at all. But what's happened is I feel like when everyone decided that they were going to put all of their tech online, meaning I'm going to make this video. Here's how you do the meta with fucking Cammy, right? Well, guess what?
It's hard to
Now
really
everyone
pin down
lobbied
what
and everyone plays
his
it exactly the fucking
major
same.
issue
So
with
now
fighting
there's no
games is.
originality,
Other than
there's
just
no
like, he doesn't want to learn, he doesn't want to grow, he doesn't want to adapt. He's just, I don't know. It's hard to, I mean, like, I'm not a Street Fighter player myself, so I can't really put like an expert opinion on it, but he's just a boomer. He's just an old dog who doesn't want to learn new tricks.
Anything that's
Oh man.
interesting in the
Oh yeah, and one of his major problems is he gets so irritated, he gets so heated whenever he starts losing a match that his entire gameplay strategy just breaks down. Like he doesn't have a level head. He doesn't He doesn't know how to control his emotions in a fight, and it really fucks with his entire playstyle.
Game, it's just the same pattern over and over. Put me to sleep, right?
But this dude, like, he leaves himself open. Like, I really don't remember ever struggling that hard fighting Cammy in Street Fighter 6. Like, actually, I kind of like playing it. I'm a Minot main, by the way, and I kind of like fighting Cammy players because I learned it's easy anti-air training in a lot of ways, and it's just kind of fun to deal with sometimes. Like, there's just stuff you have to learn. And this dude is like, he leaves himself open to like hooligans and all this other nonsense. And it's like, dude, you don't really make it hard for them.
It's not what the spirit of fighting games even is supposed to fucking be. That's the Street Fighter V mentality. That's why Street Fighter V was a terrible game, because there was no creativity. It was literally everyone
This
playing the
dude
game.
didn't even learn crush counters or crush combos, whatever the fuck, in Street Fighter V. And he's saying this shit. Like, come on. Come on.
Exactly the fucking same. Now, when you get out of certain characters, it's played like I very rarely see a doll.
This dude plays like Geef and Lily the same. Find a move that gives you easy mobility, grapple. Dive rush, grapple, dive rush, low jab. It's the same shit. Like, I kind of wonder if you look at the gameplay of his Blanca, Dalsim, like, you just look at all these characters, how similar some of the combos are. Because there's obviously some variation, because not every character has the same moves, obviously. But I wonder if the neutral gameplay and like just the normals are the same, like just the same kind of links, same kind of like setup. Because I feel like he does low jab a lot in any character. Like, that's what he just goes for.
Dalsim that's played identically across the board. Zangief, I rarely see a Zangief that's played identically. Blanca is like really unique. Every Blanca seems to play a little different.
Oh
That's
my God.
cool, and that's what I
Fuck
like about
Blanca.
Street Fighter 6. It does have that variety to it. Thankfully, it's not just the same thing. So it has the best of both worlds. You got your shitty pattern play of Street Fighter 5 for those who suck at fighting games, and then you've got actual unique play with some ingenuity and imagination to it. With certain
And you know, it's so funny he's saying this shit, but he says he doesn't want to touch Guilty Gear because it's too cumbersome for him. It's too complicated. It's scary. People can take a hit back. They can do a roaming cancel and you just have to take it. That's scary, man.
Unique character, so it does have that balance.
Yeah, like that's the thing. He just wants to
But
play
he-
Street
but
Fighter
his
2.
patterns
It's all he
have
wants to
been
play.
coming online almost
He just wants
every
Street Fighter
person
2.
now.
That's why he
They've
likes
memorized the patterns. That's how
Zangief.
I play, and that's not how you play fighting game. But they think it is because they're squeaking out wins because that's how the game's been designed. You know. Anyway. Yesterday.
Says the guy.
so stressed-
Says the guy like 9 times out of 10 finishes a match with the same combo and ending it with the same level 3 super. Like, his matches look so boring. But other people, they're just squeaking out wins.
out because my whole intention was to try to get Bison to master or at least get him a little closer.
We're halfway
I
through
literally,
the
again, played
video.
for 3 hours, got like 150
And there's
ranking
more.
points. At that rate, it'll take me another 7
Why?
streams, you know? Well, okay, that's another exaggeration. It'd probably take me like at least another 3 or 4 streams
Oh my
of
God.
playing to get him to master. I don't even want to do that. Like, I really don't. I don't want to play these same fucking people, these same fucking matchups. They're boring. They're very boring to me. So I'm wondering what's going to happen. When it comes to, you know, Thursday, when I come back from my break, the mainstream of Street Fighter 6, more Bison. I'm going to do some casual again. I'm probably going to try to reduce the amount of casual play I do because I kept going. I went almost an hour and a half of casual play. And then I realized, oh man, now I just don't have enough time to get as far in ranked as I wanted. I kind of screwed that up, and that's on me. But it was because I didn't feel confident enough. I was playing and I was like dropping an input, bad execution. And why? Because I don't play enough to hang with these fucking people. I play Street Fighter, once every 3 days? And I play
my
it for
God.
only a few hours.
Wow.
A lot of these people, like I said, they're labbing all fucking day. Then they jump online, they play.
Why was that in quotation
This
marks?
is all they do. Yet they're stuck at
Supposedly.
5-star
Dude.
Labbing.
He's mocking people. Why bother being this negative? he just knows what they're thinking. They just know that they spend all day playing Street Fighter and then they're stuck in Diamond. Well, maybe they're stuck fighting pattern players and they can't get out of it, Phil. Like, dude, come on. And you know, it's always funny to me when he was playing Street Fighter 6 in the heyday, and he got platinum. It was just this one segment where you just felt the salt just jump. He was like, I can't believe they saw it platinum, big letters. He's like, yeah. He got so mad. I think Hate Army has a clip of it. I think he was playing a Honda, I want to say. Fighting against Ken. Ken wins, and he gets platinum, and he was so mad. And this dude is mocking other people for being stuck in Diamond. But man, if you mock him for having Akuma stuck in Diamond, he'd be saying you're stupid.
So again, in some cases, it's not just about time invested. It's about level of ingenuity and intelligence and understanding rather than just pattern play ad nauseum. I think that's what a lot of people are missing in Street Fighter. Anyway. So the point I'm making here is,
and again, it's always funny to watch like the piece to piece restream, because excuse me, especially when DSP's fighting a Cammy, and you do get to hear at least some insight where like piece to piece is actually giving like reactions to what the Cammy is doing, and it's like, oh, he should do this. Oh wow, this is crazy. Whatever the fuck. And it's like, oh, this is okay. This is pretty sick. Like, you at least understand where, the variety the Cammy player is going. So it kind of like just dismisses DSP's fucking, oh, they all play the same, man. When you're listening to an actual Cammy player to say, oh, he's doing this and this is very different from this or whatever the fuck.
No exaggeration right now. Today we're about to play Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. Okay? I'm excited for it. We're in a whole new area we unlocked. I'm going to check out this whole northwestern area of the map and see what's there and see where it goes from there. And I'm excited for that, but it's like, I'm actually realizing playing Elden Ring today will likely be less stressful and more enjoyable than when I played Street Fighter yesterday. I'm actually going to have more fun, more discovery, right? Because we're going to see new stuff. You see my point? You're playing Street Fighter 6, you don't even get to see anything new. It's the same fucking patterns over and over. I'm playing Elden Ring, we're going to see new areas.
Give Bison a gun.
New dungeons.
Give him a sword.
He keeps saying patterns, but he doesn't explain what the pattern is.
I want to be able to give Cammy a shield.
More today. That says something.
It's a different style of game, bro. Come on.
It really does say something. One of the most challenging games out there, crushing difficulty. I'm going to enjoy and be more relaxed to play this today. But
you didn't sound relaxed.
Okay.
You sounded really pissy.
Says, so the main issue is that fighting games are too competitive now and it's hard to keep up. No, the problem is that today,
oh my God,
due to factors that are very different from back in the day, meaning
factors,
by spreading the competitive information about a fighting game to the masses right away, you get personal gain from it, right?
How does the gain a person has over uploading videos, like, oh my God, dude, this is like so stupid. Like, when he says like, oh, people are spreading information about the game, you're thinking, okay, they're spreading information about the character. Like, oh, they're telling you how to play the character, and that's like, you can't like knowledge check anyone if they all know the thing or whatever. You think that's the angle he's going with. He does, but also he goes after the fact that the person who's uploading is benefiting from it, which is completely unfair coming from DSP, Mr. I uploaded videos so you guys can experience the game with me and all this other stuff, and you can learn about the game when I play it, or whatever the fuck. Like, he also gets gain. He's uploading these videos of Street Fighter 6. No one is learning how to play the game by watching his videos. I learned when he used to do community nights and he fought a few Manos, I learned combos from watching his fucking stream. And he got gain from it because he got a view, guys. He got people tipping him, he got Jax Raxer, he got super chats, he got memberships, he got all this stuff. But that's not personal, that's not him getting personal gain. Why are we drawing this line where other people can't gain from uploading their fucking tech? It's their own tech. that they upload and they want to share it.
Let me link this
there's
in
stuff I do
chat.
in Guilty Gear, like I
That way
have
I
a
can
short
link it
where I'm
to
doing stuff to a Johnny player,
a text.
and I was like, this is
and
actually kind of
send
funny or whatever.
It'd be quicker
And I
than
shared
just like
it
typing out the
because,
URL.
Look at this, guys. And I have another combo video or a match video I want to upload because at the end of the day, I don't
Just a
know
link
what
to
I did.
A PC build.
I saved it so I can look at the button reader so I can at least see what I was pushing. Because I was doing stuff and I was just in the moment. I was like, and I was like, how am I doing this combo? And after I did, I was like, I don't know how I did that. Like, if you put a gun to my head, I wouldn't tell you how I did it. And sometimes I'm very fortunate that you could do that now in fighting games because these are good combos and I want to learn them.
You make money, you get views, get notoriety, right? Then all of a sudden you can immediately adopt that. You get noticed. Oh, maybe I get signed for a team. Maybe I get a sponsor.
That never happens.
This is so fucking lame. To assume that everyone who uploads is a thing that they could be part of a team and this and that. Like, again, is Nitro part of a team? I don't think he is because maybe he is. Maybe I'm ignorant. But at the same time, who fucking cares? I respect the game, man. I respect how he played Jacko. It was a crazy set he did, man.
It made me big money on my streams. Because of all that, there is literally no time of discovery anymore in any fighting game.
What are you talking about, though? Like, honestly, there is still stuff to be discovered. Like, again, I discovered that stuff with Jacko by watching Nitro play. But come on, man. Come on,
a new character is released or a new DLC patch comes out, everyone knows everything within a day. And that era of discovery, that time frame when a new fighting game was released or an update to a fighting game was released, used to be one of...
He's just mad he can't, like, body people by knowledge he has that no one else has. Or just bodying off of unknowing. Like, there's stuff like Jacko, like, in Strive is a silly character.
It's so fun.
At the start, like, year one of her super was a grapple. Now, of course, like, everyone probably assumed that because, she literally grabs you and all this other stuff. They changed it to a strike move, and for a while, no one knew, like, and they did a patch note about it, and everyone was talking about it. Yeah, I still see people respond to her super like it's a grapple by jumping. Depending on the jump, you can still get them with that super. But then there's a discoverability when you're biking, and you're like, I could parry that now. Wow. And then you parry it, and then you're like, wow, man.
One of the most fun, enjoyable times because everyone was on the same equal footing, messing around, trying to learn everything, and you would have fun new gameplay mechanics, people experimenting with new things, people trying to see how things fit, and it would last a while.
Aww,
today, it's literally 5 minutes. In some cases, it's no time at all because they have access to new content, certain people, before it's even released. Man. So they're already making
I also think this is bullshit anyway, because let's say we take away YouTube. YouTube gets destroyed. No one can look at YouTube anymore. It's done, guys. YouTube is over. I feel like people would still learn about characters within a day because they would just see what the character's doing. Like, when Bison's in the air, you could probably just assume you could do a dragon punch and it'd stop it. Because, again, it's an aerial attack. I mean, a lot of aerial attacks can be stuffed by dragon punch or just a normal anti-air. Like, I'm sure you could do it.
Videos about a new character and a new gameplay mechanic before it's even in the real game, and it's already been spoiled for everyone before anyone could even play it. In my opinion, when they decided that everything should be instant gratification, instead of earning it by playing and learning yourself.
This dude says this, but in
why does he watch videos?
Stream, this dude was mad he wasn't getting satisfied by getting ranking points or upping his rank. He has fucking streams where he's sad about progress. I'm not progressing in Street Fighter 6, man. That's not looking for instant gratification? Okay.
It's now, hey, the moment something is out, everyone knows about it because it's already online. Every plot is spoiled. Every Easter egg is found. Every nuance of the meta of anything competitive is
dude, who
already
cares?
exposed within 24 hours. When that happens,
Oh my
there is no
God.
fun factor to a game anymore.
Fun.
You've already exposed everything. Like, how do you even have a good time? Oh, it's a feeling of a new game. No, it feels old within a day because everyone already knows everything, right? When a new character comes out, you should be able to have fun with them at least for a little bit before it's so serious that, oh, I took one hit because I made a mistake. Oh, I lost the entire game. What the fuck just happened? It's brand new. How the fuck does everyone know this right from the get-go? Within 24 hours of Bison being out, already everyone knew you can't do a scissor kick because someone could just punish it with standing light kick into a free combo. How the fuck did you know that? How does every player know that? Because some fucking dunce made a video.
What's funny? You know what's funny about these videos that I Hate Army is putting in this? All these videos are all positive, like, hype videos. That's probably the only negative, how to counter Bison. But there was one that said, like, how to play Bison, hype. But look how positive these videos are.
How to beat Bison, and they spoiled it. So no one discovers it naturally. Everyone just knows it within 24 hours, and now you've basically ruined the entire discovery period for the character. And that takes the fun factor out of the game. That's my point. It's not that everyone's trying to play harder. Hey, that's naturally going to happen when now there's a reward. There's now a carrot at the end of the stick. It used to be you just do it for fun.
Oh my God, now it's talking about fucking rewards. Dude, come on. Not everyone who plays these games that learn the games and watch these videos. Like, dude, you watch tech videos yourself. Why are you watching tech videos then, Philip? Again, he's shooting all these people watching videos and all this other stuff, but his problem is that these people are gaining money and all this stuff, but this dude participates. He watches these videos. And then he takes it on his own stream. Why is he learning the characters so badly? Because he has to, and he says every time, it wouldn't be fun if I played a game and I kept losing, right guys? I need to win. What's the fun? Oh, I play a game and I lose. I didn't even try. And it's like, dude, that's not what people are even saying. This dude is full of shit. And this guy just keeps complaining. Whine, whine, whine.
Now, if you get competitive in a fighting game, you have a chance to get signed.
All because people can possibly, oh my God. Dude, this looks like a different person. What the fuck? This doesn't even look like DSP. Dude, this is DSP without the fucking beard. This is what he'd look like. This is what he'd look like without his little mustache. Actually, no, I see it now. But this looks like a mouth.
What, the one on the
This does not look like DSP
right side
at all. Like, it's to the point I almost feel like Heat Army just snuck in another dude in this video to fuck with you.
Money in a setting, playing tournaments and traveling with a team, you could get sponsorships, you can make money on a stream. So I get it. Like,
the odds of that happening are so low.
Profit from being
Nobody
good.
thinks about that.
But again,
They're just having fun, man.
People who are profiting for getting good, but they're learning the game. They're participating in tournaments. Like, tournaments have rewards. All this other stuff. Like, dude, come on.
The fact that because that's happened, now fighting games are no fun to be played, you ruined it. Like, what's the fucking point? Unless you plan on becoming a pro player in a fighting game, what exactly is the incentive to be playing Street Fighter 6 right now?
So now, if I want to get good at a fighting game, I need to participate in the FGC. What if I just want to get good at Jacko and I just want to have fun and get good with her? Like, it's kind of nice, honestly. Sometimes when I'm playing a game and someone just tells me I'm really good, and I'm like, what? Like, an LG player literally told me, like, I posted a deal on Twitter and it said that I could dominate my Jacko. And I was like, what? Huh? But it's like, I'm actually decent with her because I played her a lot. I'm like 112 with her.
Like I said, I've had people the last couple of months come into the chat saying, man, I like watching your Street Fighter 6, so I tried to play it. I just get bodied endlessly. I can't even win a single round. everyone just dominates.
Yeah,
with
because
insane
people
combos
give
and
up.
strategy,
Like
and I have no
literally, this is the same shit. When people's like, I can't draw. I can't even draw a stick figure. And it's like, dude, just draw. You have to draw for hours, and all this stuff. There's always a grind with anything if you want to get good at it. If you want to be good in a fighting game, guess what you're gonna have to do, buddy? You're gonna have to sit down.
no chance to even win a single game. Yeah, that's
You're-
lame.
You're gonna
That's
have to lose
sad,
a
actually.
lot.
It didn't used to be like that.
Oh
You
my
actually had a
God.
chance to kind of fuck around
No,
in the games earlier and
no,
have fun.
no, you didn't. Wrong, buddy. Because if you go to a fucking arcade, you're gonna get bodied, man.
Even if you weren't so serious. Now
Whatever.
it's like every fucking player is a
Who
super...
the fuck's calling? I don't know this number. I'm gonna tell them to shut up. Shut up. I'm in the middle of something. This is important. Oh my god! Where's my voicemail?
Aspiring to be,
Talk about my
you know,
voicemail.
the next top player kind of deal, and it sucks the fun out of the fucking game.
Get good then. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not winning. Game sucks. Goo goo gaga.
See, I completely disagree. Epsilon Knight says the games themselves have the tools to improve, though. Back in the day, some people would have exclusive tech they didn't share, and they
Get this, right? Oh,
bodied
man.
everyone with it, and that's not fun. No, actually, that's the opposite. It was super fun. Because here's what would happen. You'd be...
Listen to this. Now, it's funny. I watched a little bit of the throwback stream last night through WWPIG.
WWPIG.
And he had a mini rant that I was
They're
like,
live now,
what
by the
the
way.
fuck? Like he's watching Dark Souls and we're talking about the FGC, and he said like, "Oh,
Sorry,
people
I don't-
would save their tech."
Sorry, I'm texting my sister. We don't get a whole lot of time to chat because she rarely checks her phone for messages. We're actually having a pretty in-depth conversation. We don't usually have that. Sorry.
Man, they would keep it to themselves. Now everyone just shares it. He kind of shed on the idea of sharing tech, and it's like, dude, like, isn't that?
You know that purple hair character in Shika no Konoko? I relate to her a lot. I just like my sister. She's a cool person. We get along with each other more than we get along with basically anyone else because we have a whole lot in common. Toya says chat said hi. Yeah, she knows I stream. She knows about my channel. I guess I can.
A positive thing. They're trying to help the community and lift them up by helping them play the game.
You'd be the best person in your community.
Now get this. Let's listen to this again.
See, I completely disagree. Epsilon Knight
Thank
says
you.
the games themselves have the tools to improve, though. Back in the day, some people would have exclusive tech they didn't share, and they bodied everyone with it, and that's not...
And that's how DSP operates. Go to his fucking 3rd anniversary streams. Every lobby needed Goji Tanks to show up to get him to leave. He would go into another person's lobby. He would fight them, then he would just stay on top the whole night. And it's like, dude, what if these are just a bunch of friends playing the game? And then this fucker shows up and he's like, oh yeah, man, no, this is my lobby. And then like everyone just leaves. Like, there's a difference between like kind of just winning and then like whatever, but he picked his best characters. He never picked weird characters. He never like did anything. He didn't even try to challenge himself.
That's not fun. No, actually, that's the opposite. It was super fun.
And of course, it's the opposite.
Because here's what would happen.
But I just love that, whatever.
You'd be the best person in your community. But then you would leave your community to go to a tournament.
Now, again, the dude said that people would keep tech to themselves and body people with it. And that's not fun. Which is a very singular complaint. That is one-on-one. And it only is an issue for the person who's losing and all this other stuff. And the issue is that the dude wouldn't share the tech. But he's out arguing, well, that guy can like leave and go somewhere else and fight another good guy. Okay, but that's like not even that's not relevant to what the dude just said. I mean, reading is hard. I mean, DSP might have a hard time reading, but like, you know, he might need to read some children's books and like kind of understand how words work.
And the tournament was a get-together of all different people from the region, maybe
But
even people
again, they're not talking. The dude isn't talking about tournaments.
flying across the country. Shit, maybe even people flying in from another country to perform at a tournament. And that's when you were exposed to all of this tech. It wasn't just I go to the tournament to compete. It's you're going to the tournament to learn. This is your opportunity to educate yourself on the game and to see new strategies.
But this is dumb though. Think about it, right? And this is again needlessly negative. Just
Biden's
more
alive.
needlessly
Oh
negativity
no.
from this guy. He's saying like, well, you
What
could
proof
go to
do we
Evo. But
have?
what if I can't afford to go to Evo? What if I can't fly there? Dude, we had a pandemic. This dude,
It's a body double.
always says we had a pandemic, guys, and everyone loved me because everyone was locked at home and they were forced to watch me and all this other bullshit.
Tom Cruise in a rubber
But
mask.
This dude is saying like, you just go to tournaments and you learn. But what is wrong by learning by watching streams and all this other stuff? Isn't that the same thing, just in a different delivery?
Ah, he's
No,
alive.
it's wrong because everyone
There
learns
goes
too
my
fast.
theory.
That's the problem. People learn too fast. You can't body scrubs that quickly anymore because the scrubs are learning too fast.
Strategies and figure stuff out because for the first time you get exposed.
This is like you're watching a Planet of the Apes film, and this is like the beginning where the apes start to learn, like they start to do shit, and then you have that one guy like, these apes are learning too fast. They're gonna fuck us, guys. These apes are gonna destroy the world. They're gonna like put us in cages, and that's how DSP is about scrubs. Planet of the Scrubs. The scrubs are learning too fast. We had a medication to help the old FGC heads to keep playing games, but now that drug has mutated the scrubs into being pros, and the pros are now being scrubs. It's a scary world in the Planet of the Scrub.
Exposed to this melting pot of gameplay that you couldn't find because
Melting
there was
pot.
no
Fucking melt your
online
eyes.
to you
Melt
it
your
all out
face.
on within 24 hours. So the tournament was a super fun event because it was where you would actually get to see.
But the bar of entry is high. Like, it's not super duper high, but it's high enough that not everyone can go. Not everyone can just fly to Las Vegas. Not everyone can go to a fucking hotel and just stay there. Oh my god.
The best of the best duke it out, show their skill, and no one had any clue who was going to win. At any waking moment, you could have a nobody walk in from the street.
A nobody won the Guilty Gear Top 6. This dude was a newcomer to Evo, and he picked Jacko. Jacko is not she's not an easy character by any means, and she's not high tier either. And he won Evo. Now, of course, it's the luck of they do a bracket reset. I don't know why. I to be honest, when Jacko lost the initial, I was like, oh, I was so sad. I was like, oh man, not Jacko. And then I left. And then I went on Twitter and I started seeing people saying reset. I was like, what the fuck a reset? I go to the Evo channel. I was like, they're fighting again. Oh my god, Jacko's kicking ass. And then Jacko won, baby. I mean, come on. And that dude was a nobody.
The streets and have some strategy you've never seen and dominate the top players. That was incredibly fun. That doesn't exist anymore.
Wrong.
At all.
It
Because
did
everyone
exist,
knows the tech
stupid.
right away. And that has ruined that feeling of chance and discovery.
But the thing he's complaining about is not relevant to him. He doesn't go to tournaments. He won't participate in tournaments. Why does he care for this?
Kind of like, almost like, you never know what's going to happen. That's fun. That fun's gone. Where is it? Everyone knows everything. Everyone has the same combos, the same patterns, the same game.
Dude, I've never seen a Jacko player play like Nitro. Literally, I fought Jackos, and I've always said a Jacko mirror is a scary match for me because it'll either be a very easy match for me, or it's a nightmare where I'm scared. I'm scared for my life. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is. If I was fighting Nitro, I'd be terrified. Because, dude, you can easily lock people down with the servants. Because that's the scary aspect of the servants. The servants add a lot of pressure. No one thinks about it half the time. Because you think, okay, I can just hit the servant and it'll despawn. Whatever. But at the same time, that servant can fuck you up very, very easily.
Gameplay, the same fucking flowchart, right? Oh, within 24 hours, no one ever scissor kick again with Bison because you can punish it immediately. Why the fuck do we know that within 24 hours? That's stupid as shit.
I mean, how long does it take to figure that out?
Shit to learn, guys.
Ha ha! Ha
So
ha!
anyway,
Ha ha! Anyways.
that's just some of the few things, that I have to say. But, a lot of people will likely disagree with me, but that's a different perspective. Most of these people who play fighting games today, they only started playing in this modern era. The first game they played was Street Fighter 4 or 5, right? And for me, it's like, dude, I've been playing since Street Fighter 2. Actually, I played Street Fighter 1, all right? Of course, it wasn't competitive. So for me, it feels so different, But it really is. It's that old school Smash Mouth feeling. To get good, you have to go to the
Smash Mouth. I missed that part.
To take your beatings, but it's through that time-tested combat and.
This dude loves getting beaten, and all this other shit. And he should get beaten more, obviously. But
Yeah.
this dude says this shit, but he complains the loudest when he's on the receiving end of this.
Metal that you get better. It's not, I sit in the lab, I sit in the lab, I sit in the lab, la 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 la. Oh, now I've memorized the same pattern.
He does that though.
Apply that online.
Oh my god.
And then you go online. Oh, I got lucky. Now I'm in my pattern. Now I win the round. And then the moment, I couldn't apply the pattern, I lose instantly because I don't know how to play.
Dude, that's any character. Like, dude, when you can't get going in a game, you lose. What a shocker. What a shocking concept. This dude is fucking brain dead. Listen to this nonsense.
Else knows. Now I apply that online. Better. It's not, I sit in the lab, I sit in the lab.
Dude, you sit in the lab to learn the match, to learn the character.
I sit in the lab, la 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 la.
How does he think the people he watched to learn these fucking characters, how does he think that they learn these combos? By the way, and again, he sat in the lab too. There were matches, you can find them in Piece of Pastry streams, years of them, whatever, where he sat in a fucking training room at the beginning of the stream to practice combos. This dude is part of the problem he has. And he's saying like, well, these other people sit in the lab and they practice combos. He does the same shit. And he's saying that he's better than everyone. Go fucking choke on bleach, dumbass.
Oh, now I've memorized the same pattern that everyone else knows. Now I apply that online. And then you go online. Oh, I got lucky. Now I'm in my pattern. Now I win the round. And then the moment, I couldn't apply the pattern, I lose instantly because I don't know how to play fighting.
Oh my god, dude, that's any player. Dude, that happens to you as well. You drop a move and you can't do your combo, and then you lose because you're rattled. Dude, that's just how pressure works. It goes both ways. But when he adds pressure, that's skill, man. When other people do, that's pattern play. This dude needs to fucking find a bridge and do some flips.
Half the people I lose to are terrible at fighting games, but they've labbed enough that they've learned that pattern that you can't really get out of unless you get lucky because it's a guessing game. All right, so anyway, I wanted to get that off my chest. If I make a video about this, it'll be way more organized. Like, I'm just kind of all over the place today.
Yeah,
with this,
right.
But
please make this video. Make this video.
For someone,
I wonder how long it would be.
I'm not gonna sit here and try hard out the games. I'm not going to sit here and lab.
Just so much all over the place stuff.
For that.
This dude literally labbed out shit though.
Life, I'm a variety streamer. When I play fighting games, that's my opportunity.
Go to the beginning of Bison. What did he do? He went to the lab. At the beginning, when Rashid dropped, he went to the lab. Day 1 of Street Fighter 6, he went to the lab. But now he doesn't do that, guys. Fucking
play.
shut
so unless
up.
you want to see me have a lab stream where all I do is sit in training mode practicing a combo, and you want to go to sleep,
And of course we go
I'm not
to
going to be labbing.
But of course we go to the extremes. The thing is, the issue with him doing training is that he doesn't do anything meaningful in training mode that's interesting. He just learns boring combos.
Could be playing, but it's become very, very tough to actually play fighting games at any kind of a fun capacity. When I play, I get experiences like yesterday where I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to get my stuff down. If I make one mistake, the whole round's over. Things are dropping, and I'm like getting so frustrated because it's like, was it me? Was it my joystick? Was it the netcode? It wasn't input delay because we solved that issue. Like, one of the things has been taken out, right? So
Yeah,
what is
right.
the factor? I don't even know. And it's so frustrating when you can't advance because simple little mistakes are leading to entire games of failure because everyone has labbed out so fucking much. Oh my god.
Oh my god, man.
Anyway.
Anyway. These stupid
I've said my
players
piece.
and
I think I've
learning.
gabbed enough about fighting games this morning. Like I said, I think I'm gonna make I will try to make at some point. I don't know if it'll be anytime like today, but I think I want to make like a formal video discussing
Come on, make a video.
But I don't
make
know
that
where to put it.
video.
Like I said, I would like
Where
to
to
put
put
it on DSP
it?
Reacts, but I don't think anyone would watch it on that channel. I think if I put it on this channel, it has a higher chance of being.
Okay. Now, should I bother with today's podcast? I'm scared to ask. I'm terrified. Well, let's go. Let's fucking go.
All right, I don't know what Jasper did. I just searched the house. I don't see anything.
Oh
but
God!
He did. There was a loud noise. I was like, "What the?" Well, he's hyper. He's running all around now. Anyway. So yeah.
This is
so
not
the point I'm making
watchable. I'm
is
gonna lower the quality.
Cammy is incrably.
Oh my God, we're
Cammy's
talking about
incredibly
Cammy.
good in Street Fighter 6. She always was. People who want to talk shit are just people who either are excited for all of that. It sounds good to me. Good variety and good fun.
Okay, we're just in the
two. Rem. Well, we could definitely. Oh, this could be cool. Huh. If you say so. Having the absolute most problem with in Street Fighter 6, the character who I've been complaining about, saying I feel like the kids say told you so. No, really, I do. I hate to say these suggestions. Now, coming up Saturday, I'm excited. Give me some feedback, but we really got to figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. Let's talk about this over the course of today. What game should I play tomorrow?
By the way, what's funny about this, though, I'm going to just throw this in there. When Mitsugami, whatever the fuck, failed and was a bust, people are telling him, Phil, will you do a Game Pass exploration stream? He literally said, no, I don't have time for that. We don't have room for Game Pass. And now we don't know what we're doing Tuesday. Of course.
I'm totally open to many. Hate to say it. It's fun now. There's one quick thing I want to discuss about Evo. And I hate to say I told you so. Really, I do. I hate to say it. It's funny I end up saying it. So
I'm so glad this dude is not playing Guilty Gear. As much as I wish he did, so I could body him in Guilty Gear, I'm glad he's not.
Is he playing that today?
He doesn't care. He thinks it's a bunch of weirdos.
Okay, we'll pause this. Go to the WPIG pre-stream, see what he has to talk about.
In Street Fighter 6 online play. Okay? I'm off from streaming tomorrow. When we come back on Thursday, it'll be Fallout 4 continuing. We'll finish up the Nuka-Cola World DLC, likely. And then some chill Stardew Valley. Friday, again, we'll do another fighting game fiesta. It'll be probably more SVC on the day stream and more Street Fighter on the night stream.
Oh, great.
Now,
Can't wait.
Saturday.
Uh-oh.
SVC Fiesta? Did he just say that?
What, you decided what kind of food you're going to stuff down your throat?
Oh my God,
Hold
bro.
on. Excuse me.
No, you could have covered your mouth. You could have closed your mouth.
Door dashing, barbecue.
The Digital Summer Party. My marathon, which I haven't done one for about 2 months.
SVC
And I'm excited.
Fiesta.
I'm excited to
Friend.
hang out with you guys all day in a more casualized setting. It will not be a super complicated event. It will not be an event where we have set segments where we must do this and this and this. It's going to be very, very laid back. Okay.
Yes. So laid back, you don't have to show up.
Oh, really? Takano Senshi says he's telling me about SVC now. There's 2 ways to do a guard step cancel. If you hold block and you press forward, it's 20% meter. Or if you hold block and you press B and C, it's 60% meter.
Yeah,
so you want to dash.
Just walk him.
Yeah.
Just hold his hand through the entire game before he even has a chance to boot it up. As he complains about people
yes,
who...
they're identical. They are basically identical. They are clones.
All the fucking butt-blasted pain he was in just because people knew how to counter his M-Bison scissor kicks. Meanwhile, people in chat just tell him shit like that, and he doesn't think anything of it.
One better than the other.
Okay.
Move on.
Anyway.
Very legitimate
Thanks for telling
outrage.
me, but let's talk about the Digital Summer Party, all right?
Thanks for telling me, but I don't give a shit right now.
There's
I'm
going
talking
to be
about
booze
food.
and food. I'm going to order some food
Booze
during
and
the day,
food.
likely barbecue, but I'm not sure yet.
How about your wife
My
cooked
wife with the
something?
day off will plan it out.
Right.
And there's going to be some booze. I'm going to go to the liquor store tomorrow and pick something out that I'll have during the event to drink all day. Okay? But
Hey, Mr. Burdell, the usual? Nah, I gotta get something for the DSP's DSP. Oh, that sounds fun, sir. Well, I've prepared your 2 handles of Tanqueray, of course, like you always ask for. Yeah, we'll keep them at the register for me, please. I will be buying some other stuff today. Thank you.
Addition, we're going to do some fun, chill stuff. Number 1, we're going to do gameplay. What gameplay?
Whoa,
well,
wait, you don't do gameplay? That's new.
Fighter 6, we could do SVC.
Oh
we
my
could
God,
do
those...
Stardew Valley.
No.
Or
What?
one thing that I actually definitely want to do, I'm going to get this game, the Nintendo World Championships. on the Switch, and we're going to play it. And we're going to do challenge runs in the various classic NES games that have been out, you know, in this game set up. It's going to be fun because you guys are going to be voting in chat. You'll be like, "Jay, I wonder, can Phil do this particular challenge run?" And we'll see.
He's so hyped on this voting bullshit, the dumbest vote of all time.
Who has confidence that I can do it and who says I can't. And it's going to be pretty fun.
That's fun.
I feel.
Polls are fun.
Runs. I haven't done anything like this in a very long time.
If you like my polls, please
now, in
tip.
addition to all the casualized gameplay that I'll be doing.
Casualized?
We're going to do a tier maker. But
all right, so if I know I can see some LARPers here. I love casualized gameplay. You have outed yourself, sir.
A fan stepped up and made 2 awesome tier makers that we can do. Now, I don't think we're going to do both, but listen to these 2 awesome tier makers. Idea number 1, ranking all of the Souls-like games I've ever played.
Did Derek make these?
This includes the entire Dark Souls series, Demon Souls,
Derek.
Sekiro, Bloodborne, the Neos.
Thanks, Derek.
You know, Lies of P, Another Crab's Treasure,
Good job,
or
guys.
more, because I've played more than that.
Thanks,
so
Derek.
all of those, okay, ranked together. That's number 1.
LARPers are teaming up right now. Good job, guys. There's like 1,000 people saying, "Thanks, Derek." Oh, sorry about that.
It's not
Poor
Derek that made
Ann
them. If you're going to keep...
I feel sorry for Ann Lee. At least he's going to be drunk. At the very least.
Picking on Derek, I'm just going to ban you right now so we don't have to bother with Derek that made them. If you're going to keep...
Thanks, Derek. Oh, sorry about that.
It was not Derek that made them. If you're going to keep picking on Derek, I'm just going to ban you right now so we don't have to bother with this bullshit today.
It's just because they're like, did Derek make them? That's picking on Derek. Okay.
All right, so just shut up about
Whoa,
it. Okay, that's
easy.
Number 2.
That's not making fun of Derek. He's made him before. That's legitimately a plausible situation, sir. Damn.
And this one I think might even be better. And I think this might be the one you guys want me to do.
Which one?
Someone has compiled the list of the top 2 most disappointing games.
Girlfriends I've ever had. There's 2 options. One is Leanna, and the second one is Catherine. We get to put them in a tier maker.
Games of the year per my countdowns for about 12 to 13 straight years. So you remember last year we ranked the best games of all time against each other from my previous countdowns? We can do the worst games ranking countdown now. So we could say, what's the worst of the worst? But maybe now, after time, there's some games that I think aren't so bad.
This is the...
Okay?
I don't even understand the premise here.
A really good tier maker to do. So I'm going to, you know...
We're doing a tier maker of top 10 lists I've done?
You guys think about it over the next few days, and we'll
horrible
determine
idea.
it.
Both
but
are
I think
actually
that would
horrible.
be a good one. It's a follow-up to the one we did a year ago, and that one was very popular. So I'm excited to see what are the absolute worst games of the last 13 plus years. We can do the tier maker to rank them.
He's doing the worst 10 games game. What are the so yeah, negativity sells though, right, Philip?
So just think about that. We're gonna have some booze and some food. We're gonna be playing various different games.
So
we're gonna be doing some Nintendo World Championship stuff, and we're gonna do some tier maker fun.
So like every other
it should be a really
time.
fun marathon event.
Yes.
It's a great day if you just want to come by and hang out and see what I'm up to and just have a good time. It's a good day to support the channel and to support the community. You know, a lot of people maybe come by. You want to give some memberships? That'll be a great day to do it because there'll be a lot of people on stream. Okay.
Will we?
So it's good stuff. I hope you'll be here this Saturday all day long for the marathon
Yeah,
event.
the lengths he
Then on
goes to
Sunday,
defend
it's
Derek
React
is so
Day
weird.
With my clip show, DSP versus the Internet over on DSP Reacts, and are returning to the retro react of Mario and Sonic at the 2012 London Olympic Games on DSP Throwback on the late stream. That coincides with the actual real-life Olympics.
Why are we
How
burping
cool is
so
that,
much?
That we're actually doing it at exactly the same time.
Our burping is on level red right now. We are code black burping right now. Oh my God, is that serious?
And then,
Whoa.
for the rest of the week, we'll play it by Burger King.
B said, Orog says, I think he has a whale stepping up to give him 1,000 pounds, and that's why he is so excited about this. You think? I think he always starts excited like this. He always hopes for the best.
Yeah, I think the days of like $1,000
Since
tips are
buy
over.
The Nintendo World Championships game, that's the one we can also put in the rotation. So we're going to continue on. We'll
That
probably
was
do
like
some
years
SBC, some
ago.
Nintendo World
He
Championships.
would get like
from time to
$1,000
time.
bucks.
We're going to be working on finishing up Fallout 4 and Street Fighter 6 in the mix. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good balance of stuff over the next week. And then, of course, as we head into August, we can see how much time permits if we have time for more stuff or stuff like that.
Oh, great.
Okay?
Sounds good. So
awesome. That's what's going on here on my channels right now, and I hope that sounds good to you.
Your knob just a little beyond the breaking point.
Mr. Atkins says worst games equals top 10 games with less tips.
Also, update. We're in the home stretch of the LA Noire playthrough.
That'd be
over
funny.
on DSP
Like
Throwback.
what playthroughs got him the least money? Starting with, I don't know what it would be. Bassmaster.
Probably finish within 1 to 1.5 weeks. And it's been determined the next playthrough I'm going to do over there will be one of my original Grand Theft Auto playthroughs.
Oh my
Either
God!
GTA
Whoa.
3,
Yeah.
GTA Vice City,
Yeah.
or GTA San Andreas. But I need your feedback on
Okay.
which one you want to see first. Which classic GTA
GTA 1 actually.
would you like to know?
I
Or
want the
like
top
to see
down
first?
The top down GTA,
Okay.
please. I would love that
Chair,
one. That's talk
give
about
your
classic.
opinion, because that's going to come soon. Within like probably 2 weeks, we're going to start. So I need your opinions on this. Let me know, and we'll go from there. I will definitely take in all of your feedback and weigh and balance that.
Yeah,
See, there
please
you go.
wait.
Listen to this. Some people
Okay.
Vice City. Well, San Andreas is my comfort GTA because it was my first one. No, not GTA 4. You're all talking nonsense. I'm not remastering the GTA 4 playthrough. We're talking about the
GTA
ones I did
4,
with camera.
GTA 4, GTA 4. You guys are in sync today. It's going great. You guys
Okay.
are killing it. Say GTA
Yeah,
4.
Sakano Senshi, absolutely. He says he has more mechanics he can tell me about, like the cancels. Yeah, I have no idea how to cancel in this game, SVC. So if you could tell me how
Thanks,
to do that,
Sakano
I'd appreciate
Senshi.
that too. Okay?
Get help, brother. Get help.
Okay, so, good stuff, right?
Anything else,
All
or?
good stuff coming up. I'm very excited for this.
Let's get
Also,
the
keep in mind,
gameplay.
in August is going to be a heavy reacting month because in August it's going to be
You have 2 extra days of reacting. That means it's a heavy reacting month.
me reacting to the Review Tech USA documentary by June the King once it releases, and then it's going to be me reacting to my own documentary once it releases. So we're going to have a good amount of stuff to discuss. All right? Cool. All right. I think we're
Okay.
done with all of that. I think now what we should do is we should head into my favorite segment.
Dented News.
Your favorite segment. Everyone's favorite segment here on the Level 1 podcast.
Let me click
It's
it
a
real
little
quick.
segment that
What a-
I like to call
What a
DSP
corny,
News.
lame cliche to
In this
open up this segment.
It's a
There's
little
like
segment
no
that I like to call
personal,
DSP News.
Okay, that's the
And this is
transition.
a segment.
like
Great.
personal
Do.
flavor to it. There's no like characterization to
We
it.
talk about news. So let's
My
do that.
favorite, your
Okay, we have a few
favorite,
stories
everyone's
for today.
favorite.
All
Some
right.
interesting stories to cover today.
Wow, that's
Oh,
that's
great.
just,
Let's check my
first
phone
story-
real
so
quick. Hold on, quick
DSP.
is that
pulse.
it is official.
It's lame,
my
Call of
corny,
Duty Modern
and
Warfare 3, that's right, the one that's out right now,
just
will be
completely
hitting Game Pass
meaningless.
tomorrow. 100%. Anyone who has Game Pass will now have access to the game without paying any additional fee. So
Okay,
if
you're
you
done
held
now, so
off
move on.
on playing Call of Duty this year because you didn't want to drop $70 plus tax, I don't blame you. But now you can play it as a Game Pass subscriber. And again, it looks like moving forward every year, Call of Duty will be on Game Pass. So, so check it out if you're interested. If you're not, well, then it's probably not big news for you at all, right?
Yep. Okay. Move on.
Okay. Also, Player First Games, which is the company that makes multiverses, has officially been purchased by Warner Brothers Games and is now part of the Warner Brothers Games family.
Okay, no one cares.
Now,
Move on.
This announcement comes on the heels of MVS releasing about a month and a half ago. And the fighting game community basically is torn on the game. Some people
I've seen 2 people talking about it on Twitter. One was positive about it. The other one was talking about anything else. And I saw one person say pussy in bio, but I didn't know what that meant. So people are clearly split on this issue.
like it. Some people don't like it at all. It seems like it's going to have more of a casualized fan base than a competitive fan base.
Casualized fan bases are the best.
Of course, it's releasing its expansion this week, which is season 2, which is going to have Samurai Jack and Beetlejuice, I believe.
Oh, Beetlejuice.
And
Shout outs to Beetlejuice.
They made it clear that even though the studio is now owned by Warner Brothers Games, the people who are in charge at Player First Games will remain in charge and essentially work independently. It's not like, oh, we're going to completely shift the management around and the whole philosophy.
Basically, any tweet that has any traction at all, you can find that tweet in it.
Of the company will change. They're going to basically work
It's not hard.
as kind of an independent
Shouldn't say that. It is hard, but it's not hard to find the tweet. It
entity continuing to make the multiverses games. So,
Thank you.
Will this mean more good news or bad news for MVS? I don't know. You would think it would be good news, right? You would
could
hope,
not care about
but,
anything
I guess
less.
We'll see.
Yes. I would rather. I care about the.
Let's do the good story first, and then we'll do the controversial news story.
Okay. I can't wait for
the
this.
good story
I'll
is
stop.
that Capcom,
I'm not sure what the licensing rates are
10 to 11 years,
when it comes to Samurai Jack.
while the rest of the gaming industry seems to have been collapsing, Capcom has had a complete
Like I thought all the Cartoon Network properties were owned by Viacom.
Meaning, at one point 10
The
years
gaming
Viacom
community
owned
has
by
been
the
collapsing. What did he say
WB?
was collapsing?
the rest of the gaming industry seems to have been
Oh yeah,
collapsing.
gaming industry
Capcom
collapsing.
has
Yep.
had a complete and utter turnaround. Meaning, at one point 10 years ago, Capcom was doing poorly. They had flops such as Street Fighter Cross Tekken and Resident Evil 6. And Capcom in the last 11 years completely turned their company around. They reinvigorated Street Fighter. They reinvigorated Resident Evil.
Nickelodeon
Monster
was
Hunter
Viacom.
became a
Oh,
worldwide
yeah, that's right. Thank you.
phenomenon of sales and success.
Thank you,
So,
Red Animator.
What is the secret that Capcom has? Because if you look at the rest of the games
haven't looked
industry,
at
you got other companies
these
that
in a long
are
time.
failing, sales flops, laying off employees, closing studios, right? And why is it that Capcom seems to be so successful
They're
right now
legends.
amid this industry where everyone else is claiming the industry is on a downturn, right? I mean, we had Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox Gaming, come out, oh, the whole industry right now is in a slump. Like, actually, Phil, if you had a brain in your fucking head, you
Oh
look
my God,
around and you'd
dude.
see there's companies that are doing well. You're just
You're not
doing
in the
things
position
that
to
they're
be
doing,
this
and that's why you're failing.
Yeah, definitely.
Elitist.
They've actually tracked it, and the reason for
people who-
Capcom's success is jury's feet. It's crazy.
Here is Capcom outlining the reasons why it was able to stay successful and have 11 years of consecutive operating profit growth. Okay? Number one.
Cammy's left butt cheek.
Number
carrying
two,
out pricing
Cammy's
strategies
right butt
with a shift from physical retail stores to digital sales directly online. What do you mean by that? Well, I think we can all agree that digital sales have become way bigger than physical sales, right? Games are selling more digitally now.
Oh, fuck. There. We need this. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol.
Than physical. It's just a fact. You can't dispute it, okay? And Capcom has embraced that. Capcom has found ways to distribute their games well, price them well. They're not price gouging online, which is good. And they're releasing their games day one digital across all platforms. If you haven't noticed, there's no, Resident Evil will come out on this platform first and then this platform. No, they're doing it all across the board the same, right? So there you go. That's a good strategy. Don't screw with people. Have the digital pricing the same. Have the games come out at the same time. I agree. I think that was a good idea. Number two.
Cammy's right butt cheek.
Counts on past series titles in conjunction with the launch of a new release. So, if you're going to release a new Resident Evil, discount all your old Resident Evils and push that as a sale. If you're going to sell a new fighting game,
I'm not doing research on this, but I am very confident other companies do that too. But all right.
The old iterations of the fighting game and have that as a sale, right? Yeah, that makes complete and utter sense.
Complete and
People
utter
probably
sense.
who are already hyped for the new one will maybe want to go down memory lane and play the old one, or vice
definitely.
versa. Maybe you've played the new one, you love it, and now you want to see the history
Yeah.
of where the game has been, but you never played it.
Basically, the only person that company that doesn't do that is like Nintendo because they don't do anything. They don't put anything for sale. Big ups, Copeside Phil says, coming from the guy who always says how awful Capcom has managed Street Fighter 6, how broken the online is, but now he says they're amazing and great. I know. He's said so many times throughout his fucking whatever bigocy how Capcom sucks. They're the worst. I'm never buying anything again from them, but they keep getting money from him. So at the very least, Sikorsky Vice President says Romance Chew. Big ups, Sikorsky Vice President for sure, always.
Well, get it at a discount, right? Great strategy.
Our here's a fun fact. Our 11th anniversary happened this week, my friends. Already passed, but it happened.
Thoroughly managing and maintaining a 5-year development map for all of its games.
Whoa!
Now that actually might be the biggest one. And here's why I say that.
Thank you, everybody.
If you look at other games,
111th, yes.
all right,
correct.
that were planned to be big hits but flopped, there's a reason for it, and it's usually bad planning or really bad execution of the plan. I'll give you a perfect example of this.
Oh, cool.
Halo Infinite.
Oh, God.
Halo Infinite on launch was lauded by critics and players
How many
alike
years
as
ago
the
was
best
this?
Halo in about a decade.
What a perfect
it
example.
Had a different kind of campaign that was interesting. It had online play that at launch was very fun, and people said, okay, give us more. What's the plan? To which 343 Industry says, base game. You've released the base for improvement.
They said based.
Like, what? Dude, you not understand? It's modern day now. This is not Halo 3 days on the Xbox 360.
definitely.
People are expecting content out of your games. How can you just drop the game and be like, oh, we didn't know. What are you talking about? We don't have any, They literally didn't have any plan. So when the fans within 2 months said, this is boring, we want more, 343 said, well, we're not ready to release any content yet. And the entire player base left.
Definitely.
How you
they
can
left.
botch something like that so big, I have no clue, but they managed to do it. All right. And if you look at most of the games that have been total flops, all right, it's basically because the studios didn't plan properly or execute properly.
Yep,
Take a look
correctly.
at Suicide Squad. All right. You have a studio.
Oh, God. Okay. This was the next suggestion. Need a palate cleanser real quick.
Intergalactic confrontation. No one can beat Chef Ramsay.
Hell yeah!
What's next?
Why don't you try relaxing?
But now,
We're gonna get claimed. We're gonna get copyright struck. We're gonna get the block worldwide. Fair use, fair use.
Get to know the locals. Blend in.
Look at this guy.
which ones are the right ones?
Oh no, content ID, content ID.
Wow, I found a good one.
Oh, Philip would be acting so hard on that.
That is known for a
All right.
trilogy of amazing
Next up,
single
we'll do
player
Suburban Nanny. I
Batman
got it.
narrative games.
Or whatever, not Suburban Nanny.
Instead of continuing
Mr. Nanny.
on with that greatness and laying out the groundworks for success, you tell that studio
Listen
to
to
make a looter shooter
Suburban
online cooperative
Warrior.
game that's going to basically have like season pass style content. in a
Suburban Commando.
games as a
That's
service
what it was
setting.
called.
Huh? That was your plan. That's your 5-year plan.
I did see that movie.
How about your 10-year plan? How was that going?
Everything the studio is known for doing well. Don't do something else well. Do something else that everyone else has already done before.
I don't know
and
what
do
game
it
he's talking
poorly.
about. I do not care either. Oh, yeah.
Right?
Face palm into the mirror check, into the OBS check, and then fix the hair.
Horrible.
Watch. Bam. Check out myself.
Right? Just imagine, right? If right now Resident Evil said Resident Evil 9 will be an online co-op shooter with season pass content, games as a service. Do you think it would do well? So, yeah, that's basically that's where Capcom is doing well. They know what their strengths are, and they lay out 5-year plans for each release to have seasonal content that people want, don't feel ripped off at spending on, and then they hyper focus
Oh,
on
Nathan, you know the 10-year plan? 10-year plan, man. That's the lore drop.
on their strengths. Like, and the
10-year plan is what Philip Smart made him promise to when she gave him enough money to get on the tax plan, because a tax payment plan, he needed a lot of money to get enough to pay for to get on the tax payment plan, and his mommy said, "Okay, I'll do this if you have a 10-year plan in place." Philip obviously said, "Go fuck yourself, mommy. Just give me the money, all right?"
The funny part is, okay, if you look at all those 3 things that I just mentioned,
I forget all of them.
Any of those sound like revolutionary strategies? Carrying out pricing strategies with the shift from physical retail to digital.
Yes.
Discount on past titles in conjunction with the launch of a new one. And thoroughly
Revolutionary.
managing and maintaining a 5-year development plan for each game.
Mind-blowing.
Does that sound like rocket science?
Yes, it does actually.
No, right? But that just proves that the people who are in charge at Capcom are something that the rest of the gaming
Street
industry
smart?
is missing.
Street smart?
You ready for this?
Yes, please say street smart.
They are gamers who are insightful to the gaming community.
Fuck, I wanted street smart.
They're listening to what people want, and they're giving people what they want. You couldn't have had a bigger turnaround from Street Fighter 5 to 6. Street Fighter 5 completely botched. Street Fighter 6 did everything right. That's why Capcom is successful. They're not just sitting there in their boardrooms making arbitrary decisions on how to pay their shareholders. They're making good products. They're selling
There's
them
a lot
smartly.
of complexity to
They're
it.
developing for them wisely.
You have to factor
They're
in,
playing to
like,
their strengths. They're doing everything that anyone
Japanese
with common
work ethic.
fucking sense could do.
Like, I'm sure a lot of
smartly, wise.
I'm sure a lot of the people who work at Capcom are being worked really, really hard, but we don't want to talk about that, of course. They're gamers.
Easily. Great
They're
lobster
listening
with
to
the Hogan.
gamers.
Look at that. I think we just got a Hogan on the card as well. Hogan's all over the place.
The problem is the other key people in the gaming industry are disconnected from gaming and they don't understand the industry anymore.
Correct.
They actually still think that games as a service will sell.
This is the guy who just a few days ago was shitting all over Kinitsugami, a Capcom-produced game, calling it boring, lame, stupid. They were hiding the gameplay from people even though they weren't, because they knew the game was bad and they just wanted to lie and manipulate people. But, okay, we love Capcom now, even though they lied and manipulated people about a bad game. Sure, all of a sudden we love them.
You're already 2-3 years outdated. By the time you make the games as a service game, the fad has passed.
Nice.
They're running behind. They're running scared, trying to play catch up instead of being at the front of where they should be, the forefront. And that's sad. You know, the Yves Guillemot, the Phil Spencer, they're not the fucking Todd Howard. They are not in line with what
Phil.
modern
Are you going to
gamers
be
want
buying Dead
anymore.
Rising
They're dinosaurs.
remake?
They need to retire and put people with brains who are in tune with modern gamers in places of power. And then these companies would find a turnaround. Because the truth is, no, gaming is not in a slump. The management of gaming is in a slump.
Oh. Okay,
Bill
now we got it.
Spencer is the problem with Xbox.
My mind is going to melt. Give me more Hogan. Come on, Hogan, save us.
You got any idea what we're gonna do to you? Let me guess. You're out of my face. What are you nuts? This is the 90s.
He was like the Rock of the 90s.
There are dangers he's never seen.
My mom could stay on longer than that.
Get him.
Philip would legitimately love this movie.
Xbox, not the gamers who want to buy games and play them on their
He'd be
Xbox.
acting so
You
fucking
see?
hard.
But he doesn't want to admit that because then he has to look in the mirror and realize he's the problem and fucking get the fuck out of there. and put someone else in power who's smart, and he doesn't want to lose his job.
Sure. Projection.
Philip would love that. We got to figure out if he has that movie. Oh, all right. Any SOK account. When it comes time for questions, ask him what his favorite Hulk Hogan movie is. I think he might legitimately answer that. Probably not, though, because it's Hogan. God damn it.
Anyway, all right. So,
okay.
Capcom
Who cares?
has continually sold games over the long term and achieved increased operating profits of over 10% each year. Each year, Capcom is making 10% more profit. At a time when, again, the rest of the industry is complaining, oh, we're in a slump, Capcom increases their profits 10% every year. How can you tell me we're in a slump?
Yep, definitely. One company
Now, in addition to
is
that,
the whole industry.
Capcom,
Yes.
because they made that statement, a lot of people were actually shocked. They were like,
One
wait a minute.
company is the same
So you're
as the
saying
whole
that you
industry. Yes.
shifted from digital from physical. Is that what you're saying the future is? And then Capcom actually clarified for their investors. They said, no, please listen. We believe there is still significant demand for physical games. And despite the rise of digital game popularity, we want to continue selling physical copies for those who want them. And in fact, here's their direct quote. Given that a significant number of end users demand physical games, we currently do not expect to eliminate the physical medium.
Can you just post the link,
So they're
sir?
going
It's
to keep
easier.
selling physical as long as people want them and we'll pay for them, right? There you go. Cool. So that was the positive story for today. Capcom doing everything right, being successful. Sounds good to me. And I like their games. I like Resident Evil right now. I like Street Fighter right now. Monster Hunter is one that maybe I'll get into at some point. I think I would have liked it if I ended up playing it, but you guys found it very boring years ago. Maybe if there's a more modern Monster Hunter coming out, I'll check it out.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right, cool.
Okay, cool. Anything else? All right,
now
cool.
the big story for today, the one that we're all waiting for.
No one's waiting for
So
it.
as you know, recently I've been talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Just the other day, there was a story how it was discovered that the whole narrative that Yasuke was a samurai was completely fabricated by a...
That is incorrect. So we're already starting with lies? We're already starting with lies? It was a disputed fact that there was historians that said he was a samurai, and there was some that said he wasn't. And let's just so we know where he's coming from, I'll show you the part. They didn't apologize, by the way. I mean, they kind of did, but they said like, this is the kind of the important point. He says, creative liberties and historical inspiration. While we strive for authenticity in everything we do, Assassin's Creed games are works of fiction inspired by real historic events and figures. From its inception, the series has taken creative license and incorporated fantasy elements to craft engaging and immersive experiences. The reputation of Yasuke in our game is an illustration of this. His unique and mysterious life made him a ideal candidate for telling Assassin's Creed story while the setting of Field of Japan as a backdrop. Okay? It was not apology. They're not apologizing for it. They're kind of just trying to settle the flames of, you know, the people that are on Twitter too fucking much.
A white male historian who worked at a Japanese university. He literally exaggerated
Historian,
and made it up
air quotes,
so that he could write several articles and books, and he could be interviewed and be a prominent guy in the Japanese educational scene. However, when this character was selected to be one of the main characters of Assassin's Creed Shadows, people started doing research and found out there's actually no historical basis to prove what this guy has said. They researched him and found out this guy is a scam artist. He was going onto Wikipedia and he was writing and editing his own articles to corroborate his own bullshit that he made up. The university he worked for found this out, fired him, and completely erased his existence from anything they've ever done, as if he never existed as a human.
Okay.
The guy went into hiding.
The what he did, I know, he's just saying stuff. Like, it's so hard to keep up with all the shit he's saying wrong. You know, first of all, there was there's the question of if Yasuke exists or not is not the question, by the way. I mean, he does exist. I don't know what to tell you. And yeah, this is true too, though. He quoted his own work. Right? He quoted his own work.
And deleted all of his social...
So he made stupid studies quoting his own stuff, which is fucked up. Legitimately fucked up. I mean, you shouldn't do that, but come on.
Never existed as a human. The guy went into hiding and deleted all of his social media. Existed as a human.
His own stuff, which is fucked up. Legitimately fucked up. I mean, you shouldn't do that, but come on.
Never existed as a human.
Stuff he quoted... If you're saying...
Existed as and completely erased his existence from anything they've ever done, as if he never existed as a human.
Okay.
The guy went into hiding...
Okay. They erased the historian, all existence of him existing as a human. What?
And deleted all of his social...
So he made stupid studies quoting his own stuff, which is fucked up. Legitimately fucked up. I mean, you shouldn't do that, but come on.
Never existed as a human. The guy went into hiding and deleted all of his social media accounts. Okay? So while all this is happening, the Japanese government started to investigate and
homunculus
basically is looking into
Incorrect.
what's really going on with Ubisoft. So
Incorrect. This is one of the things that comes from, you know, the people on Twitter that they make their living by being pissed on about things. This is people were saying like it's going to be a government's going to step in and shit. There is nothing, and I do repeat, no one in the government of Japan that gives two fucks about this. Everyone in Japan that I know didn't even know what they were talking about when I brought it up. It's only people that are on Twitter too much that need shit to bitch about to get people to pay attention to their stuff that cared about this. I mean, that's just the long and short of it. Choose to believe me or not, I don't know. It's people on Twitter that need shit to get pissed about, and that's it.
All of this is going on. Overnight, Ubisoft issued an apology to the Japanese country.
Incorrect. I showed you it.
I'm serious. They outright apologized to all of Japan. Are you ready? I'm going to read it word
Please,
for word.
Let's hear the apology to Japan.
The Ubisoft apology to Japan as a whole. Here we go. To our esteemed Japanese community, a message from the Assassin's Creed Shadows development team. First, we want to express our heartfelt thanks for all of your support for the Assassin's Creed series, which now has its own history spanning almost 20 years. Over this time, we have explored various settings, time periods, and characters, from an assassin during the Third Crusade to a Viking in the 9th century England, and countless more. For many of our team, creating an Assassin's Creed game set in feudal Japan has been a long-cherished dream. Since the announcement of Assassin's Creed Shadows, we have received many positive reactions, but also some criticism, including from you, our Japanese players. We share your passion for history and deeply respect your care for the historical and
I'll
cultural
wait for the apology, Philip. You tell me when we get there.
integrity of your rich heritage.
Okay,
We would like to address a few
where's the sorry there, sir?
points to clarify our intentions and creative decisions.
Okay, let's hear the apology. We're waiting for that.
Overall authenticity efforts.
Mm-hmm.
We have put significant effort into ensuring an immersive and respectful representation of feudal Japan. However, our intention has never been to present any of our Assassin's Creed games, including Assassin's Creed Shadows, as factual representations of history or historical characters. Instead, we aim to spark curiosity and encourage players to explore and learn more about the historical settings that we get inspired by.
And
Okay, so was that the apology or
what they want you to do is research and find out that Yasuke actually wasn't a samurai.
No,
That's
what?
just a genius statement right there.
What?
Assassin's Creed Shadows is first and foremost designed to be an entertaining video game that tells a compelling historical fiction set in feudal Japan.
He has a way of making every issue
compelling historical
just
fiction set in
unappealing
Japan.
to be on his side.
Collaborated with external consultants, historians, researchers, and internal teams at Ubisoft Japan to inform our creative choices. And so here's my question.
What happened
so
to,
how
like,
many of
who
them
cares?
told you
None
that
of this
Yasuke wasn't a
matters?
samurai? Because they all should have. Because
Incorrect.
that's history. That's fact.
Incorrect. I'm not getting into it, but it's
Right?
incorrect.
It's not so much that they're basing it off of history, it's more just they're basing it off of the mythos and the mythology, because there's actually been a lot of media about not so much the history of the actual Yasuke, but there's been a lot of like fiction surrounding him. And I guess what Ubisoft wanted to do was to be a part of that fiction and play into that sort of entirely separate sort of media phenomenon, aside from like the historical accuracy of it. God, the way he characterizes issues just makes you want to defend the exact opposite. It's the way he does it, just so nasty and mean spirited.
So
that is that is not a fact that anyone has distinct proof of. There's proof on both sides of it. No one fucking knows. It was a long fucking time ago. You know what I'm saying?
We collaborated with people who told you otherwise. They're bunk, idiotic morons who lied to you.
They
or
should listen to
misinformed.
you.
That doesn't make it better. It just makes it that you're still wrong.
He's so toxic and so inflammatory and so
Let's
polarizing.
continue. Despite these sustained efforts,
Everyone who says otherwise has been lying to you because they're bunk, idiotic morons. And it's like, no, man, they're just trying to like elevate a particular ethnic group because they believe heavily in representation and want to devalue the importance of straight white hegemony. It's like it's a more logical way to go about it. It's not as toxic, it's not as inflammatory. It hits more to the actual issue at hand. It's a very important issue, and it does definitely need to be dealt with. But it's deeper than just being like, they're stupid idiots who are morons and dumb.
we acknowledge that some elements in our promotional materials have caused concern within the Japanese community. For this, we sincerely apologize. Are you aware, guys, that what they've shown so far, the sword that Yasuke is using looks exactly like Zoro's sword from One Piece? Yeah, they copied it. It looks exactly the same.
So is
they
that
made the main
bad
character
too, or?
a black samurai that didn't exist.
I thought that was just the merchandise. Like, they're not talking about his sword in the game. They were talking about the one that they were selling as part of a merch push. But of course, he's getting the entire story mixed up in his head, because his head is just a swirling typhoon of idiocy.
And now he's using the sword from One Piece. Wow, what a historical representation of Japan, huh?
First of all, the game's not out, but second,
they used it in the game too. Oh, okay. Okay then. Jesus.
It's so funny. I wish it was a joke. I wish I was making this up. I'm not. This is a true story going on right now. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, continuing on.
So here's the apology part. The apology part is, first of all, they didn't apologize. They said, we apologize for the concern. That's what they said. That's not apologize for what they did. They said, we have caused concern within the Japanese community. For this, we sincerely apologize for causing you concern. Okay, gotcha. That's not an apology, though.
Full game footage presented so far is in development.
Like, we don't get a whole lot of chances to talk.
Until launch.
Yeah.
So
because for some reason, she doesn't check her.
This is?
She doesn't check her phone messages, but we talked about it. I asked her to check her messages a little bit more often, and she said that she would. So that's good. She this is kind of related, but last time we went to Dave & Buster's, she used her points to get one of those mystery grab bags. Like, it was a Spy Family mystery bag where you get like one of 4 different Spy Family figurines, and the one I got from the mystery bag was a little Anya. It was a little sleeping Anya, and I thought it was adorable. And I brought it with me when I moved to the new place, but now I can't find it. I looked everywhere for it, and I was really upset because I really liked that little thing, and you know, the symbolism behind it, so I couldn't find it. So I ended up going on eBay and getting another one. I didn't want to spend too much on it because it's just a little rubber trinket thing. So I ended up spending like $10, but it was in Taiwan, so it's going to be here in like a month at this point.
Huh?
I'll tell you what.
No, she's enjoying her summer vacation. I asked her what her plans were for today, and she said she was just going to do her daily grinds in video games, do like fishing for potions and stuff. And so we talked a little bit, asked about the pets and everything. He gave me a little an image of the cats playing with each other. And I'm like, okay, I'll let you get back to your fishing. Love you tons and all that.
What it is. Ubisoft is saying, so now because you complained, we're going to...
I'll tell you a little bit more about what we talked about after this.
Going to change it. So now that sword will change. They're going to change the things people complained about because they got called out for it.
So isn't that how the universe should work? People get called out for things and try to change things to make more people happy?
They would have done that if they weren't called out for it, though, but that's essentially what they're saying right now.
Isn't that
Based
how
on
the world
constructive
works?
criticism we have received, we will continue our efforts until we put this game into your hands and beyond. We also want to clarify that while we have been consulting with many people throughout the development process, they are in no way responsible for the decisions that are taken by the creative team in the interest of gameplay and entertainment. So basically what they're saying is don't attack the people who are our consultants because we made bad decisions. Consequently, we respectfully request any criticism not be directed at our collaborators, both internal and external. So again, don't blame our collaborators for our bad decisions.
Okay. Seems pretty normal.
All right. Creative liberties and historical inspirations.
Yeah, Philip, this is the part you're going to have to really work on to make sound bad. Here we go.
While we strive for authenticity in everything that we do, Assassin's Creed games are works of fiction inspired by real historical events and figures. From its inception, the series has taken creative license and incorporated fantasy elements to craft engaging and immersive experiences. The representation of Yasuke in our game is an illustration
That's
of
what I
this,
say, Mr.
his
Boyd.
unique and mysterious
I agree.
life. Love how they say this. His unique and mysterious life. Oh, like it's fucking some big deal. It's going to be a shittily written video game, just like all these fucking games recently. But
okay,
anyway.
that's... Or,
I
I
thought
don't
you
give a
really
shit.
liked
Like, I really don't give a
Ghost
shit
of
about this issue,
Tsushima.
but it's just funny that when he is complaining about it, it's still funny.
They make him an ideal candidate to tell an Assassin's Creed story with the setting of feudal Japan as a backdrop. While Yasuke is depicted as a samurai in Assassin's Creed Shadows, we acknowledge
What was that hand motion?
that this is a matter of debate and discussion.
Correct.
We have woven this carefully into our narrative, and with our other lead character, the Japanese shinobi Nao or Neo, however you say it,
As long as you
Naoi,
got... Yep, easy
who's
for you to
equally
say.
important in the game, our dual protagonists provide players with different gameplay styles. Who cares?
Okay.
Like, what does it have to do
The
with
people
anything?
who are interested in playing the game.
We really value your feedback and encourage you to continue sharing your thoughts respectfully. While we understand that meeting everyone's expectations is very difficult, we sincerely hope that when Assassin's Creed Shadows launches on November 15th, players in Japan and around the world will appreciate the dedication, effort, and passion we have poured into it, the Assassin's Creed Shadows development team. So essentially...
Okay, here we go. I'm sure he's going to he's going to TLDR this very correctly here. Here we go.
An apology, but not really.
Yes.
What they're basically saying
So,
is,
at least you said
we
that.
acknowledge that we're taking massive creative liberties with Japanese history, and we hope that you understand that it's just a game, so please don't be upset with us and still buy our game. So what this will result in, I predict, is no one in Japan is going to buy the game.
Cool.
Because instead of saying nothing, that non-apology is a slap in the face to those in Japan who actually are upset. So they're not going to buy it. Not that it matters,
We'll
because
see.
Assassin's Creed was
We'll
never a
see.
huge seller in Japan regardless.
Oh, yeah, that's
But
true too, though.
the point here was we've been waiting for an Assassin's Creed in Japan for a very long time. This was their chance to do the right thing
Where'd you
and
hear
do something
this?
interesting.
Where'd you
and
hear
instead,
this?
they went this weirdo route. And because of that, now people are upset. Like, I mean, think about it. Imagine if you actually were Japanese and you were like, man, I can't wait for Assassin's Creed to finally be in Japan. And then they announce that the main protagonist is a black samurai who didn't even exist and a female shinobi, of which there's probably almost none ever in the history of Japan.
A source, please, Philip?
Why aren't you representing
Could we get a source on that, Philip?
our actual history? Why did you make up a fantasy story so
extremely
ridiculously
exaggerated.
fabricated and silly rather than something that could have actually happened in feudal Japan? I can kind of get that, right? I totally could understand that you've been waiting all this time to be represented, and instead of being represented, here's a weird outside fringe case what if scenario that isn't even representative of your culture. So why did they even bother putting it in Japan then,
Definitely.
right? So I get it. I can understand why people would be upset.
I don't know, man.
Personally,
Like,
I'm more in the camp of
maybe like, how do you know they won't make like a DLC that stars like an actual like male Japanese samurai? That doesn't seem too out of the ordinary. It seems like something that the Assassin's Creed franchise has done a lot of times. But I mean, they can salvage this in a lot of ways if they really wanted to.
dude, it's just a video game.
You wouldn't have got that from this rant. Jesus Christ. You said it was good news. You said it's great news. Personally, I don't care.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna buy it,
Wow.
of course.
Personally, I'm more in the camp of, dude, it's just a video game.
Wow.
It's Assassin's Creed. Didn't you see the last several ones? They weren't very good. Okay, like,
So
let's be honest.
what are we doing here then?
Ivor, the fucking Viking. Do you think that was historically accurate? It's
Um,
Assassin's Creed,
well,
and he's not even an
yes.
assassin.
Yeah,
he
so
wasn't even an assassin.
Did you do the same rant for that?
Okay.
Vikings were very
Well,
upset
that's-
about that.
That's more historically accurate then. Like, because he wasn't an assassin. He was a Viking.
Vikings hated that.
So, you know what I mean? Like,
No, I don't know what you mean.
Vikings are going
I
nuts
see
on
this
that.
from the perspective of I don't care because they're already doing hack job games anyway. So it
Hack
doesn't,
job
I
games.
wasn't
Hack
expecting
job.
this to be historically accurate. You want something way better would be Ghost of Tsushima. Now that's not historically accurate 100%, but at least they tried to incorporate real history into it and not go off
I mean,
the
they're
deep
trying
end
to
with some
incorporate
weirdo
real history
situation,
into
right?
Shadows, just to a
So you're
lesser
saying
extent.
now that Assassin's Creed is not basing it off of history at all? Okay.
But yeah, like I understand why there might be
I
uproar.
totally, I
but
understand.
I'm of the impression these guys have been doing this kind of shit with their games for a long time. I don't know why this one is
Not
so
exactly.
polarizing. Like I didn't hear
Like, if they've been doing this shit for a long time, then Assassin's Creed Valhalla would have starred like a black Viking.
people of Viking heritage from like Norway and shit coming out and complaining about Thank Assassin's you for Creed re-upping your membership. Valhalla. I appreciate it.
Because it was more in line with what the Vikings were like.
Right?
Or at least the mythology.
I didn't hear people from Greece complaining about Assassin's Creed Odyssey, but we have Japanese people complaining about Assassin's Creed Shadows.
No, we don't.
Right?
We do on Twitter, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think people did complain. I think people will complain all the time. It's Twitter.
You can find people complain about anything on
Yeah,
Twitter, bro.
I know, right?
You can find Italians complaining about Mario on Twitter, brother.
Okay. Exactly. Lord Xlaw just said, why would you be mad about Yasuke when Bayek, Ivor, Ezio never existed?
Definitely.
Okay, but you could argue
Because that was the point of the main character in Assassin's Creed games since the Assassin's Creed 1. You weren't playing as a character from history. You were playing as someone who had nothing to do with history, but you were interacting with people from history. This is the first time in the entire Assassin's Creed franchise where you're actually playing as someone based on his historical person.
For example, Ezio. You could argue that with Ezio, they tried to put a fictional character into a historical time period that kind of made sense. It wasn't like Ezio was Chinese in the middle of Italy, and he's the main character of Assassin's Creed 2, right? You understand?
That's a way different situation because no one's arguing if Yasuke actually existed. He was a black person that lived in Japan. The uproar is about his place. Was he a samurai? Was he a shield bearer, a sword bearer? That's the issue here.
Essentially what they're complaining about. Imagine if Ezio was Chinese.
Yes.
Okay, I could see, why...
Insanely irrelevant point. Thank you.
You might be a little upset if you were Italian.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes, correct.
All right,
correct.
Anyway,
nice.
So now we're going to see what happens. Okay, I'm really interested to see what happens.
And by the way, I'll be buying the deluxe edition the first day it drops.
This game moving forward. For me, I wasn't expecting it to be historically accurate. I expected it to be pretty silly regardless. But now even more so, like, what are they going to do with this game? You know, they could go different ways. They could literally push it to the extreme and do insanely not even possible things. Just
yeah, they can make him have like rubber arms and stuff, and have the girl that can like make 1,000 arms and stuff, and
like One Piece.
Then they can have this swords guy, but he like bites one of the swords. So he's like 3 swords. That'd be kind of cool.
It sounds badass.
Someone should do that. This other dude where he's a good cook, but he like kicks. He doesn't use his hands. He needs his hands for his cooking. And then they have this
he'll never fight a woman,
dude, that can change forms. That'd be crazy, dude. But Japan would never do that.
They want to fuck with people now, right? They really could. I could see that. I could totally see them going that extreme way. At the same time, they did this non-apology, and I wonder, because they're saying, oh, we're still evaluating what's actually going to be in the game. Will they change stuff now? Will they change the sword? Will they change other things that people have complained about?
They should make
whatever,
Yasuke like Australian. That'd be the best.
I don't know, but
that's what I want.
It's very odd. It's a very odd situation. I feel like 10 years ago, no one would have said a word.
You know, like they say, like, Yasuke-sama, naneshiteru? G'day, mate. That'd be the best.
Word about any of this. It wouldn't have been.
Time to throw another shrimp on the barbie.
On either side, like, there would have been no complaints. No one would have taken it so seriously. Everyone would have been like, it's just a fucking video game. Who cares? Right? Today, it's like everyone gets so pissy about everything. And I kind of scratched my head about it. It's like,
you think that's a katana.
This is a katana.
So, guys, you realize it's a video game, right? Like,
do I even have my own brain?
It's supposed to be something that we can do to enjoy fantasy, to make us forget about real life stresses and stuff.
The answer is no.
Why are we approaching it so seriously? Okay,
it's an amalgamation of different
It's
influences.
going to be controversial with all the shit going on around it. I can't imagine how it's not going to be a big controversial release when it comes out in November.
Definitely. Controversial.
Okay.
Yes, anyways. I've already pre-ordered the Deluxe Edition, Supreme Edition. I will get the actual bust of Yasuke in all its glory.
That's that. That's what I have for game news today. I hope you enjoyed the segment.
Thank you. Big ups. Jay Wusso says, this isn't news. That's like your mama. I talk a lot of shit, but I fucked with drama. This isn't news. His old man yells at everything. Correct. But then says at least an old man that yells usually has some conviction. At the end of this, you know what we get? I don't care that much. But he frames it as if it's the biggest deal of all time, which is just the best.
What a dumb bitch.
Smitty, Weberman, Jensen says Rocky versus Hogan next. Oh, come on. That'd be an epic film. Alien versus Predator, Rocky versus Hogan. Lunar Guardian says Phil has 0 reading comprehension. Yeah, because we saw. This is an apology. Here, you're going to love this apology. Then he read it, and then he kind of got it and said, like, so it's kind of a non-apology. All right. Slime Privilege in the house says, imagine that you're an Italian, right? You're waiting for Pizza Tower to come out, and it turns out Peppino isn't a real Italian. What a bunch of morons.
You're lying to me.
Cool.
Q&A?
Stealthy Kubo says the sword will now be changed to the Moonlight Sword from Dark Souls. There you go.
Ha 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 ha.
Dark Magus says the only historically accurate things about Assassin's Creed is the setting, buildings, and historical figures. The story is always a completely different thing. Exactly. Like,
is that exactly?
Well...
So then why do they need, why is apologizing a good thing, by the way? Ooh, inquisitive. I'm going to take this opportunity. I usually wait for a better one, but this is a rare. Inquisitive. corner demon. Inquisitive style. Now that's rare. That's rare to see. This stick in the house says, of all the Phil's characters, I love Phil the Predictive. He's never wrong or completely out of touch or making something out of nothing. Correct this stick.
Thinking back in history, I don't recall our world leaders chasing objects of power like the apple of Eden. Right?
What?
Dude, shut up.
Right? I don't think so.
Shut
I
up.
don't recall that at all.
Oh,
Shut
talking
up,
about old
right?
stories from Assassin's Creed. My bad.
Anyway.
Shut up.
I was no clue what he's talking about for a second.
Okay.
I checked out.
Fuck up.
So,
Whoa.
would I take
Jasper
a job
underwear.
as a gaming consultant?
Yeah, please.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would tell these people exactly what to do, and they'd be multi-zillionaires if they listened to me. Everyone knows that.
He really does
No
think
one
that,
disagrees
though.
whatsoever.
He's trying to paint
Jasper
that as
was getting ready for
sarcastic,
piss.
but he
By
does
the way,
actually think
welcome
that.
to Jasper Kitty.
Jasper,
Here he is.
drop
He
it.
finally came on stream.
Cringe.
Please
The
pee.
door's been open the whole time. He finally showed
Pee!
up. He's like, oh, is the nonsensical news done? Now I can show up on stream. Here he is.
Nonsensical news. Then why do
Looking
you
good today.
Why do you promote it like it's a cool if you're gonna say it's nonsensical?
Jasper Kitty. All right.
Looking cool. What do you say?
Barf on him. Barf on his
Looking
lap.
good today, Jasper Kitty. All right.
Looking good today, Jasper Kitty.
All right. So, let's get the
Looking good.
shout outs. We start off today with Zyla. We did a super chat and says, is Final Fantasy VII ever coming back because the fans are waiting?
Great question.
Zyla, you obviously have not been paying any attention to my content.
Can you please
for the
answer
last
the
2 weeks.
question?
We all talked this out.
No one did. You talked this out and decided that's what everyone thought. So let's hear this.
All right. And we figured out that it's going to take me about 60 hours to beat Final Fantasy VII Rebirth if I resume it. I'm only 20 hours in, and the game's anywhere from 60 to 80 hours long. All right. We talked about the time frame that I have. I have between right now, and the 20th of August to play stuff. Because after that, we've
Not
got...
a fan of this bow. Not a fan of this drip on Jasper. I know this is very serious news. This drip on Jasper's not working with me. I think you need a brighter color bow here. The bow just mixes in with his own fur too much. You got to brighten that puppy up. I'm not a bow man myself anyway, in general, but you can liven that up.
Because after that, we've got Black Myth Wukong. We've got the rumor that the Marvel collection is coming out. We've got Star Wars Outlaws. We've got the Black Ops 6 beta. And that's just a few things to mention, okay? There's more coming than that, but those are the few things that come to mind.
Yeah.
All right, that are coming up around that time period, right?
Right.
So with that being said,
Hey, it's
do
a
I
good
have
show.
60 gameplay hours to play Final Fantasy VII right now during July,
You
August?
could if
No,
you
I
shut
don't.
the fuck up
Why
and
should
devote
I
more time to
resume that
gaming.
now and then never finish it?
As always.
Right? In addition to
You
that,
do that with 1,000 games. You do that with Fallout 2. I mean, what the fuck? Just play a game people want. Is it really just the boobs we don't want to see?
talking with everyone here on streams or whatever, okay? There is a vocal minority of people who wish that I would
majority.
go back to the game.
Yeah.
But every time I pose a question,
Jasper,
no
P,
one can
P.
seem to answer it.
P, Jasper.
Here's the question.
Drop it.
If there really is demand for me to bring back Final Fantasy VII Rebirth,
there is
okay,
huge amount of
a significant amount of people who
huge
want to see me
amount of
continue
demand.
with the game, finish it, etc. Where were those people when it was a new game and no one showed up to the streams? Because
That's
if you
the
remember,
problem.
my final stream of the game had less than 200 viewers and had like a $10 of support. Right?
So you're not paying
People
enough.
in chat that day were literally complaining that the game sucked, was too slow paced, was boring.
Because
and they would-
how you played the game was boring. You played that fucking game, whatever game it's called, inside the game for like 2 hours.
would wish that I would
mean,
stop playing it and do something else. Literally, that was the discussion. I turned to the chat as I was playing it.
Bored to tears.
And people in the chat were talking about sports.
They always do.
And other unrelated topics that have
They
nothing
always
to do with
do.
me.
Yes.
And when I asked them why, they said because this game sucks and we don't want to see it anymore.
Okay,
So
why
I
don't you ask that
stopped
every
playing
night?
it. If you were someone who wanted Final Fantasy VII, you had to have been here when it was new to say we want
pay
it
up.
and
Pay
show
up.
that effort.
Pay
People
up,
were not
bitch.
here. So I'm sorry, but I don't see any evidence that says if I bring back Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and I put 60 hours of effort into playing this game and finishing it, that anyone's going to care.
It's a video
We're
game,
going to
bro.
go back to the same 100, 200 people who watch everything and a small handful who like it, and everyone else will complain that the game is boring and sucks, right?
Definitely.
Now, you can argue something. You could say, well, there was RPG Overload earlier this year. That was the real problem because you had Baldur's Gate 3, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth all going on at the same time. And literally right after that, we also had Dragon's Dogma 2. You're right. That's what I said. That's what I said back then. I said 100%.
The longer he goes, the more he's trying to justify a decision he knows is bad.
This is going to happen. This is going to be overload, and it doesn't even matter what games release. You're going to see these games cannibalize each other. And everyone argued with me, oh, no, that doesn't happen with other content creators. That doesn't happen within the gamer community. You don't know what you're talking about. What happened? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth undersold dramatically. Square Enix was shocked it undersold so much, and people didn't care about it on my stream. So I was 100% correct with what was going on. But everyone wants to give me shit and not listen. And then when it happens, everyone just forgets, right?
What is he claiming he's right about? I don't even know. Doesn't even matter.
No.
He's just hyper exaggerating his own grandeur.
Something needs to convince me to bring back Final Fantasy VII.
What, you want to email behind the scenes saying that they'll tip $50?
Been convinced. I'm sorry. I just haven't been. I think it's, like I said, it's a vocal minority. It's a few people, probably like a few dozen, who really like this game and want to see it, but it's not going to constitute playing 60 hours on my streams. It's not going to be worth that time investment. If I had, let me put it this way.
Okay, here,
if
finally,
I could
please.
beat Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in 20 hours, I would actually play it right now. Because I would just say, let's do it for the month. Let's finish it. Let's get it done over the month. Late July, early August. Let's just play through it and finish it. I would do it. I would do it right now. But 60 hours is too long of an investment. Okay. Truth is, the industry is all too samey. Everyone copies each other. Right now, there is a big fad. Every RPG needs to be 60 to 80 hours long for no good reason. A lot of that ends up being padding, repetitive, not very entertaining.
How long were RPGs when you were young?
Your knob just a little beyond the breaking point.
How long have RPGs been that... RPGs have always been that long.
That's not me. That's the game makers who are doing that.
Okay, that's not me.
If you want to see a change, you got to tell the people making these games, stop fucking making all RPGs 100 hours long.
Yeah, make it 2 hours. Make 6 hour RPGs.
Fuck, man. They're RPGs, man.
Good.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what I miss. Games that are streamlined, but incredibly good. We don't get those anymore. Now we get 80-hour bloated experiences.
They're called RPGs. They've always been like that.
Don't resonate. That half the game is boring. Dude, do you remember in Final Fantasy 15? Excuse me, Final Fantasy 16.
Well,
people said,
dude,
do some side content. I said, okay, let's do it. And I went to town, and it was about bringing lunch to someone. You got to go bring lunch to this person across town.
Yeah, that trope has never been done in any game, including your favorite game of all time, Chrono Trigger. You've never had to do that, had you?
What? See, I'm supposed to be saving the world. You're handing me a bag with a ham sandwich in it, and you actually expect me to walk across town and give this to someone else. Like, they act like it's fucking 1992. And this is something, like, what the fuck is going on?
I mean, Dragon Quest
just DoorDash
9 had you, like, leading a
should be.
parade.
There's actually people in chat defending that. Oh, that's good content. I was like, what? Are you stupid?
It's a quest. Stupid? What do you... Okay, yeah, pretend it's the key to the universe and you have to deliver it. What does it matter?
I have better things to do with my time. I go
Call
take
it whatever
a shit.
you want.
Of course. It's better use of my time than delivering a ham sandwich in this fucking game.
I would rather take a shit. Of course he would.
You know, in the end,
you
it's
would rather take
not
a shit
really
than do what
an
the
item
fuck you're doing right now. You
know what I
love
mean?
shitting.
It's like a
fuck, man.
It's code of
Gross.
a game. They just decided to make it lunch. They could do whatever the fuck they want with it. It could be the key to all of life itself. You need to deliver this right now.
What is going on with modern games? So,
yeah,
I don't know what else to say.
Uh-huh.
Listen, I own Rebirth. Maybe in the future, at some point, we will go to it and finish it. All right?
Hey, I doubt it at this
We don't
point.
have time. And I'm not that interested in it regardless. And I'm not convinced that people hear regardless, right?
Oh, what? That didn't make sense. Hold on. What was that? Regardless, not people here regardless.
I'm not convinced that people hear regardless, right?
Okay, makes sense. Doesn't make sense,
Here,
but okay.
as in locational, or here as in listen?
Regardless.
Again, you don't have to open your mouth whenever you burp.
Disgusting.
That was not. Are you calling your chat regardless? Mr. Gorehouse says, "How does Yasuke like his coffee?" Oh, you know the answer to that. You know the answer to that. Punish Lasagna says DSP really, really wanted to be a recurring guest on Side Scrollers so he could talk about this stuff like this with his fellow dents. I wonder. I bet he still watches though.
Yeah,
he
I just don't know.
You know, he watched before the interview. He said that he was a daily watcher, daily enjoyer. Derek Hill says, "Don't do it to me, Yasuke. Don't do it to me." All right, Yasuke, it's time. Old Dane says, "Ack, here comes the charge back. Another reason to tell your fans you're strapped."
I don't know how you even expect me to beat a 60-hour game in a month, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be playing it every stream.
Talk less,
Definitely.
game more.
You know? So no, I'm not doing
How
it
do
right
other people
now.
do it, Phil?
I'll leave it as a possibility for the future. But right now, no.
Okay.
I'm not playing it.
Okay. Whatever.
Okay, putting my foot down.
So thank you, Zyla, for the
Another
super chat.
broken
But
promise.
the answer is no.
Okay. Correct.
Can that guy like stop giving him money asking for this game already? Because you just keep
All right, well, I'm
winding him
excited
up.
for this.
Hold on.
Oozing.
Let me make it abundantly
It's all the
clear.
same fucking retard
Also
asking for
oozing.
it, by the way. Oh my god, you're so corny and
Phil
lame.
Be playing. What is op-ed?
Dude, you're lame. You're dumb. This is boring.
I'm tired
Move
of
on.
these-
His
Pretty sure
attempts at
Beaver
being
Bother got
funny
banned
just
in, like,
make me just want to
February.
skip ahead.
Beaver
'cause
Bother.
It's a waste
You
of
gonna
time.
write that name out or no? Beaver Bother.
Wow. Well, Beaver Bother, thanks for the first tip of the day. If you would like to be unbanned,
Nope, BB. Can't write out Beaver Bother.
at this point, it's incredibly long removed from when or why you were banned. So if you email me and you send me your channel link, I'll look into unbanning you. Okay?
Okay, Beaver Bother.
Because man, it's been so long that since I've seen you in chat,
Holy
I have
shit,
no
dude.
recollection of why you would have been banned to begin with. Okay?
Okay, so wow, really cool.
Okay.
So just tell me why you're so. Tell me what. Give
All
me a
right, so
one-page
guys,
write down.
That's what we got for now. We have a little bit of extra time, so I'll open it up to Q&A. If you guys would like to chat, please tag me. Any contributions come in,
Oh, that's it, guys. Come on, guys.
I'll shout them out. Now, you guys know the deal.
You guys know the deal.
We're going to have a silly stream of SVC Chaos today. It should be pretty fun and
Silly.
wild. Really, you see how this game looks and plays. But,
Philip.
yeah, please support the stream.
All right, that's
I
one.
look to hit $50 in tips today
Okay.
for this stream. I do that. Try to do for that every stream. So please consider supporting if you can in any way, whether it's a super chat, membership, gifted membership, or tip.
Got it,
As you know,
Philip.
we have golden effect for tips as well. So thank you in advance to anyone who supports. Okay.
Anything you guys
If
want to talk
Kamala Harris
about?
becomes president, is her husband the first man? Yes.
Yes.
Right? If it's the first lady, then he's the first man or the first gentleman.
I think it's first gentleman,
Correct.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it would be.
I don't know though. Actually, it's a good question. Great question. I don't know. I do not know.
Eyes Darkness says, crazy how Chrono Trigger is made in 1995. It's still the best RPG. It can be beaten in 20 hours.
Yeah. My favorite. Say your favorite quest from that game is delivering the lunch to the little girl.
Funny, huh? Did I ever try Street Fighter EX games from the PS1 era? No, I tried Street Fighter EX games from the arcade era because they were all arcade games first, and that's where I played them. I played them in the arcades from Arika.
This guy's hardcore.
You know,
So
characters
cool.
like Darun Meister or
Who's
D
that?
Dark or
Huh? D Dark.
who the hell was the guy who was like Ken but not? He was the rip-off Ken.
Well,
right?
as long as you know.
I forgot his name.
Okay, cool. So
But yeah,
you're a
no,
fake
I
fan?
played all those in the arcades back in the day. Sure, I did.
You know, I recently rediscovered who I thought was pretty cool. I think she's from Street Fighter 4, but Akira. She's like a Skullomania type chick. She drives a motorcycle. It's pretty cool.
Jay Stan says, hey, maybe next summer watch Game of Thrones House of the Dragons while playing Final Fantasy Rebirth at the same time. Two birds with one stone. There you go.
Hilarious.
Bring her
Adam
back.
says, if I sub to your private React tier on Patreon,
Or I think Street
would you
Fighter
do
5. That's
gameplay
not
instead
a
of
4.
reacting?
Ooh.
I'm not sure how that would work. Okay. The
It's pretty simple, actually. It's kind of an easy concept. Instead of reacting, you play a game.
it works is thus. On my Patreon, patreon.com/darksidephil.
Oh, by the way,
$60
check it out. Yes.
What that does, essentially, it buys about 20 minutes or so of my time. Sometimes I'll go a little longer than that. But it's supposed to be, originally it was a Q&A video where people would ask me questions and I would just answer them as a private conversation.
Yeah, you buy 20 minutes of my time.
Okay, 5.
Then it turned into private reacting, meaning people have me watching videos and listening to music. And
Yeah,
doing
the
things
rival
like that.
school character.
So frequently now I get people who pay $50 for around 25 minutes or $100 for like 50 minutes
Oh,
of
cool.
reacting. I don't know exactly.
How many times can I finish in that 50 minutes? It's very important. Is there a limit on how many times you finish? Because a lot of people are asking about it.
How it would work? You want to pay me $50 to play 25 minutes of a game? How would that work exactly? Because most games,
you do the same thing you're doing now, but play a game instead of playing a video.
Have an intro or whatever, right? Like,
so you
I don't
get
even
past
know
that
how
part.
Exactly, that would work.
Get past that
Let
part.
me put it this way.
Okay.
I'm not going to shut down the idea, but at the same time, I would certainly like to talk with you about it if you're interested. So I would say email me and let's talk about it so we can figure that out, the details first. What I don't want to do is get people pledging and requesting things that I have no interest in doing. So please run it by me before you pledge to my Patreon. That way it's not, I have to refund pledges and things, which makes it messy with the Patreon and everything. Okay?
That doesn't make anything messy.
Cool.
Okay.
Who am I going to use in SVC Chaos? I have no idea, Sakai no Senshi. Like, the Capcom characters look absolutely hilarious. So I think what it is that that fake historian fooled everyone. People are now making games about feudal Japan, and they're looking for interesting stories, right? And they're basically, because it was actually one of the dangers of this kind of stuff being on the internet. Like back in the day, you'd actually have to look at historical books and things. Now some idiot can fucking write shit on Wikipedia, and everyone should have to put himself over so he could write books and articles. And now people think it's historically accurate because it was on Wikipedia and everything. So they all quoted it, and it's all wrong. So that's that's actually one of the dangers of this kind of stuff being on the internet. Like
that's never happened before. Historical records have never been tampered with before, ever in the history of Earth. Definitely.
Today, you'd actually have to look at historical books.
Definitely.
And things. Now, some idiot can fucking write shit on Wikipedia, and everyone believes it, right?
Definitely. History is written by the victors. Never forget that, my friends.
Okay, I received a $4.20 tip.
Oh, hell yeah.
From MVC for life. Heads up, SVC doesn't have a quick matchmaking. I refunded on Steam because of that. What does that mean? It doesn't have a quick matchmaking. I don't know what you mean by that.
Thank you for saying that. I forgot
pretty
that.
self-explanatory, but I guess we
YouTube
need
wiki
more
page.
money in order to explain it even further.
He changed things like, I wish I had it here. I played it on stream before, but it said like he's known for excessive like crowdfunding or something, and he changed it to like he's known for his witty gameplay or like his on-the-fly gameplay. History is written by the tippers.
Are you saying it takes forever to find a match? Is that what you're saying?
Is that? Oh. Okay, great. Tough to understand. Tip again, please. I didn't get it.
Did I play the animation?
Just tip again. Hang on a second. I gotta find that button.
Our first animation of the day.
What the fuck? Whoa!
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that, MVC for life. If you mean it takes forever to find a match, that sucks. I guess we'll see how long it takes us today. Did I play Art of Fighting in arcades? To some extent, but no one really played it in arcades. Like, they had it, but no one really played it competitively. Like, SNK games were always there, and you'd mess around with them. But it wasn't until King of Fighters came out that people started to play it more competitively as, like, a fighting game sense.
Okay.
Just LARPing is some sort of voice of
Sakai no
fighting
Senshi
game
says,
players.
charge characters in SVC Chaos have their charge timing reduced, so it's easier to do charge moves. Don't bother playing Bison. He's really bad, but can loop a Mega Crusher. I know he's really bad. I remember he's like bottom
I
tier.
definitely know that.
Also,
Definitely. You're not.
I remember the charge moves are weird. Like in a standard Street Fighter game, you could go like down back and do his knee press nightmare.
And enemies he's never known. I hate suburbia.
So you'd better not fake him out.
Must be a K7 force field. I'll break you out of there. Glad I could help.
Or take him on.
Content ID, Content ID.
For Hulk Hogan, it's no game.
Oh, we got the Undertaker too. Hell yeah. Undertaker and the Hulk, same
the whole
frame.
gang.
Hell yeah! All right.
It used to be the technical.
Yes,
move
it was
for
a real
is
movie.
Back forward kick after charging, right? In a Street Fighter game, you go down, back. And
Oh,
you
that
go
was Brutus
forward,
Beefcake. That's above my wrestling knowledge.
kind of down, back, forward, pressing it. And this one's like super strict. So you have to charge and then go forward, back all the way. Like you actually have to do like neutral back and then forward again to even get the move to come
Wow,
out. Like you have to be
Phil,
like
cool.
very strict.
Cool.
Well, this is the movie we did with John.
Cool, dude.
John Rambo move here. Hold on.
And then go forward,
Yep.
back all the way. Like
Okay.
you actually have to do
Whoa.
like neutral back.
That's some strong hand action here. John Rambo required. He's using his other hand to pump it forward and back. Damn. Rambo must have a hard.
And then go forward,
Look.
back all
in.
the way. Like you
Hold
actually have
it.
to do like neutral
Whoa.
back.
Neutral.
And then
Then
forward
in.
again to
Oh,
even get
shit.
the move to come out. Like you have to be like very strict.
Whoa,
in your
oh, strict.
inputs.
Oh.
Street Fighter is way more lax. This game is like really fucking strict.
That's
about
pretty
it.
crazy.
So that's why I remember a lot of times people would be dropping their moves and freaking out and be like, "Oh, this game doesn't work." Like, no, the game is just like really stingy with how you input stuff.
Oh, stingy.
So there's no ranked or quick matchmaking. You have to go to a lobby and challenge people to play. Wow, that does sound bad. I guess we'll see what happens.
Oh, that's the Dutch rudder. Yeah, you guys are right. The Dutch rudder. If you know what the Dutch rudder is, Google that on your own time.
No, I don't know.
That's a phrase I haven't heard in ages. The Dutch rudder. The old Dutch rudder.
I
Back
received
in
a
my
dollar
day.
tip.
Oh, congratulations.
What is up with random improper use of the word thus?
Yes.
I don't know. Perhaps I use it as a bridge word between thoughts.
Oh, bridge word. You are dented for giving money, but the bridge word.
Right? To link different thoughts. It's a way to kill dead air between different thoughts.
Well, that's an improper usage.
Ah, it's a bridge word.
Thus, I use the word thus incorrectly.
Ah.
Yeah,
Almost
but that's
like you're not
dumb,
self-conscious
though.
about
Are
it.
eyebrows considered facial hair? Absolutely yes.
Oh, that's that same guy that's asking these kind of questions.
Do I think more RPGs should
Oh
have...
my God, he's changed his name. I forget what his name was yesterday, but he's asking those kind of questions like that. And he's changed his name now to Phil's Ankle Tan Line. And what's the question with no answer called? He's asking those kind of questions.
hands crafted side content, like I'm doing a new run in Baldur's Gate 3 and I'm still finding new stuff? Yes.
Okay.
Would I rather fight one cheetah-sized chicken or 100 chicken-sized cheetahs? Yeah.
Reminder, by the way, yesterday he shit on this person so fucking hard and said, like, "This is asking you a dumb question. No one cares about it. I hope you know that, right? I'm not answering these questions, right? You know that, right?" And then now he's answering everyone. He loves it. He loving this dude now.
I'd rather fight one cheetah-sized chicken or 100 chicken-sized cheetahs? Yes. Yes, I would.
What a douchebag.
Any plans to go back to
He
Battlefront?
sits there begging for questions. Someone's
maybe.
asking him a question.
You know,
he gives
I
you
enjoyed
just a
playing Battlefront from
sarcastic
time to time.
asshole
We kind of forgot
douchebag
about it over
answer.
the last couple of months because I've been busy with other things. So it's a maybe.
Oh God, Jeremiah, you're cruising for a bruising. I'd like to reiterate that Final Fantasy Rebirth is the 4th best-selling game of the year currently.
Like, obviously, 100 chicken-sized cheetahs would just be like 100 really angry, violent cats who can run really fast. So I would go with one cheetah-sized chicken. I think I could take out a chicken. You gotta really watch out for those talons, though, and that beak could probably do some damage. But if you get around them, maybe like secure the head, maybe you could choke him out. I don't know, choke that chicken. Jeez, sorry.
Was Yasuke in Neo 1 inaccurate? I don't remember Yasuke being in Neo.
What kind of coffee does he like?
I think wasn't he like a boss in Neo?
As
Is
Mr.
head hair
Gorhal
considered
asked.
facial hair? Yes. Can you have a staring contest with chat? Yes. Excuse me.
Bro.
Very cool.
Shit
Very
like
cool
that just
streamer
makes me
here.
want to just bow out completely.
What about forehead hair? Yes.
Dude.
Yes.
All right, dude.
Two
All right, if you're
left.
gonna be a douchebag, I'm just gonna skip. Skip.
I love being a life loser.
Oh,
This is the career, Philip. How does it feel?
Oh, I'm so excited. Give me money. Oh, I love playing video games. Give me money. Blah, 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 blah. Eat shit. Die sooner rather than later.
Big ups, life loser. Hell yeah. Okay. You are also a life loser. Big ups to you, life loser.
Do I use Palmolive dishwasher soap? Actually,
good,
my mother, when I was a kid, always used the green Palmolive soap. And it had a weird smell to it. Like, it didn't smell like anything nice. It just smelled like soapy and sudsy.
I think Phil's ankle tan might be working for something. Working towards something, I should say. So maybe this is...
Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate it.
They definitely have the ear of Philip.
Do they even still have that? Palmolive? I don't know if I've even seen that in stores recently.
Yes, they still have Palmolive. Good question. Palmolive
Andrew asked,
question.
what are you wanting in your next Like a Dragon game? How long should the story be compared to Infinite
Burger
King. I would like another new location. Rather than it just being Japan again, because I don't think they're going to go back to Hawaii.
Go to
I would
Australia.
Like another new location. That would
Australia.
be cool.
Australia.
I think they need to innovate in some way. Like this last one, having the 2-party swap between was good.
Correct.
I just don't think that the core story was as good as
the
the
Q&A
first
should
game.
have just so forced. Just forced engagement, and he can't handle the amount of engagement that he's begging
the two
for.
Locations were great. So I would just like to see another new
stalling.
location. I think that would be pretty cool. And then some other kind of element.
So
like
fucking
else in the
cringe.
combat.
He loves it though, because he loves pretending like forced engagement is real engagement.
Big ups, life loser. Meaningful to me. You're meaningful to me, Nocturnal. Congratulations on that foil, by the way.
Dan just did a super chat. And he asks, are you going to play Kingdom Hearts 4? I've
We're
already
almost caught
answered
up
this.
now.
I don't know.
Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not at
Kingdom
all.
Hearts 3 was so bad.
Don't even say I don't know. Just say no.
I don't even know if I want to waste time on 4. Like,
Quit
3 was
leading
so
these
easy and such
mentally
a boring
disabled
game.
people around.
Like, there was literally one interesting thing about Toy Story 3, and that was... Toy Story 3, excuse me. Kingdom Hearts 3, and that was the Toy Story stage. That was it. After
great.
Toy Story ended, the entire game was boring as dirt. So, I don't know if I want to play the next one.
Biscuit Basin in Yellowstone Park.
I received a $5 tip.
Is that the real name, Biscuit
Big
Basin?
Papa Phil.
It sounds like
Did you ever learn to
Candyland.
use the defensive mechanics in F2C Chaos? There's cancels you do out of block. When you
Oh my
block,
God,
there's forward to dash
How
out
about
of
you
block.
just let him play the
Right in face of
game?
the opponent to pressure.
How
Punch
much
slower
did he
moves.
complain
You
about
also press
people
strong punch,
getting
strong punch together at the
guides
same
and
time
being
to
told
dash
how
out
to
block
play the
across
game,
the
then
meter.
people give him money to
Who
tell him how to play the game?
Biscuit Basin geyser explodes.
You forfeit your ability to
unusually
complain
large
about it.
eruption in one of Yellowstone's geysers. Watch out.
Yesterday, but didn't use it as much as I was just having fun playing the game. It's janky glory. Yes, I was aware of that. And someone actually explained it earlier in chat as well.
Who cares?
What I don't remember is when you dash like that, is the opponent's everything or how it works?
Ooh, Yellowstone eruption.
No, I've never tried tactical soap. What kind of soap do I use? I just use a body wash that is
Tactical soap. Shout outs to Cobra on that one.
Use a body wash that says it has no anything abrasive. It doesn't have like colors and scents. Why? Well, it has some scent. It has like a natural scent because I have very sensitive skin. And I've used some body washes that after I used them, like my hands and my body broke out because my skin is so goddamn sensitive. So I have to use this stuff that's like very, very gentle on skin. I really hate my skin. I really detest it. I get giant
Everyone else
acne.
does too.
I'm 42 years old and I'm still getting big acne.
Go ahead and rip it off.
Awful.
That's very normal, sir. It happens.
I don't wish that upon anyone.
Like a schizo.
Cat, can you pop this one real quick? It's on my back. Just part the hairs, honey. Pop it.
Such sensitive skin that if my face sometimes itches, I'll go like this. I'll get a giant welt on the side of my nose. It's happened live on stream before. And my hands, I have that comes and goes. So I have to keep applying different kinds of moisturizer and creams and things, anti-inflammatory creams, to keep my hands so they don't just like fall apart. It's pretty disgusting. I hate my skin.
Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't talk about it because it's
Those
really
are called
disgusting.
bed sores, sir. No, I mean, I should have said acne. I mean, it's normal every once in a while to get a zit somewhere. I don't think everyone's had a little zit on their shoulder, back somewhere. But if it's true acne, that's a little different.
Anyways.
Yeah, you remember early last year, this hand, I started to have stuff